Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Piki mai, kake mai, haere mai. Haere mai ki te whare hākina kina i tēnei rā, and te whenua o Taranaki. This is kaiaka o ngā kura o te motu Aotearoa, and that's our secondary school's athletics track and field championships. The rohi we are in, which is, if we could see it behind us, be Taranaki's the maunga, Waitara is the awa, Taranaki the whenua, te kohanga moa, te whenua, te kohanga moa, te marae, te ate awa, te iwi, te puki rangi ora, ki te hapu. So, greetings everybody, and welcome to our Track and Field Championships, New Zealand Secondary Schools. My name is Paul, and I'll be one of the people commentating with the live streaming. Fortunately for you, you won't be able to see me later on because I'll be in the other grandstand, but the main anchor of the hosting today is a guy called Hayden, and I'm going to give him the first relay baton change of the day. Here you go, Hayden. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, so welcome everyone to the 2022 New Zealand Track and Field Secondary School Champs here in Inglewood, Taranaki. As you can see, there's a little bit of rain around, and that's going to be one of the challenges for the weekend, but we've got over 1,000 athletes from all over Aotearoa here to compete it out, and they've been just absolutely amping for this because last year was cancelled. The North Island, South Island Secondary School Champs was cancelled earlier this year due to COVID restrictions, so we are absolutely delighted to be here, even despite the weather. So there's going to be 2.5 days of absolute action here on Whakata Māori. So your job, viewers at home, is to hit that share button just below the YouTube screen there. Share it with your whānau, with your classmates, with your friends, and let's get eyeballs on the screen, on these screens over these 2.5 days. Over 1,000 athletes competing here in run, jump, throw in Taranaki. We will see you shortly for the action.
Bullseye! Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Unintended accidents have major consequences.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
We are Manapuna.
It's all part and parcel of who we are.
Well, kia ora koutou. Welcome everyone to Taranaki here at the 2022 New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Champs. It's been 2 years in the waiting. We were supposed to come here last year, but due to COVID, it got postponed to this year. So this is a big moment for the 1,000 plus athletes who are joining us here at the TET Stadium here in Inglewood. My name is Hayden Sherman, and with me here is Tori Peters, who is best known as New Zealand's record holder in the Javelin, but also one of the coaches here today. So welcome, Tori.
Yeah, kia ora. Thanks for having me on board. Yeah, I've come down from the mighty Cambridge and Hamilton to be here today or over the weekend and in support of St Peter's School in Cambridge. So it's really cool to be here and be sort of, I guess it's been a long time since I've been around the secondary school athletics scene.
Yeah, it brings back a few memories.
Yeah, it definitely does. So it's awesome to be here.
Cool. Yeah, well, it's great to have you in the booth, and over the weekend we'll be having the likes of yourself and Angie Petty, hopefully local hero Matt Baxter will reel him in, and some other voices throughout the weekend. So we are kicking off our broadcast now, obviously, and then we're going to carry right through to about, I think it's 5 o'clock on the Sunday. We finish off with some relays. So a lot of action. You can see there the stands are packing out. The umbrellas, jackets are definitely definitely being warned because there's a few showers around Inglewood today. But as you can see, it's not too bad conditions for middle distance running on screen at the moment. The junior boys heats in the 800. I believe this is heat number 2 or heat number 3. Right now, we've also got in the distance, you can see the pole vault. So that's the senior boys pole vault going on over there. And we're also going to have the javelin kicking off shortly as well, the senior girls javelin. So that will, well, we are underway with the javelin there. So we'll bring you up to speed with that shortly. So here we go with this 800-metre heat. This is heat number 3 for the junior boys. We've got Henry Sevier from Christchurch Boys, Thomas Fitzgerald from Whanganui Collegiate, Jack Erickson from King's College, Connell McLean from Westlake Boys High School, Alex Wilson from Hastings Boys High, Joshua Smith from Auckland Grammar, and Liam Smith from Taradale. So it looks like it might be Connell McLean out there in the front. Unfortunately, we don't have bib numbers at the moment, so we'll be going purely from singlets and recognising those athletes. But it looks like Connell McLean has the running of things at the moment in this 800-metre race. And for those wondering what sort of weather conditions we've got rain forecast for most of the weekend, so that's going to be a constant. But the wind is the other factor that we're looking at. And at the moment, it's pretty still, very still, in fact, as they go through to collect the bell in about 1:04. So Connell McLean doing a good job leading this little train of 8 boys around the track here in Inglewood. And for those at home, like we said in the introduction, your job is to get excited about the action because we've got 1,000 of New Zealand's top rangatahi all competing here in Taranaki. And the second job is to contribute to that excitement by hitting that share button, getting eyeballs on screen, sending it out to your whānau, sending it out to your schoolmates, because there will be a lot of aunties and uncles, a lot of grandparents, a lot of friends who will be wanting to tune into this. And it continues. Connell McLean leading things out, just taking a little look over his shoulder. I believe it's first 2 through, and then we'll be looking for next fastest. Connell just doing what he needs to do. Needs to just keep an eye out with a few fast closing runners on the outside of him. So Connell McLean goes through, and we'll try and get an update on who those other athletes were as well.
Yeah, cool. And we've also got in the background there, not on screen, but you might see the odd javelin fly across the screen there. For those of you at home watching, we've got our senior girls javelin on there, and so we've actually got Leela on the runway who's ready to throw. Oh, there we go. Javelin there.
So javelin throwers kaipanga tau. Tau is the Māori word for a short spear, I found out this morning. Did a little bit of Googling. So kind of like the taiaha, I suppose, but with a sharp end, obviously. So that's where the Māori word for javelin comes from. Tau, nice and simple to remember. And so when we talk about a javelin thrower, kaipanga tau.
Yeah, we're just looking, we're going to be getting a live result there through shortly for Bree. That's come through at 31.33. So 31.33 metres there for Bree Ackland from Mount Aspiring College. It was a good flight on the javelin there and getting the tip to land in the ground first, which is fantastic to see, especially out there in those tough conditions today, but wet. Definitely has a bit of an influence on the javelin, so these girls are doing exceptionally well. It's great to see.
So Tori, what would you be looking to tweak in your approach when the conditions are like this? Got a few puddles on the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe the javelin itself's a bit slippy.
Yeah, it is, and one of the main things really is that grip on the javelin. Once the javelins slide through the grass and get wet, it's pretty hard to dry them out there, and you might come into the throw and actually the javelin might slide out of your hand a lot sooner than what you sort of anticipate. So that's sort of a key thing for me when it comes to things being a bit wet out. But I'm sure the girls, I see a couple of the girls have got towels there, so that's great to see, and good to see that they're doing everything they can control to sort of help keep that javelin grip dry.
Other key component of javelin throwing is making sure you time it right with the distance runners coming past you every lap.
Yeah, that's it's often something we experience, sort of walking out, especially the senior girls. We end up having, and then senior men, we have run-ups well onto the track, and often you are playing dodgems with the distance athletes running around. So we've got to keep our wits about us at all times.
Yeah, the marshals do a great job of controlling that. Obviously, when you are throwing spears around a stadium and you've got people running who are tired, they do a great job of making sure that everyone stays safe out there. Yeah, and so for those of you at home watching, this is Maya Phillips from Marion College, and they're just getting a distance there for you on that throw of hers, which is it's great to see. As I mentioned before, girls getting marks on their throws, it's especially in these tough conditions. It shows the practice that they've been able to put in. So there we go. For Maya, that's 31.59 metres, so that's our third round for the girls' javelin there this afternoon. Oh, afternoon? Yeah, just. Yeah, just ticking over to the afternoon now. And Tori, how many of these did you do? Was this a constant fixture in your calendar growing up? It was. It certainly was. And it was in my first year in the senior girls category. I actually had my sister to compete against for the first time, and she was in her last year, and I remember it was in Hawke's Bay, and the mighty Hawke's Bay, and I was actually beating her throughout the competition, which was I was quite chuffed about. But the big sis came in hot on the last throw and actually pipped me and took the medal. Yeah. So I was a bit gutted. I know it was that sibling rivalry, and but no, it was awesome. We definitely followed the summer round for the Athletics New Zealand secondary schools. So it was great memories here. Really good memories. I love the sort of spinning of the javelin. So this is Chelsea Moana Nanu from Wellington East Girls, and we've got so many schools here. It's so exciting. One of the things I love about this event is going through the schools list and just seeing where everyone's come from and how many athletes are from each schools. We see Chelsea coming up to release the towel, and now do we need to get a point? Does the point need to dig in, or does it just need to make a little mark? Yeah, I was watching. It was really good to see that you were seeing the officials running over and just checking that there's a mark there. So the javelin doesn't have to physically stick into the ground. There's the tip on the javelin just has to land first. Sort of toward the ground, I suppose. So sometimes you will see a javelin look like it sort of skids along, but sure enough, you go over and you can still get a mark. So but it's when it lands on its tail that's not ideal. That's probably how I would throw it. So great to see that we could get a distance there as well. So now up on the runway here, as you see on the screen, we've got Eva Sexton from Whakatane High School. One of 4 athletes from Whakatane. Good to see. Our lefty too, which is awesome. We don't often see many lefties. And again, that's a brilliant throw there, Paki there. So that's Eva Sexton, and we'll get a distance for you on that as well. Look at these officials. Look at them. They're out there in that tough weather. They're doing well. It's I know. Awesome. We're wrapped up. We're literally calling this from inside a nice, warm, dry building. And all these officials are doing a great job. They're out there for 3 days straight in whatever weather Taranaki can deliver. Now, these schools are throwing into a slight headwind. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, so well personally, and usually
Yeah.
for a lot of the women on the circuit, a headwind is quite favourable for us. It keeps the javelin in flight for a little bit longer. The javelin can climb on the wind, whereas with the tailwind, you know, sometimes coming from behind you, it can actually push the javelin down. So a lot of my personal bests are into a headwind, which people find quite fascinating. So, but it just shows, that wind can actually really help with the flight of the javelin. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. You can see on some of the flights of the girls' javelins today that wind is really helping in keeping that javelin in the air for a little bit longer.
And what weight are these girls throwing?
So these girls are throwing a 500 grams, so that's just 100 grams lighter than what the senior woman throws. So
and the men are 1 kg?
Senior men are 800, but it's school level 700.
Yeah.
So not too far behind. You know, there's not too much of a difference, I suppose, between that age group, you know, that school group, level, and moving into the senior rank. So that's quite good. I actually never threw a 500 gram javelin, which
really?
it wasn't something that was sort of in there for me during my time at school.
Just
but
straight to the 600.
Straight to the 6, no messing around. Yeah.
I guess that's something that, you know, when we talk about 4 kg for the woman for a shot or a hammer, the weight of the javelin seems light, but it's almost the structure of it that's quite challenging to throw.
The obscurity, I suppose, of the implement is definitely what we see most young kids struggling with.
Yeah, because you can't just throw it like you throw a cricket ball or a tennis ball.
No, you can't, and I guess, you know, some people who try might find they get the javelin in the back of the head, but and
not advised. Do not try this at home.
No, don't try it at home, folks. I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, it is a tricky one to come to terms with.
So we've got the junior girls discus going on here, and this is Olivia Augustine from Napier Girls, done the trip across the island. And you can see the last remaining heats of the 800 junior boys are going on in the background. We're up to heat 5 now. So 3 events going on in the field at the moment, and 4 actually, with the pole vault happening as well.
So we've just had a result through for Olivia Augustine there of Napier Girls High School, and she's come through there with a throw of 25.25 metres. So those girls are just in their second round there of the women's discus. Girls discus.
Now, did you, when you're at high school, did you mix it up with some rotational throws, or did you go straight to the javelin?
No, I did. I did a bit of a shot put. Could never quite flight the discus, so I wasn't a huge fan of that one. And just dabbled with the javelin as well. So it was mainly just the two throwing events I'd head to secondary schools for. But javelin was definitely the passion, the one that I sort of did a lot more training for. And you know, my sister was the same. We both did sort of the shot put and javelin, and I think I was sort of following along in her footsteps as well a little bit there. So
for those who have just tuned in, we've got Tori Peters in the studio, national record holder multiple times now. You've claimed your own record several times, and so you grew up in Gore, right? So how do you get into javelin? Like it's not the normal sport that people fall into.
No, I know, but you know, off a dairy farm, throwing a few fencing standards around, you know, just having a laugh. No, so it was actually my sister. You know, she sort of picked it up in high school, and you know, naturally, I wanted to give it a go as well, and be better than her at it. You know, it was sort of
it's all about competing against big sis.
That competitive sibling rivalry. We were pretty into it, but we were pretty lucky. We had a coach down there for the Gore Club, actually, Murray Speedon, who was a decathlete back in his day, and he had a few tips and tricks that he sort of showed us. So he took us under his wing, actually, which was really awesome, and we just dabbled a little bit throughout the year. You know, we'll just keep our shoulder rolling over, and we did enough with him to sort of, I guess, learn some sort of technique, and it, you know, obviously proved to be very valuable foundations for throwing, which is, you know, really helped.
If you are, say, a cricketer or you know, any ball sport where you're throwing a ball. Would that translate? Well, like if you do find, I find I'm really good at throwing a tennis ball or whatever, is that kind of a natural starting point?
Yeah, I think it is. You know, like if you've got a decent arm on you for throwing, you can sort of teach them, I guess, about the obscurity of the shape of the javelin to help compensate a little bit. But you know,
to
you
reduce the javelin to head risk that we talked about.
Totally. And I think the other thing, you know, like if we think back to, you know, Stewie Farquhar, you know, he had a phenomenal cricket ball throw at the St. Peter's Athletics Day, and everyone was sort of stunned by it, you know, and sure enough, he picked up a javelin and threw it just as far. So that translation for him was awesome. So it's definitely something we look out for. You know, if you've got a good arm, often we'll be scoping you for a school team for the athletics javelin.
So maybe we need a camera permanently set up at Taihape at the gumboot throwing place. And just like scouting the javelin community.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So on screen we have the first of the heats in the senior girls 800 metres. This is going to be one of the very exciting middle distance races to keep an eye out as we progress through the rounds. So we've got Grace Howell from Cashmere High School, Kira Hall from Rangiruru Girls College, Abby Bolton from Maclean's College, Layla Daniels from Epsom Girls Grammar, Jessica McNeely, Emma Ferguson from Natawa, and Jessica is from Garran College. So you might be able to help me with some of these singlets here. Can you recognise which singlet belongs to which college?
I know, isn't it? It's a bit tricky to see, isn't it? But I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out along the way.
Yeah. So apologies. We are working on getting bib numbers in studio, so we will have to run a little bit blind as they come through. The first 500 metres starting to string out a little bit. And I think it's the two Christchurch girls up the front. Is that Kira Hall moving to the front now?
Yeah, I believe I see a little bit of yellow and blue, and I'm at the front there, and I'm thinking Rangiruru there, so... It's getting close, isn't it? That start there. We've got three girls there battling it out.
Yeah, good to see this sort of battle, and just looking over her shoulder, making sure she's got it in the bag. And nice and strong on that back straight, on that home straight, coming down. It's actually beautiful conditions for middle distance running. Just a light wind on the home straight. So
we've got Epsom in the majority blue with the yellow at the top there. I believe our winner was from Rangiruru. We've got Kira Hall came in there with an unofficial time 2:19.64. And in second there, Emma Ferguson with 2:19.82. We are very close there. That's very tight.
And we've got Ange Petty coming in the studio here, so perfect timing to guide us through. Thanks Tori for guiding us through the early action of the javelin. We'll keep you posted on how this goes. But our privilege to welcome in Angie Petty, who I believe, are you the secondary school's record holder in the 800? I'm pretty sure I spied your name in there.
A senior girls record from 2008. So yeah, still special to see that still standing, but I would love to see it broken actually.
Yeah, would you? Yeah. Well, you've got at least one athlete I know in the senior girls.
Yeah, we've got two actually. We've got Sam Lascelles as well, who's coming up. Not in this heat, but the third heat. So cool. Yeah, but Kira Hall just won the heat just then, so that was really awesome to see, seeing her looking comfortable. Did what coach told her to do and sat back for the first lap, and just came through nicely. Ahead there of Emma Ferguson, who also looks very strong in that first heat. So I think they have now just said that they're not going to have the semis. I'm not 100% sure, but because of the low numbers, they might just go straight into a final from here.
Right, so we've got three heats.
3 heats,
so you'll be looking at first two.
Yeah, and the next two best times. Whereas originally they were going to have have the 3 rounds. So I guess it's a little bit less running for the girls.
Yeah.
And hopefully means a really fast final. So maybe we will see that record go.
Yeah, will most of these girls be doubling up with either the 400 or the 15?
I think there is a few of them. I've seen, I think Kate Borton, who's in this heat now, the tall girl there in 938, very, very good runner. She's got a PB of 212. She is doubling up, it looks like. Well, she's entered for the 4, so we'll see whether she still does it. Kira Hall, our athlete we coach, is only doing the 8, just because it is quite a busy weekend normally with 3 rounds. But now that it's only 2, she'll be a bit fresher. But yeah, I think there's a few doing the 15 as well. So it does make for a busy weekend. But it's very exciting.
Makes for a fun weekend,
yeah,
though.
That's right.
Yeah, so your time, your championship record is 2:08:01. So Kira, if you're listening to this after just finishing your heat, that's your mark that you want to be targeting, and it looks like these girls won't be getting near threatening that record in this race because it's gone very tactical. I love this sort of stuff in an 800 because the brakes have gone on.
I think that's Lucy Sheenan at the front now, just ahead of Kate Fortin. But no, that's right. I think this is quite a fast heat in terms of the standards going into this. So this was the fastest heat. We've got Billy Crow here as well. She's also a finalist from the junior girls final 2 years ago. And then of course Sammy Fuchs as well, very, very good runner who won the junior girls race. She's in 2nd place there, at the moment. I think I may have called the wrong name before. From Wakatuku High School down in Queenstown.
Yeah, so it looks like Kate Borton is out the front, and you can see just going wide there from Westlake. That is Kate Borton. And they're coming into the last 200 metres now.
That's right. So I think because it's only first 2 and the next 2 best times, it's going to be interesting here because they left it tactical. So I would have thought they would have made it faster, having 3 favourites and all 3 of the top kind of qualifiers that they had on paper. But we'll see who gets through here. It'll be interesting. Otherwise, they might still be able to scrape through on time with those 2 extra spots. Yeah,
so this sprint for the finish is really key here. Really winding it up here is
Lisa Sheenan.
Yeah, Lisa Sheenan, and that's Sammy Fuchs in 2nd.
Yeah.
And it looks like Kate Borton might be just nudged to 3rd, so we'll keep you posted on how that will add up when we get down to the fastest next 2.
It's very tough because Kate Borton does have a PB of 212, so going into this she is one of the favourites, but it's hard when you've got so many other fast girls in your heat and everyone's running it tactically, and that's part of 800 metre running though, isn't it? It's it keeps it exciting, and you can got to keep fighting right through the line, but they all looked very strong there.
So Lucy Sheenan taking that one out in 2:21, and then just 0.3 of a second back with Sammy Fuchs from Wakatipu. Right, on to the javelin. And we have Chelsea Moananu coming up next, or currently throwing. Throwing the 500-gram implement.
Like the wind's just starting to pick up because it's been pretty still out there this morning.
You're starting to feel it a little bit more out there?
Yeah, just starting to. Like I was out with the girls and boys in the warm-ups, and it wasn't really any wind at all, but I think it's just starting to pick up a wee bit, but nothing compared to Napunawai and Christchurch. So.
It was beautiful conditions this morning with just a little bit, just the odd shower around, and now that rain's becoming a little bit more consistent as we see Zoe Hall on screen from Sacred Heart Girls College, which I assume there's a few Sacred Hearts around the country. So it says New Plymouth on the back, so one of the local girls. Yeah. So really cool to see good contingents coming from the local schools here in Taranaki.
Definitely. I heard a good cheer out there, so obviously having a local, girl, she's probably got a big crowd of supporters here, which is lovely to see.
And there we have the standings at the moment. So Ruby Donnelly with that 38.02, I think that puts her in the lead, and then Leala Willman with the 35.97, and then I think Mia Bartlett is in 3rd, but I'm just looking for what her best mark there is.
Back to
you can see the raincoats are on with our officials.
Yeah, the Waru metre, 800 metre. There we've got that Sam Lascelles, we coach at the tall one at the front. Who else is that with her? Just Just trying to pick up the names.
Yeah, so I'll run through the start list for the third heat, sorry. So we've got Nikita Wayne from Taradale High School, Caitlin Pokorny from Maclean's, Samantha Leichells from St Margaret's, Alaya Atkinson from Samuel Marsden, Sophia Lambreras from Havelock North, Angela Jukes from Palmerston North Girls, and Olivia Malloy from Napier Girls High School.
So is that the Havelock North top there at the front? Because that might be Sophia Lumbrius, who's a PB of 2:16.
Yeah, good strong stride from here, and then the taller girl on the inside. We're not too sure what the bib numbers are. So if we sound like we don't know what we're talking about, probably because we're just lacking some bib numbers at the moment, but they are coming. So
they went through in 1:06, so this heat's a lot faster than the other heat, who've been going through in over 1:10. So they're putting on the pace. And that might be Havelock there, actually. It might be Sophia at the front there with Sam Lascelles just behind. So she ran a 2:16 2 weeks ago, so she's coming into this championships in really good form. Sophia is, and Sam Lascelles is as well. So these two are well clear of the field at the moment. I can feel their pain coming into that last 100 metres when you start to feel a little bit lactic. But, looking very strong coming through. And these other two girls should still hold on because they're probably in the fastest heat, so they might be getting through on time. Yeah,
and this is key when you just don't want to let that bungee cord stretch, because every split second can count when it comes to getting one of those fastest two non-auto qualifiers. So coming in to finish off now, and with a time of about 2:15, 2:16. So that was a quick heat, and really emptying the tank there. That could be key for those two runners on screen.
I think those two are through actually, because the first and second heat was slower. So there's their finalists, it looks like, those two girls as well.
What are some keys, Angie, for staying tough in that last 100 metres? Because I don't know if there's anything more painful than the last 100 metres of an 800.
Yeah, I mean, it's a debate, isn't it? What is the most painful event? Some people say it's the 4, but it might be biased. I still think it's the 8, because you're lactic for so long, and, you know, it's 50% anaerobic, 50% aerobic, roughly, obviously, give or take how fast you run it. And but yeah, certainly that last 100 metres, you just feel like you got, you know, your legs that feel like heavy, like your lead, that you've got, you know, everything's hurting, you're in pain, you can't even see properly. You just got to keep pushing right through to the line. But then it's all worth it when you cross the line. So I guess it's just composing, holding that form, you know, trying to, for me, I know personally, I've got to try and keep my head up and keep my arms pumping and try not swing them across your body, and keep lifting your knees and all those kind of cues.
Got Mia Bartlett from Wairarapa throwing that javelin. We're coming towards the closing stages of this javelin competition, so I'll try and bring you a little update. Yeah, so it is Ruby Donnelly in first place currently with that 38.02, Liala Willman with a 35.97, and then Mia Bartlett has a 35.08, so that puts her in third place by about 70 odd centimetres, and I believe this is Bree coming up now.
What do you like?
Sorry, Liala Willman.
Yeah, do you see yourself as a bit of a javelin thrower there?
I'd like to try it. You know, talking to Tori Peters, New Zealand record holder, I was kind of thinking, I've always fancied myself being able to throw a cricket ball or a tennis ball reasonably far, but she said, yeah, if you try and do that, you'll throw the javelin into the back of your head, because there's a specific technique, so I've got to kind of rethink that. But definitely, you know, there's a potential master's career waiting for me in the javelin.
Yeah, never
now
too
that
late.
my running legs are slowly decaying on me.
Oh no, yeah, never too late to pick something else up, is it?
Totally. So. And this is one of the things I love about athletics, actually, because you can transfer a lot of that strength and athleticism that you get from other sports into all sorts of movements. As we see, one of our junior girls, discus throwers, just stepping over the circle for that one. But it's good to have your company here on Whakata Māori. My name's Hayden Sherman. With me is Angie Petty. as we talk through these 800 metres, and this is certainly the focus on the track at this stage of the morning. So the first of our heats that we'll skip over to shortly in the boys is now live. All right, so in this first heat we have 5 heats of the boys, so I imagine these are going to semi-finals. But in this one, we've got 6 runners: Callum Murray from Aquinas College, Thomas White from Wellington College, Lorcan Rabit from Havelock North, Maxis Mulvis from Green Bay High School, Azrael Kabasale from Tauranga Boys, and Jesse Park from Auckland Grammar.
They look like they've gone out at a really fast pace this heat. I think that might be Callum Murray at the front. I'm not 100% sure, but he is the fastest PB going into this heat of 1:56. So, yeah, they're looking like they're really pulling that pace on. Yeah, looking very honest. And these boys probably watch what happened in the girls' race, where they don't want to leave it to that last heat, that can sit back and watch what time they need to run. And so getting out nice and honest, right up on the toes there, and this is where we get into that painful zone, that last 150 metres or so. This top bend can feel like absolute death. You can see a few grimaces on the faces, but good strong running here from our leader, really pulling away and trying to inch forward to maybe nab one of these semi-final spots. There's a few runners just after those leading 2. Yeah, that looks like a very strong run. So was it just over 2 minutes there, I think. So a lot of these boys have been under 2 minutes. Oh, there we are, 1:59.87 for, sorry, that was Lorcan Rabiti from Havelock North High School. And then we had Callum Murray in second place in 2:23, and Azrael Kabaso from Tauranga Boys College third in 2:56. So yeah, pretty speedy times to get through to the semi-final tomorrow. Now, I've been trying to look up the rules of how we're going to do these semi-finals, but will we be going to 2 semi-finals and then a final? I think it is, but I actually forgot to check this one. So I think it's first 3. I did have it written down, and the next best times. But can we just confirm that? Yeah, we'll look into this, get it all sorted for you. So this is Maya Phillips on screen now in the javelin, in the towel, and she is currently sitting in 6th place with a 32.91 that she threw in round 1. We're now into round 5 in this javelin competition. Yeah, it looks like there's 5 heats for the senior boys there, so that will be the first 3 in each heat, and then the next 2 times overall, I think. Making it through to 16 for 2 semis. So this javelin competition is very, very close, particularly for the sort of the top 8 standings. We've got Chelsea Moananu from Wellington East. She's sitting in 8th place with 31.17, and then it's only really a metre separating the 8th to 5th. And then a bit of a jump up to Bree Auckland in 4th place with a 34.43. And then another half meet up to Mia Bartlett with a 35.08. All right, we're underway with heat number 2 in the boys 800 metres. And we've got Josh Tonga from Christchurch Boys, Callum O'Keefe from Lindisfarne College, Robert Fitzpatrick from Auckland Grammar, William Bourne from Tauranga Boys, Theo Hardy from Wellington College, Nicholas Alvarez Ray Verag from Logan Park High School. Yeah, so looking like they may be sitting back a wee bit because no one's really wanting to go to the front, a bit wide there, but looks like some of the boys are starting to come up now. And I think Callum O'Keefe has the fastest time going into this heat. His PB is 1:54, and he was 3rd at the 2020 New Zealand Secondary Schools in the junior boys. So number 24 there, just putting a little bit of a gap, and that pack of 4 boys behind him will just want to make sure that doesn't stretch out too far. So it could be an opportunity to go clear, but just as I say that, they close that gap. Well, 2 of them do. It'd be good if we had the numbers of the bibs up, wouldn't it? So we could, check with who we're talking
and
about.
Those two who were starting to slip back have closed that gap up. So important to just stay in contact. You get that little advantage of getting drafted along by the runner in front of you, and even mentally just having someone in front of you to chase, some heels to hunt down, and looking nice and comfortable out the front. Is that Callum O'Keefe?
I think that might be at the front. He's looking pretty comfortable, isn't he? Just keep looking around to make sure no guys come through like a train, like you often see happen. So just...
I mean, jogging over the line at 2:03, I don't know if 2:03's ever looked so comfortable. Callum O'Keefe looking like he's on a Friday tempo run here at TET Stadium in Inglewood. So we are into our second heat of the Waruro Mita, the 800-metre run.
And that was Nicholas Alvarez Ray Varag from Logan Park School in 2:03, and then Robert Fitzpatrick in third place from Auckland Grammar in 2:04. So those three boys will be through automatically as far as we know, and then the rest will have to wait and see if they can get through on time.
Right, so this javelin competition, we're getting down to the business end of it. We're into round 5. This is second place on screen. This is Liala Willman from King's College. She has a best of 36.31, which she threw in the previous round. So things are getting stronger and stronger. In fact, she's got an impressive sequence. 32 metres for the first round, 33 for the second round, 35 for the third round, 36 for the fourth round. So what's this one going to be?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want to be doing when you arrive at the National Secondary School Champs. You just want to keep progressing through the rounds.
I'm sure her coach will be happy with that.
And this is on screen our competition leader, Ruby Donnelly. So going back to the national champs, which was I guess a lot of athletes call it the club champs back in March. It was Mia Bartlett who took out the under 18s. But Ruby Donnelly is leading this competition thus far with a 38.94, just extending her lead in round 4. She came out of the blocks firing with a 38.02 in that first round, but looking nice and strong here. And we're into heat number 3 of the boys 800 metres. We've got Wiramu Namotsu from Avondale College, Noah Lawson from Waimea College. We've got Luca Evett from Wellington College, Caleb Dipros from Aparema College, James Hercuse from Whanganui Collegiate, Jackson Bigwood from New Plymouth Boys High School, one of the locals, and Angus Sevier from Cashmere High School. Now, what can you tell us about young Angus, Angie?
So we don't actually coach Angus, but he is a Christchurch boy, so yes, I do know him. He is coached by James Ansell out of Port Hills Club, but he has been running phenomenally this season. He got down to a 154. It was his first time under 2 minutes this season.
Wow.
Was a 157, I think it may have been.
Who does that? Who just skips 159 and 158?
And then his next race, he went another few seconds quicker again. So I was like, oh gosh, I wish I could do that when I broke 2 minutes for the first time. But,
I wish I could break 2 minutes for the first time.
So these boys are looking. So Angus, speaking of Angus, has gone to the front now, looking pretty relaxed there. He's got a very nice technique, the way he moves his arms, and looks very fluid there as he strides out.
And I believe that's James Hercuse just on his shoulder, and then Jackson Bigwood from New Plymouth Boys High School. I'll try and confirm that for you soon.
Yeah, so they're all looking behind, because we just confirmed that it's actually the first 4 in each heat and the next 4 best fastest time. So these boys know they're safely through, and we just saw Angus do a bit of a signal to his teammate there, or to his competitor there, and tell him, you take it through, I don't mind, I know I'm through to the next round.
But, yeah, big sprint, and maybe that was the local boy, actually Jackson Bigwood. So, yeah, great scenes. Good to just finish with a good kick and remind your body of what you've been training for.
Oh, so that was actually Noah Lawson there out of Waimea College.
Oh, right. Sorry.
So he had a very good run. You know, as you say, came through. You know, didn't panic and came through nice and strong on the home straight there. Then we had Angus Sevier in 2:05, and James Hurkis from Wanganui College in 2:05 as well. So no, those boys are safely through to the next round. And I guess some of them are trying to conserve as much energy as they can, knowing that they have got 3 rounds in 3 days as well. It's a big weekend. And that was Luca Everett in 4th place from Wellington College, 2:06.
Right, so we're into the final round now of the Javelin. So we're starting to get these places locked and loaded. So it was Chelsea Moananu. She's going to finish in 8th place with the best of 31.17. Zoe Hall from Sacred Heart with a 32.63. She did a foul in the last round. She'll finish in 7th. And then on screen we've got Maya Phillips, who's got a best which she threw in round 1 of 32.91. She's been consistently peppering that 32-metre line, and there we have the confirmation. So Maya Phillips, she's put together a really good sequence of, well, 4 of them plus 30 metres. So she's in 6th place at the moment. Can she improve on that? And she has.
Oh, there you go.
That was a huge throw out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness.
With a 39.24, moves her into the lead and totally changes the picture of this competition. So she adds 7 metres or 6.5 metres to her best today. Absolutely phenomenal clutch throw from Maya Phillips.
That is incredible. Far out. Obviously just something clicked.
I know. I almost had to double check the results there. So incredible to move from 6th place right up the top of the field with your final throw. That's the way that you want to end your year at school, right?
That's phenomenal. Do we know how much that is a PB by?
No, I don't have a personal best on hand, but that is phenomenal. I wonder if we jump into ANZ rankings and check it out. If you want to find out what the latest stats are and where athletes are at, anzrankings.org.nz is the place that you want to go. So,
and in this next heat 4 here of the 800 metres, we've got Will McMeekin leading through nicely in just over a minute there through the first lap. So we actually do coach Will, but all the boys are looking strong out there, and the first 2 or first 3 are quite close together, and 4th place is just trying to hang on to get that auto spot here coming through in the nice bright spikes.
So yeah, Maya has thrown just over 40 metres before, so 40.44, which was at the winning the Canterbury Secondary Schools Champs a month or so ago. And so she's moved herself into the lead here at the National Champs.
Well, she'll be stoked knowing that she had, thrown that far before. Maybe she just wasn't quite clicking in the earlier rounds, but came through and did what she needed to do. And we've got Will McMeekin coming through here to take this first heat out, looking very strong. I'm a very pleased coach. And maybe even running his personal best, or very close to it. No, just off his personal best, which was 2:04. So he'll be happy to be through to the next round.
Good solid running, and looking like he's straight off to the changing rooms and ready to carry on his weekend.
We did tell him to get straight into the warm down of that, so I didn't maybe mean quite so suddenly, but good on him.
All right, now this is crunch time in this javelin competition. Things have really lit up, and for those girls who thought they were sitting comfortably, and we thought they were all sitting comfortably in their positions, things have really got upset. We've got Mia Bartlett on screen from Wairarapa, and I will bring you the standings.
Yeah, and just while you're doing that, I'll just quickly say, so the heat 4 there, the winner, as I said, was Will McMeekin from Christchurch Boys High School in 2:05.13. Then we had Thomas Cohen from Westlake Boys High School in 2:06.17. Then we had Fletcher Van Heuven from Matamata College in 2:06.48, followed by Flynn Register from Rathkiel College in 2:07. So those 4 boys through to the next round as we have heat 5 come up with the, I guess, the ultimate favourite coming into the New Zealand Secondary Schools is James Ford with the fastest PB of 1:51 in this last heat now.
So Mia Bartlett currently sitting in 4th place. She's being just nudged out of that bronze medal position. Can she respond with a big final throw? That looks pretty good. It looked like a good final throw, but I believe it might have landed just outside the sector, painfully. You can see there's a faint little white line on your screen, so that's the end of the competition for Mia Bartlett, who will finish in 4th place with that 35.08 that she recorded in round 3. Bree Auckland, incidentally, Ackland will finish in 5th with 34.43, and Kirsty McCarthy will finish, McCarthy Dempsey will finish in 6th place with a 34.15. All right, now this is one of our medalists. She's confirmed in the bronze medal position, but she has one throw to see if she can change the colour of that medal.
Goodness me.
What can she do? Liala Willman. Yeah. I said that's Liala. I believe it's actually Mia Bartlett, so the names we've got on our screen just updating. Sorry about that, Mia. And we've got another heat going on the track as well. So this is the 5th heat of the senior boys. So this is the final one. We've got Apashat Cothinson from Green Bay High School, Jackson McKay from Hastings Boys, James Trathan from Maclean's College, James Ford from King's College, Blake Platts from Botany Downs, Oscar Munro from Glendowie, and Corvin O'Rourke from James Hargest College.
And there's James Ford just coming to the front now in the maroon singlet. Oh, actually just ahead of him is that James Trantham, I think, coming through, but I think James Ford knows he's safely in, along with those 2 other boys there. Looking very strong there. Those so James Trantham has a PB of 1:57. He was 4th in the 2020 New Zealand champs, secondary school champs, and the junior boys there. So yeah, but James Ford has gone in as the favourite, with being the gold medalist for the Athletics New Zealand Nationals in March, and the 18-15 double, and was 1st in the junior boys 2 years ago as well. He is coached by Perry Cunningham, and has that PB of 1:51.70, which is phenomenal for a boy that age. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he's ranked right up there in New Zealand senior ranks as well for the 800. So yeah, really cool. I've got him at 12th in the New Zealand standings this year. That's high school and seniors.
A lot of fast Jameses in New Zealand, isn't there? Because
there's
James Ford, James Harding,
James
Preston.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of Jameses. Name your kids James,
yeah,
right?
Sam and I might take note for our next baby if we have a boy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, what are the fastest girls' names going around?
Well, obviously Kira's a pretty fast name, but I might be a wee bit biased. But no, she is obviously the reigning national champion and top on the New Zealand ranking list as well. And she's done amazing, actually, coming off a tough injury this winter. So I'm really stoked to see her come back through. And you know, she persevered through a bit of a stress reaction in her foot and missed out on World Juniors, which was really tough. But she's come back to New Zealand secondary schools and looking very strong for the final on Sunday. But yeah, no, there's a lot of fast girls names. I guess Lucy Sheenan. You know, we've got a good range. So we'll see what Harazalia does, my daughter, in the years to come.
Yeah.
But not that we want to put pressure on her. Yeah.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it? And I imagine a lot of our audience won't have kids, but will have that experience of being a kid following in the footsteps of a parent, and whether you take up the sport that they're into, or you take the passion for sport that your parents have and you apply that in another area.
Yeah,
like right. The classic example is Julian Oakley, whose mother was, you know, absolute legend in squash. So Susan DeVoy. So yeah, it's really interesting how those generational. It's often the the love for sport carries on, and how that's expressed is
That's right.
different.
And of course, you don't want to be a pushy parent as well. So we've always said, because people kept saying, oh, well, Azalea is very likely to be a good runner with both you and Sam middle distance runners, but, only if she wants to do it. Obviously, we do hope she does. She's been to the track plenty of times already, and she's only 8 months old. So, but no, that's right. And it's great to see there's been other New Zealanders that have done that and followed through in their parents' footsteps as well. And of course, we've got Theo Quacks doing really well in the States there, following through like his dad did. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, rounding off things with the senior boys 800, we've got 24 athletes who will carry on in the 800 through the weekend. So there'll be 3, if my maths is right, 3 semi-finals. Yep. So 24 athletes. The last qualifier was Jackson Bigwood from New Plymouth Boys going through with a little queue. So a non-auto qualifier of 2:06.52, and then just in front of him was Josh Tonga from Christchurch Boys. So
can I just say, sometimes a little queue doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to be in the final, though, because I've had that myself at Commonwealth Games. I remember in 2014 I only got through in a little queue from the heat into the semi, so on paper it probably didn't look like that likely for me to make the final, but then I had a really good final and got through in a big queue. So sometimes people might just not hit it so well in their first round. So
and it depends who you're up against. If you've got 2 absolute rock stars in your heat,
yes, that's right, exactly.
Yeah, so maybe you are gunning for a little queue.
And that's right, and and sometimes you might do a big PB in the next round or whatever. So it's really exciting, isn't it, to see all these boys out there, and I'm sure they've all been training really hard all year for this event, and so glad that it can go ahead after last year being cancelled because of COVID. So
absolutely, it's good to be largely on the back end of that, but as I say that, like, a lot of these athletes will have battled through COVID this year, and had it themselves. So we've dealt with the lockdowns, but this year's been the year of actually dealing with the sickness itself, and for some people it affects them a lot. Some people it's like you've had a minor little sniffle and you're straight back into things.
It's very hit or miss, isn't it? Like, we know a few athletes and a few people that have had long COVID and not able to train for a long, long time afterwards, whereas, as you say, others are back training. We still usually advise they don't train even if they only had a wee sniffle with it for a good week or two. But, like myself, I literally had it just after Azalea was born, and that was a really hard time, and we couldn't go into NICU because she was 5 weeks early. But anyway, nothing about myself, but I only had a wee sniffle with it, so we're all so different, aren't we? So but hopefully all these athletes are healthy, and sorry if there's been anyone that has missed this weekend. I think that I've heard of a couple that may have got COVID. Speaking to a lady at the rental car company yesterday, said they had a cancellation because someone just rang up and her daughter was in tears because she just tested positive to COVID. So big shout out to those people, and know that your time will come. There'll be other races, and there's always another race, and I'm sure you'll get the results that you deserve after all the hard work you put in. Yeah, and I think that's a really important message, that this is a big event, especially for the year 13s to finish up, but your athletic career doesn't need to stop at high school, and for most people, actually, your best years are ahead of you. So there's so much to do and be involved with in the sport, whether you're going overseas or whether you're staying domestically and competing in the club level. But yeah, it's something that I drill into my young athletes so much, that think of this like it can be a lifetime sport, and you don't need to get all your wins in high school. You can look at this like a long-term thing and look to peak in your mid-20s rather than thinking that it's all hinging on this one event. That's right, isn't it? Exactly. And I think, everyone's so different. I did running from quite a young age and, came through quite well as a junior, but I know other athletes that, weren't even particularly great athletes in their teen years, but then end up being, Olympians and come through in their 20s. So everyone's kind of on a different journey, and you certainly don't want to overdo it when you're young and that. But I think it's all just stepping stones, and enjoying the journey really is the biggest thing. Now we can wrap up the senior men's pole vault, or senior boys pole vault, I should say. That competition has been decided. I don't think it has come to an end yet. I believe that Ruben Vogel, who is our competition winner, has one more jump left. He's just passed at 460. One more vault left, I should say. So he was clear at
450 and then passed at 460. So potentially looking at a PB attempt possibly for Ruben. So he's your under 20 champ from back in March, national champ, and then under 18 champ Ty Rhodes is in second place in today's competition, clearing 4 meters and then 3 misses at 410. In third place, taking home the bronze medal, also clearing 4 meters, but on countback, having to settle for the third place, was Finlay Neal of St. Bede's College. And then in fourth place, Cole Gibbons. Fifth, Luke Moffat. And sixth place, Riley Diver. So those vaulters having to contend with a bit of moisture from the skies and a bit of moisture on the runway. And of course, grip challenges on the pole. So the pole vault in Māori is tūtoku. Tūtoku.
And now we have the 200 metre senior girls heat 1. So the girls just lining up there. And we've got Tika Randall from Morrinsville College, Monique Gorey from Palmerston North Girls High School, Erica Lucas from Waimati High School, Phoebe T from St. Peter's, Jade Rolfe from St. Peter's College. Sorry, the others were St. Peter's School. 2 different schools there. Lane 6, Madison Rattray from Hamilton Girls High School, and Lane 7 is Tiani Kensington from Sacred Girls College.
Oh yeah, so for those viewers at home wondering how to see the results, if you head to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association website, which is just nzssaa.org.nz, you'll be able to see a bunch of links. So just scroll down on that page and you'll be able to see live results information. You'll be able to see the links to all the live streams, which you'll be watching now, of course. And yeah, be able to tune in and get updated results as they happen. That's exactly what we see on screen as well. You'll be able to see and tune into. So brilliant to be able to see immediately what times your rangatahi, your friends are running, or what distances, heights, marks they're achieving here today in Inglewood. So jump on those links and you'll be able to see it live. So we've got the senior girls 200 metres. Now I'll just bring up the heat sheets. So we have 4 heats. So we'd be going to semi-finals with this, won't we?
Yeah, we'll be going to 2 semi-finals of 8. So what's that, the first 2 in each heat? First 3 in each heat.
First 3.
Yeah, and the next best times.
So here we go. We have Tika Randall in lane 1, Monique Gorey in lane 2, Erica Lucas in lane 3, Phoebe Tay in lane 4, Jade Rolfe in lane 5, lane 6 is Madison Rattray, and lane 7, Tiana Kensington of Sacred Heart Girls College. But running really well there in lane 1 is Tika Randall of Morrinsville. And just inside of her, Monique Gorey, and good strong finish there on the outside from Sacred Heart from Tiana Kensington.
Very strong running there. So a little bit of a tailwind, a little bit of a headwind as they had coming around that bend there. You can just see the flag starting to move a wee bit more now. But I think it's not so much about times, it's about placings more at championships events. So I think most of the girls will just be trying to get through to the next round at the moment.
So Tika Randall takes that out in 25.90, and then Monique Gorey from Palmerston North Girls in 26.82, and Tiana Kensington from Sacred Heart Girls College, one of the local girls, in 27.16. So in the Ruoro Meter sprint, we are through heat number 1, and so we've got 4 heats. First 2 will go through.
Our first 3 and the next 4 best times for the 16 girls in the semi-final there. So I'm sure those girls will be pleased to... Oh, here we go, the medal presentation, sorry. for the javelin there.
So that was that brilliant come from behind finish from Maya Phillips with that 39.24 to win by only 30 centimetres ahead of Ruby Donnelly of Motueka High School, and then Liala Willman of King's College finishing in 3rd place, taking home the bronze. So they are, I believe, the first senior medals we've handed out so far today. So
yeah, very
great scenes here in Inglewood, and we are underway in our 200 metre. This is heat number 2. We have Mahalia Costa-Rangi from New Plymouth Girls, Sarah Fenwick from Napier Girls, Kael Collette from St. Peter's College, Anya Sinclair from Dargaville, and Adira Collette from St. Peter's, and Sarah Hewlett from Te Awamutu. So the 2 Collette sisters in this, although I can only see one of them, and I believe that was Adira taking out that heat. So it looks like Kael is not there today. That last summer they were a constant sight on the New Zealand track and field scene, finishing really close to each other. It's one of the fun battles watching twins as they exchange leads. One sister wins one week and then the other wins the next week.
You can imagine the conversations in that household, can't you? And I wonder if they bring it home or they try and keep it on the track. But
I love it, yeah. So it was Kael who took out the under 18 title back in March ahead of her sister Adira. But yeah, there must be some of those awkward drive homes. Like, you owe me. You're buying me lunch.
That's right. But like the Williams sisters and the tennis, isn't it?
Yeah,
I can
totally.
imagine that but I guess it's really good they can push each other in training, and you know
So
they
good.
you know it's probably a bit of a rivalry, but also very special to have your sister pushing you along, I can imagine.
New Zealand's had some great twins in athletics, particularly in running. Obviously the Robertson twins, Zane and Jake, who are based in Africa these days. Well, they've been there for what, 10 years, maybe more.
Yeah.
And then the Van Dalen sisters, who grew up just down the road in Wanganui, Lucy and Holly. So they were probably about 10 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, Lucy was running at the Olympics in London.
And the Rio Olympics as well in 2016.
Yeah.
So no, she's got 2 children and now maybe 3 children now.
Yeah.
They've just had a 3rd, I'm not sure, but she's definitely a mother now, and I think she still might be doing a wee bit of running, but not competing at this stage. Maybe we'll see her come back though.
Yeah. Awesome. So here's heat number 3. And lining up in this one, we've got Kimberly Walsh from St. Peter's, Georgia Williams from St. Andrews, Eddie Franks from Whanganui, Emily Jackson from Rangiruru, Neve Gidje from Paraparaumu, Lillian Bing from Barradine, and Maya Columbus from St. Andrews in this Ruaro meter, and running very strongly on the inside. Look at that powerful stride from Kimberly Walsh, and making a good, strong run for the line as well as Neve Gidje and Emily Jackson. So looks like Kimberly Walsh got out of the blocks very hard, ran a good strong bend, made sure she got into her running this weekend nice and strong. And great to see Lily Bing, who's national champ in the pole vault, jumping into the sprints as well. So Kimberly Walsh takes that in 26.15. Neve Gidje in 2nd place, 26.65, and Emily Jackson from Rangiruru will round out our top 3 in 26.86. So very close between those top 3 women.
And we've got to remember those times are into quite a strong headwind now, it looks like, around that bend, because we've got the good shelter here compared to Napunawai anyway in Christchurch, but unfortunately it's
everywhere's got good shelter compared to Napunawai.
But unfortunately the wind is coming off the other side where there's not as many trees, so it does look like it is a bit of a headwind coming through there. So
junior girls discus on screen, and we're down to round 5 in that competition. As you can see, the towels are getting a bit of a workout today. Probably need to bring multiple towels with you. But this is, my computer is telling me it's Paige Fletcher from St. Kentigern's. Does that look like a St. Kentigern's singlet? We'll get confirmation on that shortly. Apologies if we do misname anyone as we go. We're just working on getting bib numbers through to the studio. So that was Salini Losse from Hamilton Girls. And here's an update on standings at the moment. So Kate Haley leading things with that 43.60 that she threw in the second round. Carmen Moritz is sitting in second with a 42.55, and then Salini Losse from Hamilton Girls with that 41.24 that she opened up with. We back to the track. And we've got Kiane Pohi-Bright, Charlotte Lambie, Paige Kromati, Morgan Wilson, Lily Rushworth, Michaela Fiti, and Gemma Farrington. And Kiane Pohi-Bright on the inside, and on the outside is that Michaela Fiti in lane 6 will take it out. Michaela Fiti from Nayland College with a good, strong finish into that headwind that Angie Petty was talking about. She will take it out in a good strong time, 25.65. Kiane Pohi-Bright in second, 25.92. And we're back to the second place in our discus. This is the junior girls discus. Sorry, that was on screen. Our leader, Kate Haley from Takapuna Grammar.
Yeah, so she did that 43-metre throw in her second throw there, and then had a foul but came through strong again on number 4, throwing over 40 metres again. So I presume that 40 metres must be a really good barrier like they have in the 800, you know, for the young girls to get under 220 or 210. It's always nice to get over those marks. So that was a 42-metre throw there by Kate. I think she must be pretty happy to be in the lead there after those 5 throws. This is Savannah Tonga from Botany Downs Secondary School.
Yeah, it's her final throw from Savannah. Has that 33.43, which she's thrown twice. It's always good to see when a thrower is able to match exactly down to the centimetre their best throw.
Yeah, it looks like the rain's holding off again now, so the girls will be keeping dry out there. It must be quite hard for the field events. Us track runners are probably not very used to having to be out there for nearly as long. We can keep dry and, you know, hide away before our races, and, you know, I guess you're keeping warm when you're running around, but it must be quite hard when you're just sitting there waiting for your event.
Carly Sherp here with her final throw from Southland Girls. Done the big trip up from Invercargill. Down in Waihopai, the bottom of the South Island. And as someone who lives here in Taranaki, it's not the easiest place to get to here in New Plymouth. There's usually multiple flights you've got to make to find your way to this part of the country, but it's always worth the journey once you get here. As we see Paige Fletcher, or if we've gone back to Anna Allison Lupena. We've had a slight change up in the order. And next up on the track will be the senior boys 200 metres, where we have 5 heats. So we had cheated Jane Skelton Whagaeva with a 37.39 earlier, and there is Carly Sherp from Southland Girls. She's currently sitting in 6th place with a 35.76.
So have you talked about yet today how the secondary school nationals were here 20 years ago?
No, not yet. Yeah, so it's the 20th anniversary since we were here in New Plymouth.
Yeah,
very cool.
What was the track set up like then, do we know?
Oh, I don't know actually. I assume it was the same sort of setup. I can't remember when this track was laid, but
yeah, I think the surface currently has been relayed, hasn't it? Maybe a few years ago, but yeah.
Yeah.
But, I haven't never actually raced on this one myself, so I'm not too sure with the history of this one, but it certainly looks like a fast track after walking around on it yesterday and seeing the times already today.
So this is the first heat of the Senior Boys 200. We've got Liam Kilby from Napier Boys as they restart things. Just get everyone in order. You can see lane 6 there is empty. That's Lennox Broderick from Rathkeel, who would be there. But Liam Kilby in lane 1, Theo Almazan from Wanganui High School, Ollie McFarlane from Aquinas College, Hunter Brown from Maclean's College, Ronan West, Marlborough Boys College, Lennox Broderick from Rathkeel College, Caden Taylor in this Rua meter sprint race. And this time we're away cleanly. These boys out of the blocks. I've been waiting for this moment all year long, and finally they're up and running in round 1 of the 200 metres Senior Boys. And good start from these 3 athletes. The 2 on the inside are Liam Kilby and Theo Almazan. But on the outside, Caden Taylor running all by himself out there in lane 7. He looks like he will cross the finish line in first place. Avondale College represent. The 16-year-old out of Avondale will take that heat win and progress through to the next round. So 5 heats, which means we will be doing, remind me again, first 3. First 3.
And then the next fastest times to go into
the next fastest times. Okay. Right, back to the javelin. Here we go, spinning. Oh, just over balancing there. And that was the final throw from Carmen Moritz. So Carmen Moritz will finish in 2nd place with the 42.55. Malelos Salini Losse stormed up into 3rd place with a final throw of 41.86. A good clutch throwing there. She consistently was out beyond 40 metres but saved her best for last. And now Kate Haley, our competition leader, she's got the gold medal. This is the victory throw for her as she spins the discus out into the Inglewood sky. And she's got a 43.60 to her name today.
Yeah, you can see the wind slowly picking up. I think the weather is meant to be better each day though, so hopefully, you know, this afternoon might be a bit wet and a bit windy, but Saturday is not looking too bad. Maybe still a wee bit of rain, but then Sunday's looking the best. So hopefully for a lot of those finals we'll have some good conditions to see some records broken.
Yeah, and I think the other key for a lot of particularly our field athletes, it's not particularly cold. You'll see a lot of raincoats out, but not too much need for the big thick blanket to wrap up between rounds. So
no, not like the secondary school cross-country nationals in Hawera last year.
Yeah,
not too far from here, an hour away, isn't it? And oh gosh, it was a very wet weekend.
That was awesome. All right, here we are, the next heat. So we've got Forbes Kennedy from Palmerston North Boys, Ollie Monks from St Bede's, Ben Ward from Selwyn College, Ben Lambert from Paraparaumu, Marka Normanton from Francis Douglas, Asher Pettingrill Brand from Christchurch Boys, Cullen Milne from Odin from Maclean's, and Odin Herrick from Whakatane. So
Asher at the front there though. That was a very strong run by Asher in lane 6. He looked very strong right through the race and looked like he still even eased up a bit before the line, comfortably getting through.
Yeah, impressive running there from Asher. So 22.48, that's a good time. Winds are only 0.6 metres per second, but It sets the standard.
That's right, and we've got
Marka
Normanton from Francis Douglas in 22.91, then Ben Lampert from Paraparaumu College in 23.03 to qualify them through till tomorrow.
So that wasn't too far outside Ash's best, which is 21.95, which he set way back in January. So he's in good form. He'll definitely be one of the key ones to watch in the sprints this weekend.
That's right. I think he was over at Oceanias, wasn't he, representing New Zealand in the middle of the year. So he's had a good, strong year and obviously back in good form now. So it'll be interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing that final. You can see some tape on some of these athletes. You hope that they're not too sore there. Obviously, the physio or the coaches just making sure that the body stays strong and
strap them up, get them to Christmas. So on screen at the moment is the 200 metres. We have the senior boys remaining prelims to go, and then next up will be the para, junior and senior 200 metre events. And then we'll be kicking in from 220 this afternoon into the 3,000 metres, and they are straight finals. So 220 is the junior boys, 235 the junior girls, and then we move back to some sprints with some 400s and 200s, the junior 200s prelims. And then we finish out the day with a really exciting run of events with the 3,000 metre senior races and the 4x100 prelims to close off the night.
I'm very excited for those 3,000 metre races. I'm excited for all the races, but I think, you know, that 3K, after seeing Christian Deval run such a good time the other week in 8:10, didn't he? So I think looking very likely to get that record if he's feeling good, and we'll see. But you know, it might not be easy though. There's some other fast boys in the field as well. Including who beat him, Cameron Warder, 2 years ago, the junior boys 3K. So it's going to be very exciting.
All right, we're underway with heat number 3 of the 200. Kieran Sinclair Max, Joshua Price, Joshua Lotsu, Rylan Noom, Reed Macquarie, Gurpreet Singh, Damien Hodgson and Charlie Matthews as we come into the finish. This is Rylan Noom, just striding his way to the finish line, looking nice and comfy. Also on the inside of him, Joshua Lotsu from Crimson Global Academy in lane 3, wearing number 170. They shake hands, job done.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next round.
Awesome running there by them all. No, and also speaking of that 3K this afternoon, I think the girls 3K as well is going to be very exciting. We've got Bella Earl, who's coming in with a 950 PB, Catherine Lund, Zara Geddes, Imogen Barlow. So yeah, a lot of these girls, Zara Geddes and Catherine Lund are an awesome combo to watch because they're both from Dunedin and got first and second at the New Zealand Secondary School cross country, you know, just this winter, and both of them are coming in pretty similar form as well. So they've got different coaches and are at different schools, but both from Dunedin. So you wonder how they feel about racing against each other, but it's great, isn't it? You know, that's what you want, to be pushing each other. And I know for me, when you had those competitors to really help you to be your best, it's only going to help you be a better athlete in the long run, and to help you internationally as well as you kind of progress through into the senior years.
Absolutely. And you know, when you're on the west coast of Te Ika a Maui, when you see the colour of the sand like this, black sand in the sand pit, and we have the long jump, the senior girls long jump, or junior girls long jump, sorry. And we are well into the competition now, so this is the 6th round, and so we're basically polished up the standing. So I can tell you our top 3 were Jackie Nasrabadi from Diocesan School for Girls, I'm guessing that's Auckland Dio, and then Ella Waldron from Geraldine High School. She had a 5:14, so Jackie Nasrabadi had a 5:07 best, and then Jodie McCarthy Dempsey with the win from Darfield.
That was awesome to see Holly Robinson out there at the long jump. Obviously, an amazing Paralympian there helping out. and showing the next generation what it's all about.
All right, Alvin Zhu from Liston, Joe Dolphin from Long Bay, Vincent Walters from Whanganui, Sebastian Ferro from John McGlashan, Lucas Rule from Whangarei, Arian Wallange from Avondale, and on the inside, Joe Dolphin, who I wonder is related to another dolphin potentially.
That's what I was just wondering. Is he James Dolphin's son by any chance? Well, you should know that one probably.
Yeah, someone reach out to us in the comments or flick us a text. Yeah. Surely, he looked nice and comfy finishing in 22.92. Joe Dolphin from Long Bay College, Sebastian Ferro from John McGlashan College coming in second place, 23.19. Then Ariane Wallange from Avondale College. Now, I've got to say, if we do pronounce any of these, any names wrong, I would love more than anything to be corrected. So please jump in those comments and just flick us a message if we get any pronunciation incorrect, because often this is the first time we see athletes, and we definitely don't want to be pronouncing anyone's names wrong right at the start of their athletic career.
No, that's right.
So yeah, do jump on those comment sections and correct us. So we are through 4 heats. We've got one more heat of the prelims of the senior boys 200. And in this final heat, we will have Jonathan Thompson from Auckland Grammar, Ethan Lagatul from Orewa, Cole Gibbons from Otago Boys High School, Dustin Marshall from Burnside, Finlay Neal from St. Bede's, Zacharias Ziogas from St. Patrick's College Silverstream, and Cade Mockett from Francis Douglas Memorial College, another of our local boys. So I'd like to say a big thank you for Angie for joining us in the studio. It's been great having your expert comments, especially during the 800, and all the best for your coaching duties, but we will definitely have you back later in the weekend.
Thank you very much, and all the best to athletes, and remember, just give it your best, and you know, you've done all the hard work, so now it's just time to get out there and to, you know, leave it all on the track.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Angie. And I'd like to introduce back into the studio Paul Meads, who is, correct me if I'm wrong, on the board of New Zealand Secondaries?
Yeah, yes, New Zealand Secondary Schools have an exec committee, which I'm involved with, and been involved with Select. So here we go, we're back to these 200.
Yeah, back to the 200, the last 50 metres, and these two just looking at each other as they come down the finish. It is Cole Gibbons from Otago Boys. He'll take it just ahead of Ethan Lagatul from Orewa College. And both those athletes have done their job, stamped their ticket through to the semi-finals. So that was the last of our heats. We'll round up who's through and where the cutoff is, but some speedy times in the 200 so far.
Yes, it's interesting to watch. Just watching those pins out there, we call them, with the advertising and things, and they're swinging around. The wind has picked up slightly, as Angie mentioned earlier, and that does affect the sprinters more so than others, particularly on that corner of the 200. So going back to what they were saying about this track 20 years ago, I happened to be here managing some athletes, and this track was here. It was opened in the year 2000. The idea was mooted way back in 1985, and it was discussed by the Taranaki District Council, I guess, then, and yeah, so they got underway and they built it. It was open in year 2000, and it was the first Mondo Olympic track in New Zealand, so
wow,
it was a bit of a special deal, and Taranaki thought, yeah, this is great. And what happened was that they ended up hosting the next major athletic events in New Zealand. It was the North Islands, it was New Zealand, it was the Vets, it was everything for the first few years, and so the people here that were organising then did a great job. They've had a lot more infrastructure around then, now, and yeah, so full credit to them, and well done to all the volunteers. Some of them are still here, some of them are still organising. And I see we've just transferred over to a medal ceremony there. And you may be able to pick those up. There is a field announcer as well. And Takapuna grabber, Kate, gets a gold medal. Which in the discus.
Yeah, brilliant work from those girls. Taking home the bling That will look good on the mantelpiece over the Christmas holidays. Now, just to round up those senior boys 200 metres, we have 24 athletes who will progress through to the semi-finals. The last of our little Q qualifiers was Ollie Monks from St. Bede's in 24.58. So, and then just in front of him, Vincent Walters with a 24.57. So we've gone from 34 athletes in the 200 down to 24. And lots more action to come. I think the 200 is going to be a really exciting one to watch. Our two top qualifiers, incidentally, Asher Pettingill Brand from Boys High in Christchurch and Ryland Noom from Napier Boys. They'll be the leading two contenders, but we've got 4 of those boys ticking under 23 seconds, and that's just in the heat, so more exciting stuff to come from them. Now, you can see on screen the para-athletes getting warmed up.
Yeah, just going to those 200-metre heats, Hayden, for those of you, particularly the whānau and e Hōmā, the friends of the athletes that are at home or watching this, when back in the days they used to have semi-finals and it meant like 2 races. The 200 metres go to semi-finals. There are 3 of them. The qualifying allows 24 athletes to go through to the next round. From those 3 semi-finals will come the finalists, and of course these are all in a program on the New Zealand Secondary Schools website, all the live results that we've you got access to 2 different places for those, and as they progress through I think it's the first 2 in each semi, then that gives you the 6, and the next fastest 2 times will go to the final. Yeah, so interesting time, and as Hayden mentioned earlier this morning, this afternoon, sorry, that you know this is the first time that some of these, particularly the juniors, have had a chance to compete at a level outside of their region or zone. So a little bit of trial and tribulation for them, and some will know one another through clubs, and others won't. Particularly in the junior boys, where you know they come in as a year 9 or maybe taking up athletics, and there'll be some year 9 competitors competing here today, and that are going up against kids of a higher year group level. And in the senior boys, you could be a year 11 against basically guys finishing year 13. So yeah, there's going to be some great finals, and also there's just a lot of competition that we don't know about, but from the competitors' point of view, because we haven't seen them, you know, in action really.
Absolutely.
Top club ones. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you get a lot of surprises, and we, as a commentary team, we're passing around the results from 20 years ago and 21 years ago, and it's really interesting to see the names. And in particular, what I took out from it was that, you know, you had the likes of a Valerie Adams winning everything, you know, dominating all the throws, except for the javelin, so hammer, discus and shot, and dominating by a lot. But then you get other athletes who, you know, Hamish Carson finished 22nd in the junior 1500 metres, and he's gone on to represent New Zealand in the 1500 metres at the Olympics, and was in the 5000 metres last year in the World Champs. So it really goes to show that when you're watching the coverage from home, don't just pay attention to those who walk home with the medals. Pay attention to those other names that are busting their gut to get to the finish line in 10th, 11th place. And, you know, you might be looking at one of the stars of the future in athletics, but also stars of the future in multiple sports, because the beauty of athletics is that it attracts hockey players, rugby players, footballers, all sorts who want to improve their athleticism, improve their speed, and what better place to do it than run, jump, throw.
Yes, indeed, and that's a good point made. There used to be a program run through secondary schools, and it was called that, the run, jump, throw program, and it was a great thing for kids to go along and have a go at some things, particularly the ones that came out of primary schools to straight into high school, not an intermediate, because most of the kids at that age do not get exposed to some of the events that we do. They do now through different modification ones, but the triple jump, for example, sometimes the first time the kids ever see or get to practice the triple jump outside of clubs, which is the majority of your year 9 intake. You can teach them, and the kids that latch onto it, and I'll talk about it later on in the meeting about a young guy that's hopefully competing this weekend, because they just came out and gave him a quick introduction, and man, he nailed it. He went through and he's a nationally ranked athlete. From a very quick 1, 2, 3, this is what you do. Now, you're right, and the other thing is that there's a tremendous amount, as we know with teenagers, of growth. So that hormonal thing and their changes, and there's a huge physical and muscular power leap from the 13, 14-year-old, 15 to the 17-year-old. So some of these youngsters coming through may not, as Hayden just mentioned, not necessarily get on the podium, but coaches and managers, etc., they can see that potential. And he mentioned just a minute ago Valerie Adams, because that story is just really, really interesting, because one of her first major meetings, she was selected because she went to, they used to be called Ngā Tapawai, then it became Southern Cross Senior Campus, and she was on a trip with us in vans going from, we met at Massey Park in Papakura, driving down to Wanganui to go to, to go to the North Island track and field meetings, and we got there and they had not long had the nationals there, and the officials at the shot put circle, junior girls first thing in the morning, weren't going to allow her to compete because she was in bare feet. And there were people sitting on 5 plastic chairs just off where the javelin run-up is, because it was a bit nippy in the morning, and they were sitting out there in the sun, and I suggested strongly that they might like to move, and they went, oh no, junior girls shot put, they won't come over here. And I had to go down and plead with the officials, and they said no,
famous last words, can't
compete. So I waved out to a guy in the stand. Now the only other person that had shoes to meet the size of Valerie was a young fella from Wesley College, so we got him, and then she went out with shoes with the laces undone to get a feet of them. And of course she biffed the shot put out there, and the people on the chairs looked like little skittles, frightened skittles. They just got out of there because it went flying out past 10 metres. So not only did you break a record there, and her good travelling teammate, Naomi Tuala from James Cook High School, was second, and I think she was second to Valerie in shot and discus in each competition, and Naomi then went and won the javelin, which Valerie didn't do. So, but doing standing throws from that point on. So yes, and 20 years ago she was here, and again she was at Southern Cross Senior Campus. That's right. I'm just being harangued in the background by our patron. I'll call him Sir Barry McGee. Yeah, he's a legend.
Absolute
one of our
legend
last of the living
the
legends.
sport.
He's just lost a good friend of his. We all have lost an icon in New Zealand track and field, and Barry's come down today. And full credit to him, instead of going to a private invitation-only funeral service for Murray Hellberg. So he said that Murray would have wanted him to come here to this. So I'm really pleased that he's coming. He just because I was talking, decided to tap me on the shoulder and give me some cheek. So if you heard that muffled thing in the background, it was a great athlete, New Zealand athlete, a great ambassador for New Zealand, a bronze medalist in Rome. One of our living legends, and like you say, so sad to hear that news of Sir Murray Hellberg passing away, and you know what an impact all those men of the late 50s, early 60s have had on our sport, putting the black singlet on the map. And yes,
great to have Barry McGee rubbing shoulders with the next generation, and how many.
Absolutely.
How many kids has that group inspired to take up the sport?
The legacy of the Arthur Lydiard coaching program, and he's still coaching, and he's been involved with just about every secondary school meeting, whether it was regional, provincial, or that we've had over the years. Only with COVID and not having meetings have we not seen him. He just comes along and quietly just does his job, and when we asked him to be patron, he sort of was humming and hawing, because not that it's an onerous task as such, but the previous ones were saying, oh, you know, do we have to have a medal to be that patron? And we go, no, but we're trying to acknowledge that not only did he compete and become an Olympian and an Olympic medalist, which is just such a hard thing to do now, not that it was any easier in those days, but that he's always had his heart in athletics, and he trips around, he's mentored kids, he coaches kids from overseas, and you know, he's probably one of the last of a long line of the greats. And as you said, we basically, hopefully he'll come in, we'll interview him later on this afternoon, just before those 3,000 metres, because that was one of his, well, it used to be 3 mile in those days, track, and yeah, great to see him.
Yeah, so Barry McGee, bronze medalist from 1960, and and that's famous for talking about bare feet, Abiba Bikila.
Yes.
Winning it, and that was sort of the arrival of Africa on the global running stage.
One of my inspirations in athletics was to look at that guy, and then he won in Rome, and a lot of that race was on the cobbled streets. He went back home and then was involved in a motor vehicle accident.
Wow.
He had to come back from an injury, and he ran in another Olympics. In fact, with the political regime in this country, he disappeared off the international scene, which was, these days African athletes are based all around Europe and the world because they can train to get sponsored and things. Not in those days. It was
the amateur era, so a totally different world. Yes. And I mean, the impact of that era in terms of New Zealand athletics was...
That was a great day.
Yeah, we had a bunch of these young men who based themselves in Auckland and run up into the Waitakaris. And here we have the Para 200, so we should bring you up to speed with what's happening here. So it looks like Jackson Woolley is just steaming away with this from Papamoa College. And I believe this will be done on a percentage basis. Is that how we calculate the para performers? We've also got Lucas Pedersen in the T54-55, and just finishing there on screen is Sam Churchill. And there is Lucas Pedersen getting his chair up to speed. And so those three para athletes in three different divisions, Jackson Woolley in T38, finishing in a blazing fast time, 26.62. Sam Churchill in T20 from Papanui High School in 36.79, and then Lucas Pedersen from Cambridge High School in 40.98. So so I was just saying, like, that bunch of young men from Auckland, the reason that period was so amazing was these unheard of kids essentially turning up on the world scene and taking home the 800 gold out of nowhere. The 5,000 gold with Hellberg was in contention, but certainly Snell with the 800 gold was out of nowhere, and then Barry McGee's bronze, you'd say that was out of nowhere as well.
Competing, that was meant to be the big day. We're all on the track we got 3 medals in a very short time frame. It was a great time.
Yeah.
I'll just go to the current stuff here with these athletes out on the track. Now, they've been included in our national track and field more and more, and we really have to thank the people in behind that do the assessments. All these athletes have to be assessed. They're given a rating ranked on world standards. Raylene does a huge amount of work. John Tilden from our exec has done a lot of work with her to get these people. And while the numbers are low at this meeting, that's because there's a clash with the track and field meeting that is currently being held in Kirikiriroa in Hamilton over the weekend, like the Special Olympics, and some of the special, and then there's para, and some of them are, a lot of the personnel, should I say, are up there as well. So for these people, we love seeing them included in our championships. They had a big buzz about it, and on the rankings or the ratings of their T classification, the world standards are set, and so they get points awarded according to that rating, and then it's a percentage of that. So each performance can be rated totally differently, and so you might see someone crossing the line, and but they may not necessarily be the winner of the event.
Yeah, so we're on to heat number 2 here. So we've got Mason Pai, T44 athlete from Whanganui in lane 2. Zachary Orbill from Manurewa, Tamahai Wairepa from Leighton High School, Ruben Angusaka Bland from Papanui, and Oliver King in lane 6, also from Papanui High School. So it looks like it is Tamahai Wairepa finishing off nice and strong, and then just behind him Zachary Orbill, I believe, who's just pulling up, grabbing his quad there, so hopefully he's okay. And we've got athletes collapsing to the ground, so good strong finish. And like you say, it doesn't matter exactly what place you're in.
No, that's correct.
It all depends on what that percentage and that score that you get. So the calculators will be out and we'll be working it out, and that's why you saw that just absolutely emptying the tank in that last few meters of the 200 and bodies going to the floor, because you want to get the absolute most out of yourself as you can. And so there's the results on screen.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned there. And fourth across the line there, Zach Urbell. I was talking to the Manarewa team manager, and they left Manarewa this morning at 6 o'clock, so they could get here today. And I was talking to this young Zach earlier, and he was busy showing me a thing on his arm because he'd tweaked his elbow at training something just last week. So he's got out of a van and had a long 6.5 hour travel down here, and now he's got out there and run. So good on him, and hopefully he's going to be later on in the meet. We'll see him at other events.
Yeah.
So big effort for these guys. You know, it's not easy, and the people that are doing the calculations, by the way, are not us. That's going to be left, and they're done sometime during the day and overnight. That's because it is a bit of a little bit of a minefield that you've got to look up their classification, their result, and then do the percentage of whatever the world standard is. And you know, that's how they define them. So those results will come up. It may come up on your meet manager ones if those people are going online, but I'm not sure when they will be screened for us. So we can't really give you any updates on that. And you'll notice that while that screen is that you're seeing, that we're seeing here, there's another heat set to go, and also the people are warming up for a Javelin event. We'll probably get a Javelin expert, Tori, back to just talk us through that, because she's been there, done that, New Zealand champion. Well, here we go. Here are the girls. The junior girls.
Yeah, it looks like we might be combining heats potentially. I believe we've got Shannon Murphy, Sasha El Dazani from New Plymouth Girls, Gabrielle Wright from Pakaranga, Sarah James from Avonside Girls High School, and also Kate Danaher from Marist. You can see there New Plymouth Girls High School.
That was very close for those two. And here we go. And another two coming through. You know, I always thought it would have been easier and quicker on wheels, but
yeah,
over the distance, we used to run around the bays in Auckland, and these guys would take off and disappear. And I think momentum later on, but coming around the corner, they've actually got a power and steer, so that's a bit of a skill in itself.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's often when you're viewing it, you think, oh, the wheelchair will find its way around the corner, won't it? But no, you need to actively correct it, and it's not done with your feet or with any other body part. You need to use your hands to flick a little changer, and that will be set based on not only the lane you're in, but the type of track. So different tracks have different degrees of turning, and so if it's a wider track, you obviously need a less tight turn. So it can be very technical, and often you'll see athletes just taking their time to work out the intricacies of how to navigate those bends, and as they get more and more into elite wheelchair racing, it becomes like a cycle race where they're drafting in position and then swinging out around to pass an athlete, or chopping in front of the athlete in front of them to take the lead into the bend, and all those sorts of tactics that you'd see in a bike race. And it gets very exciting. I think one of the most exciting sporting events I've ever seen was the 5,000 metres at the London Paralympics, which was just the British wheelchair athlete, his name escapes me at the moment, he won multiple golds that event, and the crowd sounded like a football match. It was absolutely amazing, amazing atmosphere. So it's
what surprised me in that too, when they had a pile up, everybody goes, oh, like they're worried about the athlete, which everybody is. And next thing, within seconds, they chuck the chair up and they get themselves back in, and off they go. It's like an athlete who's tripped over on the track in a race, getting up and carrying on rather than pulling out. But the whole sound of the crowd sort of draws a breath, because they do spill out.
Yeah,
and,
they wear helmets for a reason.
Yeah, but if they have assistance to get back into the chair, they can be disqualified.
Wow.
So apparently, they get quite used to doing that. And you're right, on the corners you'll see them, they'll be motoring along with their arms going flat out to drive, and then they've got to reach down and you'll see them, that looks like they are cruising, but they've got their hands right out the front above that small wheel to adjust that cornering. And you're right, so the corners do make a huge difference. And yeah, so they are quite skillful. They, able-bodied athletes run around the corner and they're just worrying about their footing and driving through, whereas they've actually got to steer the chair, and that's not an easy task to do.
All right, so on screen we have the javelin going on. So that is the senior boys final in the javelin. They're throwing the 700 kg towel. 700 kg, 700 gram, I should say.
Well,
that
if you
would
could
be
throw a 700 kg javelin, good luck to you. I wish all the best.
Don't know if I could pick that off the ground.
I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, 700 grams.
Yeah, it's just 700 grams. I would like to see that event, though, the 700 kg javelin.
So, yes, it looks like the wind is going to be in the faces of the javelin throwers, which most of them don't tend to mind because it gives them a little lift. But
yeah,
it also brings it down a bit quicker, but I'm sure Tori would have more knowledge on that.
Yeah, it
but
seems to be that the women mostly prefer a slight headwind and the men prefer a slight tailwind. So whether that's the different weight of the implements affecting that, or whether it's the different approaches to release the javelin, I'm not sure. But
and again, in history, it showed that it was like a national sport in Finland. They dominated the world javelin throwing men's for years and years and years, and it got to the stage when they were doing the run-up, coming out onto that little landing. Not only were they going back so far on the track, they had to have the signage at the back moved.
Yeah.
The javelin was going just about out to the stadium at the other end. So what they did was increase the weight, and what they did was actually bring the weight in the javelin forward, so it would drop down. But we've still
the distance runners would have appreciated that, I think, when you're getting out beyond 100 metres, you're sort of working out the geometry of the athletics field.
Well, that's true, and there also was the field events at the other end. The officials had their backs to the javelins. It was like, hello. So they changed the whole dynamics of it, and then they changed the weights and went through the age groups with them. So yes, they do change and they go through. We'll see how they go today. It's always tricky with that. They say with the wind, and when you might be throwing when there's a bigger gust than a smaller gust, but that's part of competing. And what I'll do, I'll hand back to Tori now, so she'll give her the heads up on what's coming in with the javelin, and I will be back for those much anticipated 3,000 metres, because I know the race in Auckland 2 weeks ago was outstanding, and 3 of those boys in the top 5 came with us to Australia, the national cross-country team, and ran really well over there. And one of the girls that Ange mentioned earlier, the 2 girls from Otago, Zara, Catherine, were both on the team. And when Catherine came back, she ran at an Otago meeting and set a record for her age group in the distance. So we've got some, talented runners coming through. Some of them you may not have heard of in your club centres, but the ones that came over to Australia, of course, they're running cross-country. The girls are doing 4K, the boys are doing 6. Some of them, like Carson Vesti, I'm not sure if he's here running that event, he's probably going to take the 1500. He came back from Colombia, from the World Junior Championships, and he had run 1,500 metres. He didn't get through the qualifying stages. He was back home for a couple of days, jumped on a plane and came over with us to Australia and Adelaide out at Oakwood Racecourse. He had to race 8K. Yeah. So he'd gone from track speed work for 1,500 metres to come and run an 8K race. He did all right. He did really, really well. And then 2 days later on the Monday, they have relays, which are a 3K, a 1.5K loop for the boys. And he ran in the under-20s, of course. And he ran really, really well, of course. And we won the under-18s and the under-20 teams race. And we won the under-20 girls race with only one senior. We pushed all the under-18s up in there, and the under-18s got a silver. So we had 4 relay teams, and we got 3 golds and 1 silver. And most of those runners in that team are going to feature this afternoon in those 3,000 metres.
Brilliant.
So I can give you a heads up on those, which ones are coming through and which ones have been hiding.
Great.
Not in recognition of things, but that's coming. I'll hand back to Tori. She's been
out there socialising, and now she can give you the heads up on the javelin. So
awesome.
Thanks, Hayden. We'll
Thank
catch up with
you.
a little later on.
Thank you, Paul Meads, and yeah, welcome into the studio again, Tori Peters. Back from coaching duties, checking on all your athletes. How's the vibe in the St. Peter's team? Everyone,
well, it's good now that now that the rain stopped. You know, everyone's a little bit more cheerful and chirpy. But no, they're all getting plenty of fuel on board at the moment for them leading into the afternoon session. So it's good to see. We've had a few out there on the track earlier on today and a few this afternoon. So a reasonably busy day for us actually on the first day, which has been good to see.
Choice.
Yeah.
So if you've just tuned into the coverage, welcome along to Whakata Māori. It's good to have your company. Ko Hayden Sherman-aho, and with me here is Tori Peters, national record holder in the javelin, and that's because we've got the senior boys javelin will be coming on screen at the moment. We can see the junior boys warming up in their the shot put, and I love this little piece of engineering, the old roof guttering to return the shot puts back to the start. It's like when you do temp bowling and you get the ball back through the little thing. Do they have an equivalent, like a little remote controlled car for a javelin?
They actually do. They actually
dangerous.
do. I know, but you know what? It's like like they say, it works smarter, not harder, right? So we had World Champs this year. You know, they have a little remote controlled van that goes out there. I think you can fit about 4 javelins on it. So. That's
awesome.
Yeah, it's quite cool to watch, and there's always someone that's designated remote control driver. You know, like I thought that sounds like a pretty good job.
How do you get that job? That sounds amazing. So shortly we'll be getting going for this javelin, and we've also got the final of the junior boys 3,000 metres straight final. We've got 31 competitors lining up in that one, and then at 2:35 we've got 27 young women lining up in the junior girls 3,000 metres. But we're away in the junior boys 3,000 metres. That's the Toru Manu Mita, and we've got James Webber, Red champion, Ben Oxford, Gus Tullock, Mark Ware, Jack Butel, Max Tootle, Alexander Wilkins, Alexander Matusek, Connor Kemp, Xavier Brown, Sam Ford, Nico Kelly, Kyron Mole, Lewis Blay, George Wiley, Jack Erickson, Nathan O'Neill, Josh Saloy, Logan Hopfler, Caden Theron, Caleb Wagner, Owen C, Callum Voss, Desmond Reddy, Alec Ball, Caleb Woodfield, Alfie Steedman, Theo Needham, Leo Wright and Jack Mason. It took about a lap to get through, but we are underway in this first of our 3,000 metre finals.
Yeah, this is one of the young athletes out here that I'll specifically mention. He won our cross country in Nelson earlier in the year. He comes out of Westlake Boys, and when he ran in Australia in the under-16 age group cross-country race, he won it comfortably, and he's out of the front now. A bit of a story behind that, he entered the Auckland 3,000 metre championships, and he wanted on the day, he wanted to be moved up into the next age group because he was worried about the lack of competition. And I was talking to the Westlake boys running group, and this young guy's got some of his age. He's got the fastest 3K track time of any of the Westlake boys have come through, and that's no mean feat because I've had some great runners over the years. And that's Alfie Steedman out now. You see his long leg stride, and just to explain those people at home too that the 3,000 metres they decided to run in this format. So they had, you would have seen it would have 2 different start lines, but as the track is calibrated, there's a crossover point. So now they'll be strung out, and as you can see, there's about 120 metres between the front place getter and the back. As Ke te hiki te ua. It's just started to rain again. And we'll have a look through and pick up the shirts. Now, it looks like the runner from Auckland Grammar in there. We've got, you'll notice the McLean's athlete, is that Ben Oxford. He's coming through. He's got the striped top on.
Oh, it looks like their pace has just picked up.
Yeah, so it's George Wiley in third place there, and then in second place Caleb Wagner is just sitting in there. So he got third at the New Zealand secondary school cross-country champs back in June in Nelson, and then we've got Alfie Steedman leading out that train, but he's setting an honest pace early on, and I make it they went through in about 2:56 for the first K, which is shifting. A lot of these guys will be coming into this race thinking that, oh, I could hang with a 9-something, but an 8-something, and you're blowing the field apart, and that is exactly what this young man, Alfie Steedman, that Paul Mead's done a great job of introducing, is doing at the moment. He came second behind Christian Duval in the 3,000 metre champs at the club champs, national club champs back in March. So he certainly knows how to run well under 9 minutes. And you can see these boys already puffing. The work has kicked off.
2 weeks ago, sorry to interrupt, 2 weeks ago, and he ran by himself a 3K time trial at the Millennium Stadium in similar conditions, and he ran around about 28. So 8:28. So a lot of these youngsters, as I said earlier, in this age group, there could be year 9s out there. But to run sub 3-minute Ks at this age and to maintain it is, that's a pretty excellent sort of a move. And I think he will probably lap some athletes. But the other guys are hanging on to him. They're going really, really well. So Caleb's hanging in there, and so is George. So.
Yeah, these three made up 1, 2, 3 at the New Zealand cross-country champs, so they know what each other's heels look like, that's for sure. And Alfie Steedman got the better of that bunch back at the cross-country, and so what sort of kick have these two got, and can Alfie burn any sort of kick out of the legs of these boys, as we see just things super stretched out, and the rain is really, really coming down.
Yes, this pace is going to be, he's probably running well with himself at the moment, but they just hang in there. Now, the young guy from Tauranga Boys College, he came up to me at we had North Island cross-country champs and then the New Zealand cross-country champs at both in the Taupo, and he came out and said, how do I get in this cross-country team? You don't take juniors? And he was really busting to get into the team, and he said, I'm running up an age group to prove a point. I can beat these guys. So the encouragement now is out there, the incentive, and moving forward, I'd actually like to see an under-16 team selected next year to go to Australia, but that's something for the exec to keep thrashing around the table. But as you can see from these three, we've actually got a lot of bit of depth, and when you've got three like this hanging on to the same pace, they're coming around, they're going to start picking up other runners, they're going to be lapping them. So when you go through now, the old rules were courtesy, you got out of the way of the lead runners. Now it's up to them to manoeuvre around the outside of the athlete. So that's a bit of a, we don't hope they don't trip over it. Here they go now past a couple of athletes here. So they're lapping these boys, and the pace is still pretty steady.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. So they went through that K in about 2:48. I gauged it, and at the moment it's Alfie Steedman ahead of Caleb Wagner of Auckland Grammar, and then George Wiley of Tauranga Boys College, well coached by Craig Kirkwood, I believe. So out of those Craig Kirkwood stables, better known for Sam Tanner and Hayden Wild's exploits. But here they go. They've got 2 laps to run now, 800 metres. And how have these tactics played out? Because if there's anywhere you want to be conserving your energy, it's behind that tall figure of Alfie Steedman. So is that perfect tactical running from Caleb Wagner and George Wiley? Or are they just barely hanging on? No, Time will tell. Matewa.
Matewa, indeed. Well, you're right, but I think Alfie likes leading, so he's going to do pushing all the headwind. So the other guys are doing well. There is a benefit of slipstreaming through, as people know. I'm picking that the hammer won't really go down until the last 300-400 metres. He might go a little bit earlier, but they've maintained a clipping pace, and the other group running behind them, they've also got in a group of 3, the boy from McLean's and the other King's College. So no, it's like I said, that this pace is stretching out
This is very honest for a junior boys 3,000 metre final. Great. This is incredible running, and you can see by how much the other boys are hurting behind them. They're just thinking, how on earth are these guys running so quickly at such a young age? It's incredible here as we see George Wiley making a big move, trying to stay in contact. It looks like Caleb Wagner might be struggling to hold on to the solid pace that Alfie Steadman, and maybe this is a planned move to really let go at 600 metres to go. Alfie Steadman opening up a gap now. It looks like he might have burnt off any sort of kick from these other boys. As you can see, the competitors on screen all pushing very hard. Here comes Alfie Steadman on the outside, and there's George Wiley in second place. Number 42, Caleb Wagner. He's had a good race, but you can see the pain he's in. If you're not in pain at this stage of a 3,000 metre race, you're doing it all wrong. But look at these clean pair of heels that Alfie Steadman is showing. Just at the young age of 15, he's storming around this track here at Inglewood.
A great time. He's in it now at 8:20. He ran 8:29. Has he beaten that? I think he has. 8:27.
Wow.
But a gutsy run from the young fella from Tauranga Boy and behind him, because he in that back straight, he didn't button off. He just kept pushing. And you see him in there, runner 775, he's come in. And he was a young guy, but he knows that he really wants to keep going. And we said earlier about the people coming through the race within a race. He wants to do really well at the Nationals next year. He's told me that he wants to run well over the summer. And so he's got a target, and he's pretty focused. So again, I hope he keeps at it. It's very awkward to be a runner in an era when you have greats. And I'm going to say that Alfie Steadman's a great at the time for his age. Back in the day, you'd lined up down at the Hastings Highland Games, and here was, John Walker and Richard Dixon, and you're running in a 1,500 mile, against them. It's like, you're going to get smashed. But do you stand back and give up, or do you chase them, or you do the best you can? I think we ended up watching.
Well, look at all these athletes who have finished well under 9 minutes. Incredible running. The quality of distance running on display in this junior boys 3,000 metres is quite impressive. You can see how much they're hurting. It's a painful event, the 3,000 metres, right on the line of that VO2 max, which means you're pumping as much oxygen in and out of your body as you possibly can. And look at these big sprint finishes. So Alfie Steadman led from the start, just put on the burners, said, I'm here to run my guts out, and boy did he what. Absolutely just phenomenal solo running from the front. And in second place was George Wiley, and Caleb Wagner came through for third. So they're the first medals we are handing out on the track, I believe. Once we work out the para standings, I'm sure we'll sort those out as well. But certainly they're the top three awarded so far with this junior boys 3,000 metres. Electric running there. So 8:27. 8:27.
Yeah, normally when you're trying to get juniors running, if you can get them hitting a 3-minute K rating over 3Ks, that's 9 minutes, and you transfer that to the 4K over across country. So if you're encouraging young runners, that's that 3-minute K is a bit of a mark to head for. Anybody that's burning under that at this age easily is, they're running really, really well. And it looks like we had, as the times come up now, George Wiley at 8:31 and Caleb Wagner at 8:38. So that's good running under 8:40. And I think the time under that 9 minutes, we're going to have another whole lot of runners in there. And like I said, a young fellow from McLean's College, Ben Oxford, he was in that next group of three, so we just have to keep an eye on those other results, because the race within the race, we've still got boys running around and they've just come across the finish line. So it's because you have such a large field and a lot of unknowns, there'll be some very young juniors out there. So juniors here are under 16 as the 31st of December, and a lot of them run juniors in their either the Te Waipunam or Te Maui, which we didn't have this year. They'll run in under 14 age groups. So they would be split from the guys that are 15 and 16. And it's a little bit, it's a bit of a mismatch sometimes, but you've got to start somewhere. This is as good a place as any. Sunday morning early is the road race, which is a similar distance for. They actually have a year 9 race there, which is a great age group, because they come in, and the selling point as a coach or a mentor or anybody to say, hey, this is the only event you can go to the New Zealand secondary schools where you know you're racing against year 9 only. And a lot of people don't know who you are unless you're a noted club athlete. They, you go and have a go and see where we go. So the road race will also produce some, efforts on Sunday morning just with year 9. So we'll see the young talent coming through. We just see the Javelin there being launched out there by. Is that our first competitor?
Yeah, so let's bring Tori. We've got
we're going to team tag here between Javelins and 3000s.
Thanks, Paul, for talking us through that 3000. That was awesome stuff, and confirming that Alfie ran a 10-second PB to take that out. And behind him we had PBs galore as well from George Wiley and Caleb Wagner. So let's bring us up to speed with this Javelin. So this is the senior boys Javelin that we have kicked off with, and so far we've got Nat Kirk, who's out in the lead with a 45.68. We've only had 7 throws, I believe, and so
Dowie Bota, this guy here, he's the surprise. I would be very surprised if he doesn't win this. Botany Downs, his mum phoned me last year, beginning of the year, trying to get him into the things down at Hastings, because a bit of a family move. He was still up here in Auckland, she was down there, and missed a thing from the club. This young guy came to the North Islands 2 years ago and threw the spear, man, and he's just got an arm. He has got an arm. So I think he's going to look at that.
Wow.
This young man.
Now, pronunciation, Dowie Bota?
Dowie.
Okay.
And Dowie.
I've called him Dow Boats forever.
Oh,
okay,
no,
sorry about that, Dowie.
And he, Botany Downs Secondary School, as you can see, Botany Downs Secondary School. That's right. He competed at the Classics meeting out at Waitakere and threw with the seniors, and he didn't look out of place, so he won that event. That's last February. March, I think the Waitakere one was. So yeah, he's a great young athlete as a thrower, and also, well, last thrower, you'll see in the background the junior girls are about to take off on the 3000. So he's just throwing 56.97, a tad under a 57-metre throw. Wow, that's pretty good. I'll have to look at the records too with that one, but that's a pretty good effort.
Impressive stuff.
Yep. Okay, they're the girls, and I don't know where we're going to go from 3000s now to the Javelin. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Let's get Tori in for a little introduction. What do you think of Dowie's first throw there?
Yeah, it was actually really nice watching that. Actually, just watching out the window here, and the boys are throwing into a pretty decent headwind out there today, which can be really testing at times. And you've particularly got to throw quite clean, what we call through the point of the Javelin, and really get that flight right. If we let it go too high, that wind's just going to kill the flight of the Javelin. So he struck that really nice, and as we could see from the distances, rewarded with a good distance there of just under 57 metres, which is nothing to be sneezed at. It's a very good throw. So it's going to be interesting to watch our competition sort of continue to go on, and particularly really see how those boys I suppose front up into that headwind. Yeah,
so I was trying to bluff my way through it earlier, but so tailwind for the boys is typically better. Now, is that because of the weight of the implement, or is it more of the way that you're approaching the throw?
Yeah, a number of factors, I think. The boys generally tend to throw further than the women. Yep. So the fact that the Javelin can be in the air longer, the wind behind you can actually carry that Javelin. And obviously as well, it's obviously going to depend on, for some people they just have a bit of a preference as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, typically they like to have that wind on their back. And so yeah, we've just looked up what that current record is for our senior boys, which is actually 58.94 metres, held by Ethan Walker from Tyree College.
Could be under threat.
It could be. It could be, and it would be awesome. Awesome. It's always awesome to see records broken, and particularly at secondary school nationals, it's a pretty cool claim to fame to have, isn't it? To have that record. So we'll be eagerly watching rest of that javelin competition to see what comes forward.
So we are away with the junior girls 3,000 metres. So we have a field of 27 athletes here with Jacqueline Kowalski from New Plymouth Girls, Isabel Harrison from St Margaret's, Eleanor Pugh from Bethlehem College, Juju Moorhead from Wellington Girls, Millie McFadzean from St Peter's, Karenza Ali from Hamilton Girls, Ruby Lamming from Craighead, Courtney Fitzgibbon from Waiapehu, Zara Pomfrey from Glendowie, Kirsty Donovan from St Peter's, Bo Ritchie from St Peter's, Amelia Clark from Waimea, Scarlett Robb from St Cuthbert's, Annabelle Richardson from Barradine, Mia Kane Townley from Waimea, Neve McKenzie from Marlborough, Sienna McLeay from Wakatipu, Brooke Ware from St Peter's, Georgia Tucker from Southland Girls, Bryn Gordon from Cashmere, Grace Meredith from St Cuthbert's, Sophie Webber from Woodford, Maya Holden from Wellington Girls, Imogen Barlow from St Kentigern's, Bea Christie from James Hargest, Georgia Lynch from Strathallan, and Amelia Joyce from St Cuthbert. So big old field as we see the javelin continue. So we're through 400 metres in the first lap of 7.5 laps for this 3,000 metre junior girls.
That's it, and another big field, and just if you have a look at when they come on screen, so they've gone to the javelin. Please be aware at home that we are sitting in front of a TV screen like you are, or a monitor, and we're up with the cameraman flick in and we see what you're seeing, so we're calling it as we see it. Now the young lady that's running in this group in third place at the moment, number 710, in those flash yellow shoes, this little runner, Bo Ritchie, won at Harwater in the cross country last year. She won this year. We took her to Australia as a junior. She won the under-16 girls race over there, as did Alfie Steedman, and you saw him in the previous 3,000 metres. She also went to Australia age group track and field nationals, the age group ones, in April, and she won the Australian under-16 title, I think. So she was running up. She's 15. I'd say she's just biding her time at the moment, running smart, but she has got real wheels. So she's sitting in third place. That'll be my pick. The other girls out here, the one from St Kitts, she's leading at the moment, coming round, and that's St Cuth's and Paul, and the Howard girl from Howard College. So many of these school uniforms you'll recognise from your zones, and again, remember some of these are year 9 runners, others are 10, and some are year 11, but they're young year 11. So it all depends when your birthday is. And again, we've got a bit of talent in the junior girls coming through too, which is always great to see. Now we've got, sorry, you've got Hayden to you.
Yeah, so we've got 900 metres through, and yeah, pace doesn't look particularly on fire, but as I say, that little injection there from 616 coming around, Imogen Barlow deciding that we need to crack on with this, and we can expect, like the boys were looking to go sub 9, probably the magic barrier for these young women is that sub 10, and I can tell you they're actually bang on pace for that with a 3:19 first kilometre. So although it's bunched, that's probably more about the quality of this field rather than any sort of sluggishness in the pace, as Imogen just continues to press on this pace. Oh, we've had a fall. Never like to see that. So one athlete, maybe a King's College athlete.
That's not good.
Yeah, one of the athletes, sorry, we've lost the bib, so unfortunate, but she's up and she's probably only lost a handful of places, so good to see her back on her feet. Never a good thing to hit the deck when you're out there in a track race, but it can easily happen. There are spikes and feet flying all over the show, and particularly when there's an injection of pace, you can get these moments where you can clip heels and feet can bump into each other. So I think that might have been Bryn Gordon who went down wearing number 92. I'll try and update you on that shortly.
Imogen Barlow from St Kitts has decided to take the front now, and you've got Bo Ritchie Rodden behind her, just sitting on the outside lane now, but don't worry, her coach Ange Rush would be pretty savvy and would have been talking to her about, you know, tactics and what to do. Like I say, she has got some wheels, and Tori, who was just a worry about the javelin, she's at St Peter's now, decided to thaw out and come out of Otago up to towards Kirikiriroa there in Cambridge.
So we've got Ben Karma on screen here, coming up from St Paul's Hamilton. sends the javelin out into the Inglewood sky for the second time. I believe we're on to round 2. So continuing to lead out and doing a good job of it is Imogen Barlow. And behind her, Bo Ritchie, just keeping a very close eye on proceedings, not letting the race get too far away from her. But yeah, doing a great job, Imogen. She went to the front probably 600 metres ago and has managed to split apart what was a very big pack. And just that injection of pace has brought the numbers down at the front of the field, way down. It's just her and Bo Ritchie, which, like you say, Paul, was certainly one of the favourites coming into this. Won the National Club Under-20 cross-country champs earlier in the year. And so competing with girls a lot older than her. And at the moment, it's
she's been entered in a whole lot of under-20 races through the season because she's trying. I think she's applied to apply for the New Zealand women's team to compete in the World Cross Country Championships, which will be held at Bathurst. But they're running and they won't be changing tyres halfway around. But yeah, so she's been running up those age groups just to prove that she's got there, and I hope the selectors will be taking note of that. Sorry, we're going back to our competitor 214.
Yeah, Dean Jacobs. Here it goes. So this is his first throw. So we are still in the first round. So we can confirm that Dowie Bota, is that the correct pronunciation? Dowie Bota? Dowie Bota, as in David Bowie? No, that would be Bowie. Dowie.
No.
Okay, so Dowie. Okay.
Dowie.
Right, Dowie Bota has that massive 56.97. He's already opened up an 8-metre lead over Bradley Bidwar in the javelin. But the focus at the moment is still on this 3,000 metres. We're inside the last kilometre, so we'll track down where our 2 race leaders are on the track. They have really stamped their mark. Imogen Barlow really putting in that strong surge about a kilometre ago now, and she's just looking over her shoulder because the favourite for this race, Bo Ritchie, current reigning New Zealand cross-country champion in the under-20s and also the junior New Zealand secondary schools cross-country champion, right on her shoulder. But Imogen Barlow's having a great race at the moment out of St Kentigern's versus St Peter's. So if you are from those schools, be sure to jump in the comments section and cheer your athletes along. Shout outs are very much welcome in that comment section here on Whakata Māori. And as we talk, I can see a big old kick from Bo Ritchie storming past Imogen Barlow. She has paced herself very well for this race and storming to the front now. I believe we've got 600 metres left to run as the rain comes on down.
Yes, she's put on a bit of acid there, moved away with her stride. You'll see her go past the javelin throwers now. She's clocking along at 8:23, and she has another, well, she's in the home straight now, but she's got another lap to go, I believe, so she'll come down and get the bell.
So Travis Bartlett was on screen throwing the javelin. That was his second round. Yeah, so Bo Ritchie coming in to get the bell now, and the time is 8:45, so she'll go well under 10 minutes for this, and she's opened up about 30 metres back to Imogen, and I can tell you Imogen is looking very safe for a second place, so she's run a fantastic race, just putting in that big surge about 1,200 metres into it to blow apart the pack, and has continued to lead until 400 metres ago where Bo Ritchie got up onto her toes, got those arms going. You can see her oh no, she'll come in. She's just gone out of screen. Actually, she's got 200 metres to run, so there on screen you've got the finish line, and Bo Ritchie will come around the corner and she will sense yet another national title is waiting for her at the finish line. Boy, I hope she's got some spare space on the mantelpiece or a big old sock drawer to put away these medals, because she's won a lot of them this year.
Yes, over the years, yes, she has. I think I think they just put them in a wheelbarrow outside to move them from one place to the other.
So
but
here
that's
she
a great
comes.
run.
She's going to come on screen now. I wonder if we can flick back to Bo. She comes into the finish line with 20 metres to run as we just cross to the Javelin. And so Bo Ritchie is your national champion in the 3,000 metres junior girls, and a great race from Imogen Barlow. She did the hard work of breaking up that big pack. She's going to come through there. She crosses the finish line in second place, and will stay tuned. They embrace each other on the finish line. I bet Bo Ritchie is thankful for the work that Imogen did to break that pack apart. But what a run there from Bo Ritchie. 9:56 for the win as our competitors storm across the finish line now.
It was Courtney Fitzgibbon, was she in third place there? So it looks like the junior girls record, the secondary schools, was held by Lulu Johnson, another girl who came over to Australia with the cross-country team.
The clean
she's
fourth
also,
there in the
she
javelin.
was also a triathlete. That time was 10:13:02, so Bo's smashed that by about 14 seconds. So well done to her.
All right, great action there in the 3,000 metres. So Bo Ritchie, attends the school that our commentator Tori Peters is on staff at. And do you want to explain your role with St. Peter's? What are you doing? Because you're obviously an elite javelin thrower, so you managed to find time for some work in school.
Yeah, definitely. And so I'm at St. Peter's School in Cambridge, and running a sporting excellence program there, I guess, for some of the young up-and-coming athletes, and some of those that are in those minority sports that, we like to show a bit more love and care for, across those other sports as well that aren't just your first 15 and your senior A netball and the big team sports, I guess, So it's awesome to be able to have a variety of sports to be able to cater for as well. So it's an awesome job, and it works pretty nicely around that other job I've got of just throwing sticks around. So.
Throwing sticks around, awesome.
Yeah.
And doing a good job of throwing the spear, throwing the towel. It was Nat Kirk. He is in fourth place. We saw him on screen earlier with a 45.68. From my very poor perception of measurements, I reckon that might be an improvement slightly on that 45, but we'll see. Can you judge just by the eye, or do you need some measuring things out there in the field?
Generally, pretty good, and I think from behind the line on the runway, you get sort of accustomed to seeing how far things go. But I'm not going to lie, the conditions out there look pretty testing, and there's a bit of there's a big tailwind, big headwind out there, and a fair bit of rain that's just come in now as well. So that definitely makes it a bit harder to sort of tell what's going to happen with that javelin, and you can see the flight of the javelins as well, just taking a little bit of a beating into that headwind.
Albert van Niekerk from Havelock North High School. Yeah, we've had rain showers sort of come and go throughout the day, and it seems like we get this patch of rain and then it dries up for an hour or so and then it comes back. So hopefully this won't last too long, but sort of for the first time we've had some wind accompany it. So challenging conditions for our javelin throwers. Yeah,
definitely hard mahi out there in conditions like this at the athletics track, but it's quite funny. I always think the tracks on a good day, it's one of the most beautiful places to be. I love being at a track on a nice day, but it can be pretty challenging, pretty tough place to be on a day like today. But so big ups to all those athletes that are out there today. They're braving the conditions and they're doing a phenomenal job. Yeah. It's awesome to see.
Now, question, there'll be a few viewers rangatahi at home wondering what to do for the school holidays, and probably some strength and conditioning could be a good little plan to get you ready for your sport next year. Give us, 4 exercises that you could do at home without weights that would be, let's call it you're a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
No weights. What would you be doing? 4 exercises.
Ooh.
Aside from going running, I'm a distance runner.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and you're talking to a thrower here. We don't we don't run too far unless unless mum's pulling something out of the oven. I'm pretty keen to be there, and I'm hoping it's a scone for those who know me back home. I love a scone.
Cheese scone or
bit of both. I'm just
sweet.
Both.
Yeah,
to be honest, I'll smash a couple of But so
down with whatever.
But
both comes up. So four exercises.
Yeah,
put you on the spot.
Yeah, put me on the spot. But I think you always people like to get their siblings involved and their family involved. And when I think back to things that I'd sort of do on the school holidays, so we did a lot of work on the farm and that sort of thing. So we're often, I don't know, carrying buckets of milk and things like that. But we always like to have wheelbarrow races with the brothers and sisters, and have mum and dad out there. But a few fun games of soccer on the lawn and that sort of thing. So I mean, if I sort of go away from exercises in particular, just about keeping everything fun and being able
staying active.
Yeah, staying active and being out there and just really soaking up the good summer that we have here in New Zealand. But we're surrounded, isolated by water, I guess. So been at the beach and been swimming and in the lakes and that sort of thing. I think all of that really contributes, and I think that's a big thing as well that we sort of talk about a lot in the program that I run at St. Peter's. Is that it's awesome that the kids can keep doing everything and challenge themselves in heaps of different sports. So that's something we really encourage, is that skill development across the board.
Small. Yeah, and it is one of the keys, isn't it, when you're looking at someone like Alfie Steedman running so fast in 3,000 metres, and Bo Ritchie, it's the temptation can be just run, especially from a distance point of view, and it's so important at a young age, even at the age of 15, to stay versatile. And I've found if I want to avoid injury as a runner, I've got to keep surfing, and I've got to keep walking to the dairy and doing those other types of movements. I love getting up there on the skateboard as well and just staying active. So
awesome, shredding it in the half pipe.
My nephew has just had a half pipe built in his backyard, so I've been, shout out to Indy Shearman. I've been giving it a go, rekindling. I can tell you, bailing at 41 is not what it was when you bailed at 17. Concrete is a lot harder for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've changed the recipe for the concrete since I was a teenager. But staying active is definitely the key. Now it looks like we've got a bit of a stoppage on the track with an athlete who looks like they've finished the race in a fair amount of pain and have hit the deck, and we've got the medics on to help them off, so I'm sure they'll be okay. Often it takes just a little while for the system to come back online. And here we go. Dowie Bolter.
Yeah, that one's just come out. It's come out again, it's a great throw. It's just come out probably just a little bit too flat, if I'm being picky here with my expert javelin eyes, I suppose. But nonetheless, still a great throw out there that we'll see a distance for shortly. But again, just looking at those conditions, that headwind does prove to be quite a tricky element for the javelin.
So is there an ideal release angle? Are you aiming for a certain trajectory on the javelin as it comes out of your hand? Or does it depend on the conditions?
Well, it definitely depends on the conditions, and again, it's all different to the individual who's holding the javelin. But ideally there is, biomechanically and physics, you add it all up, there is an ideal trajectory. But when you got that wind, it can be coming from a headwind but slightly side, it's actually really tough. There's so many moving pieces, so many things that are outside your control when it comes to throwing that javelin. So ideally you just don't want to be aiming too high into a headwind, or else you're going to shoot it up to the moon. That wind will just catch it, and unfortunately in javelin, you slightly misstrike that release, and it can be absolutely criminal on your throw. And unfortunately on the scoreboard, it can be 10 to 12 metres, which...
Wow. When you've got three first round
and it can be quite...
shots at it,
it can be quite disheartening, but that when you do actually hit that nice clean line on it, it can sail another, like a further.
Wow.
And so that's the thing. If you strike it well, it's really going to fly, which is I think what's so enjoyable for me about throwing the javelin is, you hit that perfect release and it just floats in the air, and it's quite cool to watch, especially when you've got a javelin like one of the ones that I did have. Sorry.
Yeah, you were telling us before we came online about how all of your javelins got snapped in transit.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
How many was it? 8?
8.
Oh.
So yeah, unfortunately got off a plane and all 8 of them were snapped in half, which was a real shame.
And it wasn't like you just wrapped them in a towel or something. This was in a PVC solid container.
Yeah, you'd think. Yeah,
Crazy.
you would think it would be enough to look after them, but sometimes we get a bit caught out. But
so steel reinforced next time.
Yeah, I reckon. So here we've got Bradley Boudoir. Bradley actually does a little bit of training with me in Hamilton under Debbie Strange. So it's a good throw from Bradley, looking a little bit better, which is great, and a bit of flight into that wind. So
he's currently sitting in second place. So
I see him
48.52.
He gave a little fist pump after that, so I think he's happy with that, which is good. I've seen Bradley a handful of times at training, and it's always awesome to be able to have the young ones along and show them a few tips and tricks along with the advice that they get from the coaches as well. So we'll see that distance come through shortly, hopefully.
Right, so we've got 2 heats in the senior 400 metres. These are the senior girls. So we've got Jean Marie Reichert, Lily Rushworth, Alicia O'Connor, Madison Rattray, Tika Randall, Georgia Rose Boyd, Anna Tucker, Nikita McIntyre. So 2 heats. So we'll be looking for the top 3 and then the next 2 fastest to go through. It's looking reasonably even in this first 200 metres, possibly on the inside, possibly on the outside. Georgia Rose Boyd from St. Peter's is running nice and strong. I'm trying to work out which lane that is. Yeah, that's lane 6. So possibly has the lead at the moment. Number 252 also looking pretty good on the inside. But it is Anna Tucker and Georgia Rose Boyd leading things. Anna Tucker looks like she'll take the win, followed by Georgia Rose Boyd in second place as we get into these painful stages, and maybe just coming through on the inside was number 370, Tika Randall in lane 5. So very close running in this first heat. So remember, top 3 will go straight through, and then we're looking for the first, the fastest next 2. So confirmation, Anna Tucker got the win with just a smidgen over 1 minute. So 0.07 over a minute. Georgia Rose Boyd in second, Tika Randall in third. Fourth place was Jean Marie Reichert in 1:02.18. So, and Nikita McIntyre 1:02.26. So they'll be the 2 times to just keep a little eye out for. Yeah, and you'll see just shooting back to that jab there we just saw. So we had Bradley Boudoir before with his throw, came in 47.56 metres, so another good throw there for Bradley, sitting in second place. And at the moment we currently have Blaine Knappman from St. Pat's College, and he is just lining up for his, or he just lined up for his third throw. We'll be awaiting a result there. But as you can see on the screen there, you've got your girls 400 metre senior times there for that first round. So that last column there is the splits between each of the places. So the key one to keep an eye on, we've got 2 heats in this 400 metres. So whether Nikita McIntyre's 1:02.26 will be enough to hold on to one of those spots. And here we've got one of our New Plymouth boys athletes. So we've got Ben Karma, that was in the men's, the boys javelin, sorry, just there, and you're just sort of seeing you can see he just slipped a little bit on that runway, which is actually quite common. You'd be surprised, quite common on a wet track, even though you got your javelin boots on with your big spikes in. It is still very common to slip on that. You think about a javelin throw, I like to describe it as a small car accident, and as awful as that sounds, it's more because you come running in, you're coming in 100 miles an hour, and you've actually just got to slam on the brakes. Yeah. And so, you got all that force transferring through your body, and on that one leg. So it is quite common with all that force on that one leg that you're throwing against is for that to slip. Possibly one of the only events where deceleration is one of the keys. It is huge, and that deceleration actually, it's pretty tough on the body, and that's sort of why we can't
can't go out and throw javelins every single day for our training.
Yeah.
So it's a really important part of I guess, training for javelin is to understand that, just to help prevent being, broken.
So Dean Jacobs, you can see there, that block leg, his body almost just stiffens, and is that part of it? You're not just throwing with your arms, you want to transfer that energy from your feet through your legs, through a nice strong torso?
Yeah, that's it exactly. The javelin throw is a full body throw. We come in and the force is generated from the ground up, and you sort of want to work with the body slings, is what we call the fascial slings. And so ideally, the body works in that nice sequential timing from the ground all the way up into your arm, and that rotational component through your torso, it really helps contribute to putting that power into that javelin.
All right, heat number 2, final heat of the 400 metres senior girls. We've got Jordan Evans, Tabata, Tori Clark, Alex Rees-Thomas, Kiana Woodfield, Madeline Thomas, Amelia Fairclough, Charlotte Baker and Mia Powell on the outside. So looking for, it's looking pretty close at the moment, and I was going to say all eyes should be on Mia Powell, but we have to wait to see what happens with the stagger. Probably more known as a 400-metre runner, but also on the inside of her, Amelia Fairclough looking pretty good. And was that lane 1, Jordan Evans Tabata running a good first 150 metres, but nice and cruisy. Look at this relaxed running, really efficiently. Standing tall is Mia Powell from Linfield College. She's going to come through surely to take the first place finisher, and then in lane 6 Emily Fairclough will take out second place, and then I'm pretty sure it was Jordan Evans Tabata from Otago Girls in third place. Now we need to keep an eye on what these times do. As you can see how much this 400 metre hurts.
Yeah, I tell you what, just a little fun fact for you. I actually ran a 400 metre in one of my first New Zealand representative teams.
Did you?
I went to the Oceania Games in Samoa as a javelin thrower, and I came back with a medal in the javelin, but I came back with a medal in the 4x400 metre relay.
Oh, you got the call up.
I got the call up.
You were hanging around in the wrong place.
I was. Tell you what, I'm not sure I was too thrilled about it at the time, but when you come back with an unexpected medal like that, it's actually quite a good story. So, but I'll tell you what, I'll tell you this much for free, that was my first and last 400 metre race on the international stage, so we'll just leave it at that, I think.
Love that. So that was CJ Graham. Do you remember your split?
No, to be honest, I think, I didn't even want to ask for it. I thought, if I can just bring home a medal, I'll just leave it at that, that'd be good. And sure enough, we brought home a silver medal, so it was good. I do know I ran second. I ran alongside Kelsey Berriman and Mariah Ruanui, and so as well, and we had Tracy Hale as well, and so the four of us, we trudged around there, and at the time, all I had was a bit of netball fitness behind me, but it was sort of enough, and the girls, I feel like, the girls pulled me through, the token javelin thrower and with the 400
That's awesome.
400 metre relay.
Well, we've got McLean Forbes lining up here from St. Pat's Silverstream.
Yeah, that wind, you can just see there in the background the trees sort of blowing to the side, even his hair is just blowing a little bit to the side, so that wind has just changed a little bit, which is going to be affecting the flight of the javelin a fair bit, but as we can see, still very good throws, and the boys seem to be flying the javelins really well, which is, a huge kudos to them out there in these tough conditions.
So we're into round 3, and the standing so far is Dowie Bota with that 56.97 opener, and then Bradley Bidwar with a 48.52. They're not too far behind him, Blaine Knappman in third. Now here's the results from round 1. These are the combined results. No, so that was heat number 2 that we just saw. So Mia Powell taking it out, blazing fast time of 55.96. Amelia Fairclough also very quick, well under 60 seconds. And so I'll round off the standings with that and confirm who got through. So we can confirm, unfortunately, Nikita McIntyre's 102.26 wasn't quite enough. So our final little Q qualifier is Jean Marie Rykert from Birkenhead College. And we are underway in the first of our 200 metres.
Yeah, so that's our Wahine all done.
Sorry.
Yeah, Wahine all done for the 400, and we're on to the men.
Yeah, so this is heat number 1. We've got James Trathon on the inside, Joe Berman in lane 2, Finn O'Sullivan, Zane Wakeling, Lucas Rule, Ethan Akampa and Ollie McFarlane. We have 4 heats lining up, so you'll be wanting to make sure that you get into the top 2. And it looks like lane number 3, Finn O'Sullivan is leading this one out from Christchurch Boys High School. In second place, Joe Berman. Looks like his place might be secure, but you never know what's going to happen in the final 50 metres of a 400 metres. And here we go, coming up to the finish line. It will be our 3 runners on the inside there. So James Trathon, looks like he got 3rd place. As our athletes shake hands.
Back on the Javelin here, nice bright Asics boots that we've got.
Albert van Niekerk from Havelock North.
Yeah, and I tell you, some of you might notice that some of the footwear that the javelin throwers are wearing, you'll notice that one shoe has actually got a higher ankle support than the other. So that is actually purposely made for javelin. So if you're a right-handed thrower, you're going to have your left boot's actually going to have a higher sort of ankle support, and it's just for that leg that comes down at such, that you have to put it down with such force, and it just helps with holding that foot there. So, and then you've got the right boot, which is a little bit like a lower cut around the ankle, I suppose, but and that just helps with that, really turning that right foot in and getting all that power and force into the javelin. So it goes right down to the footwear, just like the sprinters.
Amazing. Does this mean you've got to go and buy 2 pairs of shoes?
Well, I actually feel sorry for the left-handers because they don't actually make the opposite.
What?
I know, which is a bit. Well, I've never seen it.
Justice
I know,
in the world?
I've never seen it. So you can imagine that the lefties they just stick to the brands that just do the both low cut shoe.
Right.
But yeah, so there's definitely there's a bit of science and technology that goes into the javelin boot.
Maybe the right-handers have a little bit of
an advantage. I know.
There could be a gap in the market for the javelin throw
those
development companies.
Yeah, exactly.
And throwers' shoes, like obviously running shoes, you can pop into most running stores.
Yeah.
But where do you get throwers' shoes
hard
from?
To come
do you
by.
have to order them?
Yeah, so you buy them online, and they often come from the States and that sort of thing, but very hard to come by, and not often a lot of them, that I guess they're not made in bulk, as such, so they sell it pretty quick. So if you can get your hands on a pair, you're doing well.
Yeah.
And a pair in your size, you're doing very well. So I've actually struggled at times to get them, and so I've had to sort of call upon the other girls on the throwing scene and sort of see if they've got any contacts, who do you know that can help get me some. And so sometimes being over here in New Zealand's a little bit to the disadvantage, but yeah, if you call upon your mates, they pull through, which is handy.
Lardis both there from Auckland Grammar. Yeah, and so obviously javelin shoes are different from a rotational thrower's shoes.
Yeah, yep.
But a rotational thrower should be able to use the same shoes across the board?
I would have thought so. So rotational, I would assume the discus and the shot put shoes and the hammer shoes, all in the circle, nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got heat number 2 here of the Senior Boys 400. In lane 1, Torben Fair, Thomas Gowan, Josh Tonga, Jackson McKay, Jacob Kilmeister, Kahurangi Cotterill, Liam Proting Gardner and Tom Cooley on the outside. So looks like making up a bit of the early stagger there is Jackson McKay, maybe Jacob Kilmeister. Oh yeah, in lane 3 actually Josh Tonga has run a good first 300 metres, looking nice and relaxed as he comes into the bend. And then we've got 3 boys neck and neck making a good bid for it late in the races. Liam Proting Gardner, he might just take out the first heat, and next to him is Kahurangi Cotterill from King's College. So close action in that second heat. So a reminder, we have 4 heats in the Senior Boys 400 metres.
And we've just gone back to the javelin here with the Senior Boys javelin. So that is Anthony Small from Santa Maria College. So we'll just be waiting for his third attempt there. He's had 2 attempts already today, 41 metres for both of those. So very consistent in his performances today, which is fantastic. You know, consistency is the key, isn't it, to successful performances in PBs. Often we see, you know, with a series of consistent times across the board or distances, you know, in the throwing and the jumps, you're often due a PB if you can sort of consistently perform at that one standard. So it's good to see these guys being so consistent across the board. We've got Daniel Shaw here from Westlake Boys. He's in his third round as well.
So Daniel doing a reset. Now, do we have a clock running?
Now we do. Usually we're a minute to throw. So it's actually a lot more time than what you think when you're out there. So he'll have plenty of time to complete his throw, which is great. There he goes, nice and clean through the point of the javelin. And see that you can see there a lot of what we look at when the javelin flies like that and lands in the ground is that it's landed in the ground on a nice angle like that, so you can tell, you know, he's really released it on a good angle, and it's always nice to see that. I know in my training sessions, if I've got one that's, you know, flowing through the air, I guess with what we call tail down, that means we haven't quite thrown through the point of the javelin, and that can be something that we can be working on. So there's so many elements to the javelin throw, and it's awesome to see so many competitors out there giving it a go, because it's a tough event. It's a very technical event. So like I say, awesome to see the boys out there, you know, doing the mahi, getting it done.
Now, talking about doing the mahi, these boys in the 400 metres sprint, you can see how close that was in that second heat. Liam Proton Gardner getting the better of that blanket finish with Jacob Kuhlmeister, Kaharangi Cotterill and Josh Tonga all running in the 52s. As we skip back to Dowie Bota, as he shoots that tower out into this rainy sky here in Inglewood. What do we reckon? Is this an improvement on that 56?
I think it's going to go close. I really do. He's our competition leader. He just about lost his hat on that throw even. That's how strong the wind is, that headwind. So it'll be interesting to see what pops up here for our distance. You know, he's moving really well on the runway. You can see he's putting a lot of power from his run up into that implement, which is awesome to see. Often we see the boys want to come out and muscle it, you know, and it's a bit of a competition of who's the strongest and that sort of thing. So it's awesome to see them out there, full body throw, really committing into it. So that distance has come in there, just shy of his first round throw. He's come in there, third round of 54.02. So a good throw there, another really great throw actually. And so our next competitor there didn't like the look of that one, just a little toe over the line there, didn't want to get that one marked. So that was our Connor Brown there. And so here we are, we're lined back up for the boys 400 metres. Okay, the heat 3 here, our boys going for a second time. We had a bit of a false start here, so we're going for a second time lucky. Heads down, it's all concentration on.
All right, so we're into heat number 3 of the senior boys 400 metres. We've got Charlie Matthews on the inside, Alex McCorkindale, Liam McKellar, John Motis, Joel Collings, Ollie Singleton, Fletcher Van Hooven and Jordan Veach. So good quality fields in this 400 metres, looking reasonably even with about 5 athletes all just maintaining their stagger at the moment. Possibly Liam McKellar looking nice and strong there on the inside. You can see him there from Rangatoto coming up, number 514, but it's pretty close for those other minor spots. So Liam McKellar looks like he'll run away with it, but on the outside Jordan Veach is finishing very strong from Christchurch Boys, looking over his shoulder. It looks like 3 athletes might finish all together, but look, 5 athletes within, you'd say, probably a second of each other. So Jordan Veach with that good strong close. Don't know if he's a sibling or relation of Shay Veach. who's made a name for himself a few years ago in this very event in the 400 metres. Now switched over to the long jump, and got to say, we need to keep an eye on that New Zealand record for the long jump, because Shay Beach is getting very close to that 8 metre mark, and he is definitely one to watch this summer. So someone jump in the comments and let us know if Shay is related to Jordan Beach. And we're getting these showers of rain coming through, just getting stronger and stronger. So Liam McKellar taking out that one, just a smidgen ahead of Jordan Beach, and then Fletcher Van Hooven. And you can see just how competitive these heats are, with 3 boys going under 52 in the heats. And Ollie Singleton will need to wait. Do we know? Tony Rogers, who's just looking over my shoulder, what we need to do to qualify for these heats. We've got 4 heats in the 400. Bring that up soon. So we're halfway through the javelin competition. There's the standings. We've got Dowie Boats Bota, I should say, out in front with the 56.97. Nat Kirk has moved up with that 48.66, just inched ahead of Bradley Bidwar. So you can see it's very close for second, third, fourth, only, what, 20 centimetres separating them. And then another 4 metres or so back to 5th place. So we're down to the top 8 in the javelin now, and we will have rearranged the order. And this is Blaine Knappman.
Oh, and you can see there that's landed just inside the sector, so that's a good throw. And that's, you know, I think it's always something that we try to aim to do, is try get that in the sector. Be a shame to see a good throw just duck outside.
Now, this is the final heat of the 400 metres. You can see James Ford there wearing the purple of King's College. He's already featured today in the 800 metres. But we've got Sebastian Skelton on the inside, Caleb Robinson in lane 2, Ethan Hansen lane 3, James Ford, as I mentioned, in lane 4, Sacha Tahi in lane 5, Max Wilson in lane 7. So Sebastian Skelton's run an absolute blinder last 200 metres. He will take the win in the heat, and cruising over the line also will be James Ford. Looks like 3rd place, just scratching over, I believe, was Sacha Tahi. We'll confirm these results shortly, but that was the 4th heat, so the top 3 will go through to the semi-finals from each heat, and then we'll be looking at 3 times 4 lower Q qualifiers from there to go to the semi-finals.
Got Ben Karma back on screen here, our left-handed javelin thrower. It's always good to see a lefty out there, as saying it's not often you come across a left-handed thrower. I tell you what, he won't have any of those boots.
Yeah.
I see he does have the Saucony branded boots, which are pretty equal in terms of their height there. But yeah, if you weren't on earlier, we were just saying that the javelin boots are a special sort of make, where the opposite side to your throwing arm, the shoe actually has a lot more support for the foot to sort of help with when you come in and slam on the brakes, so essentially, and launch your body and all that power into the javelin. So yeah.
Now, has there ever been, random question, has there ever been a competition of the javelin where you're doing left hand and right hand and combined scores? Because I seem to remember that being a competition in the shot put like 100 years ago or something.
Oh, wow.
Which would be so hilarious to watch.
I tell you what, I've thrown a little bit of the javelin left-handed in. You know how we talked earlier, you know, about hitting yourself in the back of the head?
that was a real risk.
No, that was the reality.
Okay,
yes.
Right.
So
wear a helmet first time you do it.
Yeah. So I think a bit of a health and safety issue, that one. But you know, as much to my coach's enjoyment, she had a bit of a chuckle about it. So yeah, but there was not often we throw left-handed, but it's nice. You know, there's a few out there that are a bit ambidextrous and pretty talented at the two of them.
Dion Jacobs, he's currently sitting in 6th place with a 44.85 from round 1.
So tell me, most people, you know, most people have actually, you know, they come to, whenever they see me, they sort of, you know, tell me about their first story throwing a javelin.
Yeah.
And you know, they're always quite humorous. So have you got a story yourself?
I probably threw it in London. I was there for the 2012 Olympics, not competing, just as a spectator. I wish I was competing. But they had a whole bunch of give it a go athletics sessions going on at all the tracks around London during that summer, and so me and some friends popped along to some of them through the javelin. I was surprised how hard it was to throw it. Yeah, I think as someone who's, you know, grown up playing cricket and all of that, you kind of think, I can biff a thing. It's tricky to biff a long spear. And so definitely I felt like there's probably a lot of room for improvement. But one of my goals in commentary is actually to learn all of the field events and give them all a go. I've done pole vault. I set my pole vault PB just outside the window here where we are.
I love it.
And so, trying to get round. And I own a shot put and a discus. So,
well, there you go.
Trying to learn a few things there. But javelin's the one that I probably need to pick up again.
Well, I was going to say, if I had any, I would have let you have one of mine. But unfortunately, they probably are all being used as tomato steaks over in Italy somewhere. So if you want one, you have to go to Italy and go pick it up. And it will be in half. So. So unfortunately, won't be able to help you on that front. But you know, you could. I'm sure you could head out to the park and you find a stick and sharpen up an end and Bob's your uncle.
Take the broom off the
oh, that's it too. The head off the broom.
Yeah, definitely keen to give it a go. Because there's always that dream of Masters athletics. I've just crossed over the 40 mark, and now there's some windows of opportunity opening up. Certain events that don't get many entrants, and you can sort of cherry pick. My 2 metre pole vault might sneak me a medal. Anyway, enough of Masters Athletics. You are tuned into the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, the 2022 edition. Of course, we missed last year's event with COVID affecting sport all around the country. So it's great to be here in Inglewood, finally getting this event on the road. And really thoughts go out to, I'm sure there'll be some people tuning into this who were year 13s last year and missed out on the chance to compete at this event last year. But there's a lot of grateful athletes out there, in fact about 1,000 of them, who are very grateful to be here running in a bit of precipitation, but who really cares. And on screen we have the 400 metre junior girls about to light up, and I believe this is a straight final.
Brilliant.
No, I'm wrong. We've got 4 heats. I was looking at the wrong page.
We're getting excited.
So,
Getting excited for finals day, you know?
Getting way too excited. So this is 4 heats. So good, strong fields lining up, and we've had some great action in the one lappers so far. And the discus you can see on screen was Kalani Alexander from Papanui High School, F20 athlete. And here's the first of our 4 heats in the 400 metres junior girls. In lane 1, starting from the inside, we've got Hannah Katso. Nancy Lee's running in lane 2. Ella Salter outside of her. Georgia Rope, Leah Gallia, Phoebe Laker, and Chloe Chipperfield from Te Awa Mutu on the outside. It looks like Chloe might have a really good first 200 metres in her on the outside, running all by herself. You can see inside of her Georgia Rope from Taradale High School also running well there in lane 4. So it's just those two on screen, and coming around into view in lane 1, running really well as well as Hannah Katso from Palmerston North Girls, but running a brilliant 400 metres to get her weekend underway. In lane 6 is, well, it's Phoebe Laker from Mount Aspiring College. So great run from Phoebe. She'll book her place into the next round. And I think it's second place we had Hannah Katso from Palmy Girls. Good to see Palmy getting in the action. And while we're on the topic of talking about schools, I've gone through and counted the number of schools taking part in this, and according to my maths, we've got 200 schools.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's fantastic.
So right from schools like Westlake Boys High School with 45 athletes, right down to schools like Otamotai College, Pakuranga College with 1 athlete, One Tree Hill College has 1. We've got homeschooled athletes with 1. Horowhenua College with 1 athlete, so really cool. You've got these big teams that arrive in buses, and then you've got other teams that are just 1 person, maybe mum or dad, packing up the car and making the trip here. So really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and awesome to see those athletes from the schools, in the far, far south, make their way up to Inglewood. It's a long way to come, but like we mentioned earlier, a couple of years, unfortunately, COVID took over there, and these athletes all didn't get they didn't get their chance to come in and show us what they can do out here on the track. So, having that opportunity this year, it's been awesome to see people really make the effort to get up here and put on an absolute display. It's been awesome.
Yeah, really cool. And I know the local organising committee have been looking forward to this event so much after they put a lot of work into the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country champs a year and a half ago, and it bucketed with rain that day. It was like the wettest day it's like a 50-year storm. There's just so much water around, and the rain's come back for this one as well after we had a bluebird day yesterday. So Murphy's Law, but we carry on, and these athletes doing a wonderful job of making the most of the conditions out there.
Yeah, so we've got Dion Jacobs here. They've reordered the boys' javelin, and so we've got our 4th, 5th and 6th rounds on their way for the boys' javelin.
Yeah, there's the update on the standings. So Stuart's Dowie Bote, I should say. It's going to take me a while to nail his
It's
name.
a tongue twister, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not how it's spelled either. But these, as part of the gig as a commentator, and Nat Kirk sitting in 2nd, Bradley Bidwar in 3rd. We'll click back to the 2nd of our heats in the 400 metres, where we've got Zari Lindsay on the inside, Lily Anderson, Sahara Katani, Miller Taggart, Mia DeJager, Lily Ganavet, Morgan Dudley and Mackenzie Guy on the outside. Now running in lane 5, Mia DeJager is looking like she's going to cruise through to claim the win. And then just outside of her, Mackenzie Guy from Rangatoto coming through to claim 2nd place. And will that be 3rd place on the inside? So Zara Lindsay from St Cuthbert's nabbing that 3rd spot. As we go back to the javelin, Anthony Small from Sancta Maria with a 44.92 best from round 3. We're in round 4 now, so that means we're down to our final 8, and we have reversed the order. So Anthony Small is sitting in 5th place at the moment. So confirmation, Mia DeJager from Rototuna High School winning that in 1 minute flat and .08. Now I'd like to introduce into the commentary booth. You can see the banners on screen of Baileys, who have been very generous in getting behind this event and bringing the broadcast to everyone. So Luke Conroy is one of the local team. Nice to meet you, Luke.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
And Luke, whereabouts are you based in Taranaki?
Yeah, we're actually in New Plymouth. So we actually only moved down here about 12 months ago, actually.
Nice choice.
Yeah. So originally from Wellington, but yeah, Maxine, my wife, who's from New Plymouth originally, sort of decided to come down here with a couple of young kids, 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's good.
It's a good place to be as a Taranaki local myself.
Yeah, cool.
It's a nice corner of the world.
It is.
Definitely worth at least a visit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I highly recommend. Actually, it's funny. We got married down here probably 6 or 7 years ago, and had some mates that had never been and came for the wedding, and they never left, and they actually stayed here.
That's awesome.
Still reside here, which is quite cool.
So on screen we've got the para discus, I believe, Lucas Penderson. Oh, sorry, that was Corin Hanning. I should know Corin because I've commentated him many times. Get on the right start list. So, yeah, great to have you guys behind the event here. And for Bailey's, what's the appeal for getting behind, you know, secondary school sport and getting behind the rangatahi?
Yeah, look, I think for us, we've always had a fairly strong community sort of focus. It's definitely one of our sort of core pillars, I suppose, in our business model that we have is not just the community, but you know, looking after the younger community and supporting kids that want to get into being active and you know, all those sorts of good things. So it's a big thing that we play a part in. Yeah.
Awesome. As we see another heat of the junior girls 400 metres, these two running stride for stride as we come into the final 100 metres. Isla Tilbury of Marlborough girls just pulling away from Josephine Tappenden, but they will both book themselves a spot in the next round of the 400s. And looking like they're just cruising through, making 60 seconds look very comfortably. And Luke, yourself, sporting background?
Oh, mate, I like to think I'm a bit of an athlete, but I've unfortunately got a bit of a dad bod that's starting to come through. So
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but no, my lovely wife has got me on the summer bandwagon. So, mate, I'm trimming up, doing a bit of running, and a few other bits and pieces. Yeah, which is good. No, it's important to stay you know, fit and healthy in the mind and in the in the body.
Yeah. Well, there'll be plenty of inspiration out there as we see Nat Kirk heave the towel, the javelin, out to what looks like a pretty good throw. He's sitting in third place at the moment. Just got nudged out because Anthony Small, we saw him on screen before, he busted out a 51.96 and really opened up the competition to move up into second place. Now, a lot of our viewers, Luke, will probably be younger, maybe high schoolers, and you know, one of the things that I've campaigned for is for teaching property to our high schoolers, and actually in high school throwing around this idea that, you know, let's start thinking when you're 16, 17 about how to get yourself on the property market.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, so I actually took economics back in Wellington at St Patrick's Town, and yeah, I think, you know, that was probably a little bit of an insight as to how those sorts of things work. But I think actually because we have this mentality of home ownership in New Zealand, I think it's a really important thing to sort of open up to people at a younger age.
Yeah.
And just for them to better understand how all the cogs work and the easiest form of them getting into it and those sorts of things. Because it's once you're on the property ladder, you're pretty much sorted this day and age. But that's definitely changing. We're starting to see that change in that cycle already.
Yeah, because if you think of the traditional route out of high school, you go into maybe university, you're staying in a hostel, and then you're straight into flatting. So you're in the property market, but you're paying money to someone
else's mortgage.
So there's definitely, you know, having a good think maybe to a parent or someone who knows property well, and actually making that part of your game plan, because there's no reason to say, well, I could you know, get a part-time job when I'm at uni, work really hard through the summers, or, you know, potentially delay my uni and try and get that deposit going.
Yeah, absolutely.
And find yourself in your own property sooner rather than later. But on screen shortly we'll be seeing the next heat in our 400 metres. They'll be cruising past us shortly. So we've got Abby Twist on the inside, Maya Potserueda in lane 2, Leah Pratton in lane 3, lane 4 is Ruby Simon, lane 5 Emma Very, lane 6 Amy Nicol and Amelia Henstock in lane 7. So running in lane 2 and 3 right next to each other, Maya Potserueda is got the lead at the moment, but very closely followed by Leah Pratton, and making a good run for the line in lane 7 is Amelia Henstock as well. She might look like she might have just nabbed one of those top 2 spots. But yeah, definitely something for our rangatahi to think about. When I think back to my teens, I had no thought of home ownership, but then my brother-in-law, he owned his first little 1-bedroom unit when he was like 19 or so.
There you go, that's the way to do it.
Started building when he was 17 and saved up his pennies. Property prices were a little bit lower then, but got straight into the property market at a very young age.
It's definitely not a bad thing to do. I think, you know, when you're a young kid and you're coming through and trying to find your way in the world, probably the last thing on your mind is home ownership. But I think if you do have a little bit of exposure and a bit of education around it, I think it could be hugely beneficial.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And the other thing, talking about Taranaki, is you might live in Auckland. You don't have to buy your first property in Auckland. You could come down to a place like Stratford or Hawera.
Yeah, Hawera's very popular place for first homeowners to purchase their little place. But yeah, you're right, it doesn't have to be in the big centres. You don't have to live in it. Something that is, as you start to evolve and get a little bit of a property portfolio, you can definitely look for sort of opportunity in different areas. Cool. Rural's are definitely a good option in that sense.
Now, I'll put you on the spot as a recently arrived Taranaki local. If you're coming to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs for the weekend, where should you visit out of sightseeing interest, and where should you eat? Let's put two out there.
Sightseeing depends what you're here for, mate. If you've got young kids, I'd highly recommend going out to the bike park. There's two actually. The mountain bike park by Lake Mangamahoe. That's really cool. But there's a little bike track and a BMX track out in Bell Block as well. Yeah, that's cool. That's really special. But I think as a bit of an all-rounder, that coastal walkway is pretty special.
Yeah.
I remember that was one of the things that when we first came down here and walking along there in the sunshine with the kids and grabbing an ice cream or a coffee in the morning and stuff. Yeah, it's special. It's a really, really cool place. But the other thing, I think if you're really active and you've, you're setting your sights pretty high, I'd say climbing Mount Taranaki would definitely be a must-do.
Yeah. Well, for those with less time, there's a little peak in New Plymouth, just out of the centre, called Paretutu.
Yes.
I haven't climbed it yet because I get 2/3 of the way up and it turns from stairs to pure rock face with one chain to hang on to, and I'm like, I can't do it.
Yeah. No, I've yet to do that.
Too much of a wuss.
That might be the summer's goal, I think, is to get up there, which would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about favourite eateries? Where can people go for recovery celebration meals after this weekend?
Yeah, there's some really, really good spots around. I think sort of main places, if you're looking for a really nice meal and a nice night out, the Social Kitchen and Meat and Liquor and those sorts of places downtown are really cool. But we've got some really good sushi places in Taranaki. Shout out to Sushi Ninja. Might actually hop in there tonight.
Nice.
But that's really cool. They've got I mean, obviously being close to the sea, you got some pretty fresh produce there, which is always nice and tasty.
Yeah,
so those would be my picks.
My favourite spot, and that sort of West End precinct where you talk Social Kitchen and down that part of town. So there's the Mirror Building, which is the Len Lai. And that's cool to get your photos done. And then right across the road is a cool little spot called the White Hart, and in there is all these different eateries. So
there's some good spots in there.
Some very tasty treats to be had. Now we've got the 400 metres, this is the junior boys, the first heat of the junior boys as they swing around the first 200 metres, coming on to the final bend. On the inside, we've got Isaac Sewell, Xavier Tualamai Holden, Connell McLean from Westlake Boys, Taylor Hall from Tararua, Felix Field from New Plymouth Boys, Oliver Myers from Mount Albert Grammar, Harrison Lang from Roncalli College. And so it looks like lane 4, Connell McLean out of Westlake Boys will take this one out on the outside. Harrison Lang looking nice and strong as well. As we skip back to this exciting javelin competition in the pouring rain.
And into the wind as well.
Now, Luke, tell us about the weather that we had yesterday, because it was bluebird. It was perfect. This is a terrible advertisement for Taranaki weather.
Yeah, welcome to paradise. Yeah, look, we've had a good 3 or 4 days actually. We have had a bit of rain, but it makes for green grass. We've got some happy farmers around at the moment, but yeah, look, it's obviously going to turn fairly shortly. Still quite warm out there though.
Yeah.
Still muggy.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Yeah, which is probably quite a benefit, I'd say, rather than going around in the pouring down rain and freezing yourself.
So we've had a fair amount of action since we last caught up on this javelin competition. We're into round 5, or coming into round 6. So this is Nat Kirk from Wanganui High School. Great energy. I love the passion that this boy brings to the sport of javelin. So at the moment, Doi Bota has extended his lead. Remember, he did that 56.97 to open with, and he's extended that out to a 59.55. And then in second place, we have Anthony Small with a 51.96 best, and then not too far behind him, Nat Kirk, who we saw on screen just before, the 51.12. But here he is, Doi Bota, with that right knee strapped, hat on, sends it, and I don't think that will challenge his 59.55, but he's been improving as he's gone through this competition. And interestingly, Inglewood's Māori name is Tikohanga Moa, which is the moa's nest, Tikohanga Moa.
Oh, I never knew that. There you go. Learn something every day.
Yeah, which I believe there's a bit of a hotbed for moa.
For more action.
Yeah, which of course you'd use a towel to take down a moa, and probably a very similar action to what these javelin throwers are doing right here. So great connections to the whakapapa of this region. And leading this 400 metre race and looking very strong and sporting a beautiful mullet, I must say, is in lane 4 we've got Jagun Gunrejev Willers from St Patrick's College, Kilburnie. And then inside of him, Solomon Hawes from Christchurch Boys High School, Aidan Platts in lane 3. All right, we're into the final round now here of the javelin. Things have been chopping and changing all over the show. McLean Forbes is sitting in 8th place. And so Luke Conroy, and for those who have just joined us, we've got local representative from Bailey's, local real estate agent Luke Conroy with us. Is it going to be a busy weekend for you on the open home circuit, or is this weather going to dampen things a little?
No, I think there's definitely a lot of people out there at the moment that are trying to get into that sort of little bit of a end of year rush, trying to get things tied up before Christmas. So the market's still fairly solid at the moment. It is definitely down year on year.
Yeah.
But to be fair, when you compare anything to last year, there's a lot of sort of data that's probably quite indecisive and hard to actually understand. So, yeah, look, there's going to be a few open homes that the team are doing just in that final run before Christmas, and then we'll close up shop for a couple of weeks, and then we'll open back up with a bit of a flurry. There's a lot of stuff in the pipeline for next year, which is really reassuring.
Awesome. Good to hear, and we really appreciate the support that Bailey's has given to this event and to the broadcast. Great to have you guys support, and great to have a chat this afternoon.
Absolutely. No, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully you see me around for the next couple of days. Hopefully with a bit of sunshine.
Yeah, absolutely, and I hope you get some inspiration for that dad bod challenge over the summer. Keep the wife happy, happy wife, happy life.
Absolutely. No, hey, thanks very much. Good on you.
Thanks, Luke. Awesome. All right, and doing well to put on the brakes there was Dion Jacobs, who's also done well to bump himself up just a tad. I believe he's sitting in 7th place at the moment. So it was Ben Karma, who we had on before, who just fouled out his final throw, but he will finish in 6th place, I believe, unless Dion can just sneak past him in that final. Now we've got another heat 3 of the 400 metres taking place at the moment. On the inside is Timothy Wallace from St Kitts, Kieran Lawson from St Peters, Charles Howlett from Auckland Grammar, William Burkers from James Hargest, Jack Mara from John Paul College, Sam Gordon from Wellington College, and in lane 7, one of the local boys, Braden Nielsen from New Plymouth High School. So you can see them just rounding the bend, and it looks like 4 athletes, maybe 3 athletes lining up to try to nab one of these spots. And in lane 5, it looks like Jack Mara from John Paul College will take it out, and then it's very close for 2nd and 3rd. Battling into this wind and rain. Absolutely. All right, now I'm going to hand over to Tony Rogers and Paul Meads, bring them into the studio, and I'm going to go and find something to eat.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Hayden. We've just gone, as you can see, as I explained earlier, people that are at home and that are watching, when the cameras focus in on the events here, you're seeing the events as we are. And that guy's not a railway signalman. Okay, for those of the uninitiated, the red flag means a no throw, so they don't measure it. And the white flag is obviously all good to go. Now, we would say, Heki, Peki, Teua. That rain is coming, and the wind, the hoe, is picked up, and it's, as we look across, you at home are looking at the finish line, which is great. We're in the building the other side. So across the track, we're looking now at the stadium. We can see people, and it's blowing as you look at it from the start line towards where the Javelin is, which is at the southern end of the ground, I guess. And here we have another one with a strapped up elbow, athlete number 658 coming in. And there it goes. And as Tori said, it's all about where you get that point of the javelin to go up. But throwing into that headwind and that rain is quite significant.
So that was Blaine Knappman from St Patrick's College in Silverstream. He's currently lying in place 5, I think it is. So
yes.
He'll see if he can work his way up. That's his last throw. We're into the last round of the senior boys javelin throw, and there's some pretty good throwings coming ahead. But considering the difficult conditions these young men have got on the runway, with holding on to their spear, as we might say, the taiha, as they chuck it out there into the arena in the rain, that's we're getting enhanced pictures here, of course, of what's really happening out there. So I think a good competition, but it's a clear lead at this stage with only about four rounds to go. So
here we go. This is young guy. Last year he did some of the classic tours. And we'll see what comes up with it. You can see him grimacing into the squinting his eyes basically. That's just keep the rain out of them. Full head on there for him.
That's currently lying in 3rd spot, and we'll probably see him in the hurdles events later in the weekend, that's for sure. He's a pretty accomplished hurdler, around 300, 400 metre runner as well, and he's been running pretty good in the pre-season meets around the Central District Pool.
Yes, Tony, like I say, he was we selected him in the New Zealand secondary schools team, as we'll do this year, and they'll compete in the classic meetings around the country. The first one is down south in Timaru, and that young chap was on our team at the beginning of this year, February, March. Here we go. This is
Blaine Bradley Bidwar from Cambridge High there on the screen. He's bulked on his run-up. He's going to take it again. He's got a bit of time yet still. Athlete number 82 from Cambridge High, currently in 5th place.
See if he can improve on this throw. It's come down pretty steep. It must have gone high to start with, and then the wind's just pulled it down.
So yeah, the wind's following these javelin throwers, and I think as strong as they'd like, they'd rather have a little bit of front on.
Yeah, they're throwing into the wind. As Tori said earlier, men prefer to chuck it with the wind, but
not too strong.
These round throws are far more difficult than they were earlier, because the wind has picked up significantly. And also when you're coming up that runway, you know that they've got the special throwing shoes on, the spikes, but there's always that thing in the back of your mind of getting that footing right, getting the run up right, and then when you release. Now this should be the leader.
This is the leader. He's going to take the competition, because he's the final throw of the competition and he's already leading, so we'll just see what he can do on his last throw.
See if he looks happy with it.
And looks like he might have fouled out there with his foot at the minute.
It could be in the 50s. So he's got a great arm on him.
The judges are measuring it, so he must have just kept inside that line, giving them thumbs up for the measure.
Here's the little device out there, just read straight back to the finish line, so that saves a lot of the old measuring with tapes that we used to do back in the day, Tony. And
yeah,
if it was a record, you had to get out a metal tape, not one of the nylon ones, and have an official come over to ratify it.
Yeah, they still like to use a metal tape, I think, with some of the records, but that's an EDM, which obviously really speeds up the process, because you don't have to drag tapes across the field after each one. So yeah, that's the completion of the senior boys javelin, and we might get the full results up soon, but it looks like that the winner was the young lad from Botany Downs, Dua Botte, and in second place looks like it will probably go to Anton Small from he's from Santa Maria College, and then Nat Kirk from Wanganui High looks like third. So there we are. The results are on screen now, so you can see the
first
top
round
top
throw
10.
there from Dowie was out at just under 57. But apparently the senior boys record, I got called out before that, it was 2 metres off it, but that was the last 2 years ago, the winning throw. But according to the records, this guy Gavin Lovegrove, who went on to be an international javelin thrower of some note, his throw was 74 metres.
Just under 74, yes, that's secondary school. So
it's a massive throw when you. However, I'm pretty sure on that day it wasn't like this, but you know,
yes.
If you have a look at the other results here, Tony, I don't think anybody's got. Sorry, is there a 59, 55 in there?
The second place best result, I think.
So 59, he's just under 60 metres on the third.
51.96, I think, was his next best throw with the second place athlete.
So he's quite a way out in front of
51.12 was the best throw of Nat Kirk. Oh no, 54.02 I think was Nat Kirk.
That's what it's showing on the screen there, 54.02. Now you can see there by the signage, the secondary school teardrop pins, and we've just had Luke on from Bailey's. There's signage, you can see it blowing around. Oh, here we go, we've got the crowd. Not quite into the Mexican wave, I think they're trying to stay warm and dry. But yes, that's the main grandstand on the eastern side. Hello.
Seen on screen earlier. So we'll have the 3,000 the senior boys, having had the junior boys break a record that was high at the time. Commonwealth Games rep later on. Record in the sort of wet, easy conditions that we then. It's definitely got But it's set the target for our senior boys who'll be chasing a record as well with some of the top young lads we've got in there. And Paul, you know a bit about those lads from Auckland, have been running particularly well.
Yes, they have, Tony. And I mentioned earlier there was a meeting in Auckland a couple of weeks ago, and the winning time by Christian Duval was around 8 minutes 10, and then there are 4 runners in behind him. And even if Alfie Steadman running at the time he ran today, it would have put him in 5th, 6th place up against those senior boys. So also Ronan Kadaya ran well, so did Ronan's at McLean's along with Christian Duval's, McLean's College there. They come in the county's Manukau zone. Also Jamie Mora from Auckland Grammar, he ran a really good race. He probably a little disappointed with his cross-country race earlier in the year, 13th I think at the Nationals, somewhere there in the teens. But he's running really well. We've also got Elliot Pugh from, he's from the Bay Blue Tauranga. Was it the Bethlehem College there? I've seen his dad today. I haven't seen how he's running in the last 3 or 4 weeks, Tony, but I know from watching him run in Australia and his work, he's got some real wheels, and he's a year younger than these boys. And also Toby Tasker from King's College, he's in there. So we're going to have potentially a very, very strong field. However, if this rain and wind goes up, it may come down to maybe they think about the medals and the podium finishes as opposed to going for a record. They can try and do both, but as you can see, you know, when the cameras go back on the screen where you're looking, on the right-hand side is the discus circle, and with the powerers throwing, you know, they've got to make sure that circle's absolutely dry. They're drying the discus as well, just so it doesn't slip, because, as you know, that safety factor, well, that's pretty tricky, but they're throwing with the wind. So there's a little bit of a downtime on the track at the moment.
Yep. Got about 6 minutes or so, just under that now to the next track events, which will be the 200s for juniors.
Should we get personal there, Tony, and go back to the 3 mile, 3K times of your PBs? I mean, you ran around the track a lot. I used to see the back of your shirt going past me. You're normally lapping me, and that was in the 400 metre race.
Yeah, well, I think there's a bit of humour there, Paul, but no, I never did 3,000 at school. It was more the middle distance, 8 and 1,500, but yeah, these young lads are running 3,000 pretty well, and the record set is 8:10, I think it is. So we'll see if that gets taken. There's a number of young athletes in there, and it will be a bit of a dilemma for some of them whether they're going to go for their time today with this really classy field, because we've got a lot of depth in it,
yes,
or whether they're going to play cat and mouse, particularly with the wind and rain around, try and get the medals. And if they do cat and mouse, I've been watching a young lad out of Havelock North, Carsten Vesti, yes, trained by Richard Potts, who still holds the 1,500 record for the senior
yes,
boys here.
He does.
And he's looked pretty comfortable in all his races this year. Obviously, he hasn't been tested in some of the local regional meets around the central districts, but if it's slow, I'm sure his 1,500 metre ability might prevail a little bit. So yeah, it will be really exciting to watch these 3,000s. We haven't touched much on the girls, who's coming up in that, but we'll definitely talk a little bit about them a bit more.
As I said earlier, Tony, I was talking about Carson Vesti. He was selected to go to the World Youth Olympics, the under, which were held in Colombia, and he came back into the country from running those 1,500 metres over there, and jumped on a plane within a few days and came to Australia, and was the first of the Kiwi contingent to finish in the under-20 cross-country championships over there over 8K. So with 6K to go, we was on the 2K lap, Ben, and I was saying to him, how you doing? And he sort of looked across and gave me the thumbs up, but he was holding his place. He knew he wasn't going to charge out and get to the front, but he held it. And then 2 days later on the relays, the 3K, I just said to him, well, you've got to bring the ankle leg, bring it home. And when he put the hammer down, you could see, because that's a flat course, Tony, they run the relays around basically like a football field. And and he came steaming around in that lap. So his 1,500 metre time was very, very quick. His kick is very good. So it'll be interesting to see how we go.
So we've got on screen now the Junior Girls 200 preliminary races getting ready. And you saw just a moment ago as well the Junior Boys long jump is underway. It's been going for nearly an hour, so we'll bring you some updates on that as well, on how the progress is going. And just to give you an idea of the qualifiers from the previous track events, which was the Junior Boys 400. We can tell you who's gone through to the next round. That's Connell McLean from Westlake, Jack Mara, John Paul College, Harrison Lang from Kelly College, Isaac Savewell from St Bede's, Braden Nielsen from New Plymouth Boys, Charles Howlett, I should say, from Auckland Grammar. That's an interesting name. I wonder if that's a son of the great runner, and he was a sprinter hurdler at high school. Doug Howlett went on to score many tries for the All Blacks, of course. Jagan Willers from St Patrick's College, Aidan Platts from Botany Downs, Oliver Tui from Wanganui Collegiate, Timothy Wallace, St Kennigan's, Taylor Hall, and William Burkers. That's the top 12 qualifiers. We'll bring you a few more as we scroll down to making the top 16 to go through to the semis. Is Oliver Mayers, Man Albert, Felix Field, New Plymouth Boys, Xavier Teololami Holden from Christchurch Boys, Samuel Paris, and Bernard Stallard from St Patrick's. So that's the top. Sorry, not Bernard Stallard. It was Samuel Paris was the last qualifier with 57.83. Gets through the top 16 for the semi-finals of the Junior Boys 400.
The cameras at the moment are focusing on a young chap on the runway for the Junior Boys long jump. That looks like a St Kennigan's uniform to me. Athlete number 624, here he comes. Let's see how he goes off that takeoff board.
It's
there you go. Leofe, is it? Yes.
Leofe Usufono.
Yes, Leofe Usufono from St Kennigan's. And what is he now? He's placed 10th. We'll see. And I mean, this is the nuts and bolts of New Zealand sport around the country. Look, what have we got out there? We can see, 6 officials or 6 helpers. Most of these people are volunteers. They don't get paid. We'll see somebody there in an Athletics New Zealand top. There's people sitting at the desk which record the number yelled out by the guy with the red band on his arm, because he's the official. They put the jump up on that swivel board, so we've got 2 volunteers doing that from, I think from the local high school. Was that 565? It looks like they're showing. We have to wait for them to swing it around to show the people in the grandstand. I think I saw 565. But notice also on top of the runway we've got another official there. There's probably someone over there just talking to the kids in the tent, making sure they're getting their running order sorted out.
Correct, and we've got about 32 in the preliminary rounds of this Junior Boys long jump. So after they've all had 3 rounds of competition, they will sort out the top 8, and then they're actually currently in the 3rd round now. So last chance for many of these athletes to get their best jump out in these trying conditions. As you can see before on the shot, there was a lot of rain. So we've got the top 10 athletes looks like on screen at the moment from qualifying. Again,
for those uninitiated, the winner there, Ollie Davis, you can see his jump of 6 metres 11. Then it's got a plus 1.2. That's the metres per second wind, and the plus means it's a tailwind. So his next jump's 573, way down on that. But look at the wind behind him, 2.3. It can't be legal, Tony, unless it's under 2 metres. Is that correct?
2 metres, 2.0 is the maximum legal to get any records, but in terms of the competition, it doesn't matter. But that's for records only. But so you'll notice some of these jumpers, they will be waiting on the long jump run up. They are running with the tailwind because they're just competing at the far end there, if I can see where they are.
They're right in front of the main stand.
And we've got the first race of the 200s underway now.
Looks like in lane 3. Oh no, going to be coming down on the outside. There's athlete number 503 taking that line, so she'll be going through to the next round for sure.
And that was lane 3, was it?
Yeah, yes.
So the first home there looks like it was Ava Rattray ahead of Indy Gibson and then Sienna Wright. So that was our first 3 in the first of the Junior Girls 200s.
Yes, the girls are standing out over here on this side. Oh, here we go. Sorry, we go back to those results from the Junior Boys long jump. Yes, well, look at those. Look when the timing of the jumps. Look at, for instance, the number 13 on the list, athlete number 102, Connor Gillard. His last jump had a 3.4 metre tailwind. I mean, if you had a baggy shirt, Tony, you'd probably use it like Team New Zealand and sail down.
Do a bit of sailing, that's right.
That's a massive wind.
That's what I was saying, Paul. Some of the athletes, they're allowed a maximum of a minute on the runway from when their name is called before they have completed their jump. They'll get a flag with a warning if they're down to the last 15 seconds to say that that's how long they've got left to go. So yeah, if they're clever, and these are pretty young athletes, but they'll be learning the trade, that's for sure. They can wait until they can feel a good gust and that'll help them get there, because in terms of the competition, it doesn't matter what the wind reading is on the day. It's only for record purposes or qualification purposes for teams that we need to make sure that wind is under 2. And this one, hold on, so I'll do. You put the long jump on yours. That's it. So we've got a young athlete. We'll just get his number, who's up on the long jump. And we've got the second heat of the 200s underway now. Lane 2, we've got Brooke Harper. Lane 3, Hannah Kito. Lane 4, Caitlin Black. Lane 5, Rangatani Graham. Amelia Goldsmith. Nancy Lee. And Lane 7 and Lane 8, Bella Thin. And they're coming up to the finish.
That was a great run on the burn from the athlete.
Looks like Lane 6.
Just taken out.
Amelia Goldsmith from, looks like she took it out from, that's from St Cuthbert's, isn't it, those colours from up in Auckland. And time of 26.11, so yes, she got the nod there. So she'll go through as a qualifier.
And then it was very close with the outside lane, the inside lane, but you know, the qualifying, you know, she came really well round the bend, and then they hit that headwind all the way home, Tony. So the times here will be a little bit slower than what they can probably do. You know, we can only hope that when finals come, there's either no wind or a tailwind in the home straight for them, because that's when that lactic acid's really building up.
That's right.
And you know, they're getting one shot at these heats to get through, and you know, some of the experienced athletes through the club and the school systems, but we haven't had a lot of competitions within the secondary schools, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it's been. And they, you know, some of these young athletes, they will definitely learn from this experience, and I'm sure that their coaches, family, and that are saying, well, you know, everybody thinks that sprints is just one tactic, is go as hard as you can, but running the bend and into the wind for someone who's pretty light makes it more difficult.
We've got the result on screen there for the second heat of the Junior Girls 200.
Yes, Amelia Goldsmith there, as we picked, 26.11. That's a very good time. Brooke Harper in second place, Bella Thin, 3-3. That looks like the ones that will go through, and they're there at the time. So a bit of a spread there of about 3.5 seconds, 3.7 between first and seventh place.
We'll have these next heat is on the mark. So it's Molly McManus in 2, Kenzie Bowden in 3, Georgia Rope in 4, Maggie Robinson in 5, Sasha Kilmeister in 6, Emily Cowan in 7, and Paloma King in 8. So as they come around the bend, and they'll hit that headwind, and you can see the wind blowing, and the track's very wet for the bend running. And it looks like lane 2 and lane 6. So that's Molly McManus and Sasha Kilmeister from Kapiti College. Looks like she's going to take it out. We've seen her brother on the track earlier today, so nice run there from the Wellington girl.
Well, I'm glad they've got a photo finish over there, Tony, because on that angle there were 3 girls hit the line very, very closely together. A bit hard to call from here on what we saw, but it's going to be close with those times of the second, third and fourth placings.
Yeah, and just to help the viewers at home, you'll see there's a little camera on the inside of the track just beyond the finish line, on that little green tent there, which has probably got some clocks on the TV on it, but that's a front-on camera. So today's ability of the optical cameras that allows the photo finish judges to read it front on as well, and they just pick up the bib number and then line it up with the lane, and they can, if there's any close finishes, really helpful for the distance races.
Into the long jump pit goes Elliot Barr, I believe, from Hutt International Boys School, and it's a clean jump. So looks like they've given him a couple of jumps, and they're getting down to the top place getters. His best so far is 5:59. So we'll see if that score comes up to beat that.
Kilmeister's time there, 27.97. So in terms of the other heats, it's stacking up, but they've ranged so far from 26.1 with a wind there, not quite as much, through to 27.97 was one of the winning times, and Ava Rattray was a winning time in the other heat of 27.17. So a range of times for those athletes at the moment. But there is qualifying. If they're winning, that's the most important thing, because it's time and place that goes through. I think we've got first, I'll just get that confirmed for you, how many are qualifying by heats, automatic times, and those with the next best performances.
There he is it Kaipara? I can't quite see that scoreboard. It's coming around 5:25. There you go. You can see that at home. Nice and clear. And again, these people out there with the rakes moving that wonderful dark coloured sand.
And there's a full field lining up now for the final heat of the Junior 200s. You can see with the greyness in the background and everyone togged up. It's not very pleasant conditions for these young athletes now. It's been pretty warm during the day. It's been definitely mild, probably around 20 degrees most of the day. But it's definitely not pleasant when it gets continually wet. So, to the top. So that was Harry Williamson, I think, from Christchurch Boys.
That one? That's a Botany Downs. That uniform 69, sorry.
69, is it?
Yep. I'm just trying to pick him up on this.
We've got the final heat. I think it's the final heat, the heat 4 we're up to of the Junior Girls 200 on the blocks now. So they have a bit of a tail as they start if they're in the outside lanes, and then they hit that headwind coming into the home straight. You can see when the flags on the home straight there in front of the Apollo and Maori Active signs how they're blowing down there.
Oh, here's another flying start in the outside lane. Oh, and somebody coming.
So it looks like lane 2 is running well, but outside in lane 7 is Annabelle Batchelor from Otago. Cleared away from this field. Fine run. It's going to be close line up for second and third by the look of it. So yeah, they'll need the photo finish there, but it looks like lane 1 might have come through. Holly Thin, also from the South Island, from Timaru Girls. So we'll get those results. So yeah, Annabelle Batchelor, one of the quicker times, so she did well in that windy conditions, 26.84. Probably one of the fastest of the qualifying time. But yeah, very difficult to tell in these windy conditions.
Yeah, Tony, I think she had the field beaten on the end of that first corner. She was gone.
We've got Gus Norris from Wellington College lining up, waiting for his turn. When they get the flag for clearance to jump, they'll then be waiting to get that wind if it's going to get in behind them and get underway. Probably a lot of these young boys get their jackets off and get their jump over as quick as possible so they don't get too wet. But they should be thinking about the wind. But they are juniors, and a lot of them, it's their first big competition. You can see the wind blowing on the shorts of young Gus Norris from Wellington College.
Oh no, that's a red flag up, so that's a no jump.
No jump for Gus.
Recorded. Now I think also, Tony, looking at this, normally the competitors would have 3 jumps and then the top 6 or 8 would go in reverse order and get another jump or 2, and it looks like everybody's had 2 jumps. And
we've got on the screen that final heat of the Junior Girls 200. You can see it there. Yes. So a couple of the fastest times there. Annabelle Batchelor in that last heat, who's second fastest overall time to the top time was Amelia Goldsmith from St Cuts in the earlier heat. So the top 16 goes through, I think it is. Looks like, according to the list though, we've got 19, so there'll be a bit of a decision to be made, but around about 28.1 or 28.09 will be the final qualifier, I think, for the top 16.
Here we go. Heat.
Oh, we've got another heat, so that's why we're waiting still. So.
Oh yeah, they go. Who's got 5. The fast start? Oh, lane. What are the inside lanes? 2 or 3? She's gone out. She's already gone past 2 competitors on the corner. She's definitely got the field now.
So that's lane 3. That's Sienna Moyle from St Kennigan's, by the looks of it. Yes, and outside I've got a strong run coming from the girl in lane 6, which is Amponesa Tabi Amponasa from Havelock North. I hope I did well with that African name there.
Doing okay, Tony, and her long stride came down, so she timed that well.
She did time it well, finished really nicely.
continue to maintain that drive through the legs. You can see the
running nice and tall, still keeping the knee lift, and 26.32. So I think that'll be around about the second best time of the heat so far for the young Havelock North girl. And I know that we've got one of our top sprint coaches moved into the Hawke's Bay, and that's Gary Henley Smith, I think.
Oh, okay.
He's changed. He was at Scott's, and he's done a year up in Tokoroa at Forest View.
Oh, okay.
And now he's over at Iona College, I believe. So I'm sure we'll see a few more sprinters as well as distance runners coming from the Hawke's Bay.
He's not going to turn his hand to hurdling again, is he? Gary Henley Smith, yes, he's a name from the past of the competitor, wasn't he?
Held the New Zealand schools record over 100 metres for some years. So,
yes.
So here's a progress result for the, looks like the rank, the bottom part of the table for the long jumps, just to make sure. I think that's the whole field we've been through. And that's the previous round of the...
Ponsa. So she won that, as you said, in 26.32, 26.85. Sienna Moyle not that far behind. She, like I say, she covered the field pretty well by the bend, but then that leg stride just kept coming from Ponsa, and that sort of helps, man. So the semi-finals will be interesting. Because some of these runners will get in, they're going to have to go a little bit harder to make sure they qualify for the final. And that's always a challenge, isn't it, Tony, when you've got heats and then semis and finals, just to maintain that rhythm, the speed all the way through. Do you go hard, do you go faster? But I think the semis normally crank up a bit more, don't they?
Absolutely. That's when they start to sort out the top athletes, if you like, those who are in contention. So yeah, we've got another heat lining up, so I think we're up to heat 6 now of the Junior Girls 200.
Good numbers.
Track of exactly how many heats we have got.
Good numbers, Tony.
So it's good to see this.
Heats.
They're underway, and
lane one, another flyer. Look at that.
Yeah, we've got a very strong runner in Maya Bentley from Long Bay College. She might have been getting a few tips from a former Long Bay College parent, James Dolphin. I've seen him here today, who went to the Olympics at 200 metres for New Zealand. His son's running, but it looks like the girl from Rolleston in lane 4 is coming through. So well done to Eden Innes. I think would have taken that out.
Yes, we made that comment earlier in one of the boys' races. There was a dolphin running past, and we weren't trying to be rude to the animal species or the name. We thought, I wonder if that's...
Yes,
yes, the names keep coming through, don't they?
Yeah, that was James Dolphin's son. He caught up with James walking around the track before, and one of his younger lads. But
I'm glad you could catch up with him, Tony, because not many people could.
I managed to make sure he was coming towards me rather than me chasing after him. But yeah, the medal ceremony there, and probably this is going to be, this might be a para medal ceremony, is it? So just haven't got that with us.
Tell them to point and look at the camera that way.
Yeah, I think it'll be
one to get out of there, they're wet.
One of the para throwing events, so let's see if we can pick up what that was. Not a pleasant day for taking photos on the podium, but that's the way it is.
And we go from that heat, Tony, first, as you called it, Eden Innes, then Maya Bentley and Hunter Avery, and those are the pretty close times in the inside there. So we'll wait and see when they give us the lists up for the semis, and that'll be done as in all of them. There's a little formula that they go by with how many people there are to how many to go through and so on. So we'll wait and see all the results when they collate them all. Hello, here's our other para-athlete. I was talking to him before downstairs.
So far we've had 42 athletes compete in that Junior 200, which is a good number. Good to see these young girls prepare to get out there in the rain, and hopefully they get some enjoyment out of it and can pat themselves on the back for having that courage to take part in such sort of trying conditions. So really good to see that.
Isn't it? The old ethos was that you gave everything your best shot, and to come down here or come up wherever to come in here to the Taranaki Rohi and compete. You're right, it's great to see the numbers there. From those 6 heats, they'll go the top 3 through, and then the next fastest 6 will give us 24. So there'll be 3 semi-finals.
And I can call through those names quickly if people want to, the qualifiers for the semi-finals, as we have them on our screen anyway. So we've got Goldsmith, Tabai Impanasa, Batchelor, Moyle, Harper, Innes, Thin, Rattray, Gibson, Bentley, Rudd, Kilmeister. We'll just carry on down the list there.
Just on screen, people, you're looking at it, you've got the parallel. As you see now, the young chap standing in the middle there, the winner. We included him in our Classics meeting events last year, and he's won a whole lot of records, this young lad, from down in Wellington, and he was out at the throws, the solar throws out at
That's right.
the solar power throws, which is held out in the Hunt Valley the day after the Classics meeting that you have there down in Wellington, Tony. So, sorry, I keep referring to other events, people, and the reason for that is that a lot of the people involved in athletics are heavily involved with clubs as well, and through coaches. So there's, as in New Zealand, in a small country, there's a finite group of people, and people do stand out. I'm pretty sure that young fella Connor will make the grade again. Nice young guy to talk to, and it's great to see again them out here. I really do feel sorry for these junior girls that have run into that strong headwind coming up that home straight.
Yeah,
you know, yes, they're going fast, they're doing their best, but to run into that headwind, they've actually got to push hard, and you know, a bit different if you've got some large muscles pushing you through, but you know, it's tough work for them. So
yeah,
be interesting to see how they go with.
And we should note that, you know, these athletes are all under 16 at the end of the year, so that's what the juniors are. That's what we're not over covering the junior events, but we just want to let you see them at home, because I know that you'll be looking forward to seeing them. Part of our School Sport New Zealand Charter with our broadcasters, not to overemphasise our younger athletes, but so we are putting a focus on the seniors during the weekend here on our productions for Carter Maori for live coverage, and yeah, so we've got the junior boys. We'll see some coverage of that. We'll have a little bit of coverage of the long jump in between as well, and I'll just give you the rest of the junior girls that have made it through to the semi-final. So we've got the top 12, and the next 12 to make 24, which will be 3 semi-final heats of 8. Is Sienna Wright, then Holly Thin, Millie Woodham, Hunter Avery, and that's a name that we might find out if might be Graham Avery's granddaughter. I think Nigel and Shelley might be here.
You're going too far back for me, Tony.
From Havelock North, but Kenzie Bowden, Molly McManus, Caitlin Black, Hannah Kadzau, Emma Young, Lily Anderson, Lily Greenower, and Holly James from Wellington East was the 24th of our qualifiers to make the semi-finals for the junior girls 200.
And what's the overall time split about between, say, the fastest qualifiers?
It's just over a 2-second split amongst the top 24. So as you can see, there were some pretty trying conditions, and we've just had the first of the junior boys run through while we've been chatting, and we'll bring you the people that ran through that in a few seconds.
Yeah, you can see they've. Here we go. Just down in front of us from where we're commentating from, folks, is we're about 50 metres behind the 200 metre start, so we're in the building to your right of that green tent. And as you can see across between the 2 yellow flags here, that's where the lane cones are, the white ones here, and the boys are just getting ready to start into the second heat.
So a young man from Tauranga Boys, Dylan Henderson, took that out. Time just under 24 seconds. And a young fellow we saw in the long jump previously, Leofei Usufono from St Kitts, was second. Ashton Harris, St Peter's College, Auckland, third. So we'll see how many of those go through. The qualifying will be the same as the boys. So that is a bit of a conflict for these young boys. Some of them have got to try and get the early rounds into the junior long jump and qualify through the preliminaries of their 200s.
Yes,
the main double that we try to allow the young ones to do is the 100 and the long jump double. So there will be some conflicts though with those that are doing the 100, 200 and the long jump.
Yes, yeah, it makes it a busy thing, particularly like saying they've shortened the long jump qualifying thing, so that gives them, otherwise they would have been going from one event back to the other. But yeah, so now
we've got another
Rua, Row, Mita. Rua, Row. Rua being 2, Row the 100, and Mita is pretty easy to do.
Yeah, and we're the second heat, so that'll be we've got 7 in this, starting with Kyson Keegan from Francis Douglas, local boy, In lane 1, Mania Lisa from Otago, and 2, Blake Dalton from Tyree, and 3, Tom Hewson from Wellington College, and 4, Hugo Brush, Tauranga Boys, and 5, Alapati Tusa Soanga from St Peter's School, which I'm assuming is possibly Auckland, and St Peter's. We've got 3 St Peter's, and Jamison Bruin from Auckland Grammar. They've had to be stilled up again, so there's a bit of noise at the start, or the starter's got something going wrong with the start mechanism, with a bit of water creeping into it at this time of the day. So,
more than likely. But sometimes too, those signage flags can flap and give them a false. Yeah, but we'll wait and see. They'll get underway and shortly. Oh no, lane 2. I think he thought he had moved in the blocks. There could have been
a couple of variation in start techniques there, wasn't there? So that's why you can see some of these young fellas are having their first crack at these sort of championships. So it looks like lane 3 and lane 2 are leading the way in. So that's Lesser from Otago in 2, and coming through in 3 is Dalton from Tyree College. So a couple of Dunedin boys.
Yes.
Looked like they're going to take it out, and outside there was lane 6, I think. Alapati Tusa Soe.
Yes, lane 2 didn't get a very good start. He sort of came up and then the gun went, and I think he thought he was going to get called, and then he took off. So he actually started a metre or 2 behind that. So
he didn't get
he powered back through, and you can see he looks like a strong lad. He's powered up there and he's hit the line, so he'll go through to the next round, and I'm sure there'll be somebody having a little chat to him about that starting technique.
And it might not look like it's raining much out there, but there's a real good, strong, drizzly mist just blowing down that home straight. But so what you're getting on camera is definitely an enhanced view of the conditions we've got here. And of course, we're sitting nice and dry inside, Paul. So absolutely delighted to be having this good position that we've got set up here with the N-Tech iFilm
wonderful
crew.
Idea.
We were going to try and sit in the front of the grandstand, but I'm particularly pleased that we decided to come across the far side and commentate from here and get the great pictures that our producer team are doing here, production team through N-Tech, doing a great job with their cameras out there this afternoon. I'm sure you admire, and hopefully they survive the weekend.
Yes, that's it. The water's always adds that little extra. I know it's a challenge for athletes, but for the people that are doing the live streaming, it's a super challenge for them. The guys look competent. They're out there. They've got their cameras set up. The man coordinating it all and sitting in a caravan out of the rain as well. Paulie's caught in the whole lot. Here we go. Here are these results.
Next result up there is so Dalton Blake's time was 23:77, and then Mania Lisa, Blake Dalton, and then Mania Lisa.
Alapati Tuasapo.
So a couple of young lads under 24 there, which is a good run in these conditions. Yes. So just to reflect, in the previous time was won by Dylan Henderson in 23:97. So any of these young lads that run under 24 in these conditions will do well. And we've got the third heat getting on their marks now. So we've got Elliot Barr from Hutt in 1, Jack Mara from John Paul College in 2, Philippe Bailey from Wanganui College in 3, Zach Kimmins from St Patrick's College Kilburnie in 4, Charlie Applegarth, St Bede's College out of Christchurch in 5, Noah Retford from Botany Downs in 6, Owen Lamb 7, and Henry Smith, St Peter's School in lane 8. So we've got it coming around the corner now, and it's looking pretty good for lane 2 and lane 7, and even lane 8. So
who can fight into this heat?
And here lane 8's come through strongly. Henry Smith.
Well, there's a name too. That
was, and it makes me think of my
shot putting
young man of shot putting, is Henry Smith out of Wellington, who competed in my era.
It was definitely TJ Bay Club. His coach was John Cook, who was a secretary of the NZSS for a while there, and used to train at the Kura Street field. Well, Henry. Yeah. And what the surprising thing was is that he used to have bets with people, Tony, that he could out-sprint them in 100 or 200 metres. And what people didn't realise is that at the age of 17, not only was he was throwing the shot put out there at different distance and discus, but he could also sprint. He was the second or third fastest in his age group in our school at Mana College. So he could actually move. He was a big lad. When we put a rugby jersey on him, it was funny because he would run flat out, and once 2 or 3 guys would manage to grab him, he'd turn around and want to feed the ball straight out. And these are the days you're allowed to hold on to it. And his younger brother, Louis, who was pretty quick too, but he wasn't quite as big as Henry. And man, he was as tough as. you know, but Henry Smith, that's a good name to see out on the track compared to for years and years and years. And Henry went on to represent our countries. Here we go, the Henry Smith name. Yeah, so he's run well there, 23, as Tony said earlier, under 24 seconds is a good time, so you've got one right on, 3 of them just on 20.
Well, I've just had confirmed by a text that yes, young Avery that we saw in the girls 200s is Nigel and Shelley's one of the twins that they have. So that's Nigel and Shelley Avery. Obviously, Nigel's current chef de mission for our Olympic Commonwealth Games teams.
Yes.
And of course, everyone will know of Nigel's dad, Graham. Who's been a long time supporter of our sport in a massive way, or Sport New Zealand, with his vision of the Millennium Institute in Auckland, and now of course the big sports complex at Mitre 10 Park, where they've now got a new competitive pool as well as the beautiful track there and the facilities that are associated with that. So yeah, so great to see Nigel and Shelley's young ones competing here. I heard that someone said they spotted Graham and Gabby, his wife, at Novotel last night, so that's why they're here. I said maybe he's got some grandchildren running, which he has. That's good to hear.
Here we go.
Got a false start there.
Was that lane 2 first? We have to wait and see. There's a marshal out there that will come along.
So we'll quickly run through the heat. It's Dominic Bingle from Whanganui Collegiate in 1, Hunter Scott, Christchurch Boys in 2, Cody Lawson, Southland Boys in 3, Tristan Wagner, Kuranui College in 4, Zion Samuels, Destiny School in 5, Oliver Barnett, Strathallan College in 6, and Michael Lopez, St Patrick's College, Silverstream in 7. So they're in their blocks, a field of 7. So if they get a clean start this time, no one's been disqualified. Whoop, they're standing up again. So someone's being talked to there in lane 5 or lane 4, I think it is.
Yes, Tony, and the officials here use a little bit of wisdom of Solomon, I think it was called. You know, these are young competitors, and to be just DSQ'd out, they do have to do it. But quite often they'll give a warning on the field, or they'll go over to an athlete who's obviously not quite used to setting those blocks up. And she obviously went and told him about the hand placement and foot placement. So it may be a little bit of coaching and technical stuff going on at the start line for his first sprint race, but to me that's helpful. It's beneficial to young athletes. It doesn't put them off. So he came up slow then, now he's away. Yeah. Once the gun goes, they usually sort themselves out.
We want them to have a good experience, especially in the heats. We want to give them every opportunity. We'll get a bit tougher on those things during the next rounds, I'm sure. Absolutely. But so we've got lane 2 and 3 plus lane 5 there. So that's Hunter Scott, Cody Lawson, and out in lane 5 it looks like it'll be Zion Samuels.
Yes, he's looking across there. He's,
he's in lane 6, I should say. It's Oliver Barnett.
Yeah, he's noticed the inside runner there was looking across, and that's just he was quite happy to let the guy take the placing, and he knew he was going to qualify. So a bit of smart running there, saving a little bit for
another
thing in the meeting.
Yeah, another winning time, just under 24 again, 23.87. Wow. So as we said, I think anyone that runs sub 24 will easily qualify through to the next round, the semis, and there'll be a few people in the low 24s that will probably qualify through as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that looks like the officials are breaking out of there, so that's the 200s. Junior, so now we get I think the next event on the track will be the 3,000 metre girls, the senior girls, and we have another few minutes yet for that, 20 minutes, and 10 minutes or so, and we are getting the results up on another screen, people, that you can access if you're onto a results. Athletic Live results, and so it's showing the long jump, the junior boys, Cody McPhail, Toby Grant, and we're just going to wait. It looks like they're having a 3rd round jump, so here we go, here's those times. Well, that's a quick time considering the inside guy was checking his stride from Hunter Scott. He was looking across, so Oliver Barnett took the line on us, 23.87, maybe on that time, I don't know, 25 seconds in 4th place, Tony. I think that and Samuels may not get there with that, but we'll wait and see.
So we think that might be the final race, and if that's the case, there'll only be 2 semi-finals for the junior boys, the top 16.
Top 16, so it'll be 3-3, the first 3 in each.
Packed up from their 200, so there's probably been a few scratchings. I know there was quite a considerable lot of scratchings going through the Technical Information Centre earlier this afternoon, so that's the junior boys 200s. As Paul said, coming up soon we've got the senior 3000s. We're going to have a senior girls 3000 in about another 4 or 5 minutes. Then the senior boys 3000, and the senior boys races timed finals this year, so they don't have to compete twice over the weekend, and plus allow a little bit of flexibility if they want to do a road race. And there'll be about 28 in the A race, which will hopefully have all our top contenders if the young men that have seeded these athletes have done a good job. And then there'll be a B race after that for those 2-time finals, and they'll be followed by the senior 4x1 relays. So that's the track program. During
Any
that time,
complaints about the seating, we can see the person.
I'd say if they should see one of our executive members, I won't mention his name, but he still holds the New Zealand Schools steeplechase record.
Yes, and when he said it won't be broken.
Won't be broken because they've changed
lowered the height of the steeples and everything. And I was going to say, well, in fact, I think he won the 1500 metre race in the steeple within an hour or two of one another. Back in the day when he ran, Jeff Short, so I'd mention his name. He was in the record books, and he was a very underrated runner when people first saw him, because he didn't have the standard runner profile. He wasn't tall and lean, he won't mind me saying that. Yes. But yeah, he had wheels and he took off, and he had a record in New Zealand for a very long time. And the steeplechase one will hold now. It's interesting when you change implement weights or whatever, you have the best standards. And remember, we've moved from different weights and throwing implements, the masses of the things from pounds to metric. No handheld times now, it's all electronic. Yep. So, there are a whole lot of factors in there. And so when a new event comes in, it's listed as something, and then the next year it gets ratified as a record, if you like. And that's just a part of the evolution, Tony. We've made a lot of changes on the exec over the last few years. I'd say in the last decade, a lot of changes, and the changes have come about through the athletes themselves, but also the coaches. And there was a huge discrepancy between. I remember when the hammer throw used to be a competition, and there'd be like 4 competitors, and some of the young girls and boys were throwing the same mass as the seniors, and so we've calibrated all those down, and then our hammer fields went up and up and up. So the steeples a bit lower, quicker times. Oh, here we go.
So I'm going to hand over the reins now, Paul, to our other leading man, Hayden Sherman, and I'll take a break because I've got to go out in the rain now and do a small ceremonial thing in a little while, and hopefully your cameras will capture that in between these 2 senior 3000 finals. So here we go.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, it's good to be back in the booth, and the rain has definitely been settling in, and our athletes today, our tangata out there, have just been doing a fantastic job of battling through the conditions and getting into their spikes, getting into their shoes, ready for some action here in Inglewood. So we have the finals of the 3000. This is the senior girls, senior boys coming up, and first off we'll start off with the 3000, and man, what a race this is set to be. Yes, Hayden, the diffs come in on focus now. We just have that little orange thing there, we're in there, now we're looking straight on to the girls here, and you'll notice out right in front of the official on the track there, a young lass with blonde hair, number 951. She's one of the Brabham girls from Whanganui Collegiate. She was also in our cross-country team earlier in the year. He came over to Australia and runs well, Louise Brabham. She's number 951. We've also in here got Bella Earl, number 998. She's from Whangarei, as I'll call it, Whangarei Girls High School. She's another, track runner and cross-country runner. We've got Zara Geddes from St Hilda's Collegiate in Dunedin. Now, she runs neck and neck with Catherine Lund, and earlier in the year they were like seconds apart. They run first and second at the Nationals. Catherine came back from overseas and ran a stellar race down in Dunedin at a meeting and set an under 20, I think, girls record. And we've got Stella Hammond from St Dominic's from Auckland. She was also in the running with the cross country, so she's got some wheels out there. Ava Sutherland, another representative of cross country out of Wellington Girls College. And by the way, taking these young kids away was just absolute delight. It's so nice to meet nice kids, and they really were. So we've got 4 or 5 athletes in here who have already proven themselves,
And I guess we've got to watch out for Catherine Lunn, 458 from Otago Girls High School. Zara Geddes, athlete number 613. She's from St Hilda's, Kaliza said. We've got little Brabham. Sorry, I shouldn't say little, just because I've had the older sisters come through some of our teams. So Louise Brabham, 951 from Honganui Collegiate.
And they're not heading in the wrong direction. They are just going through some strides, because as you can see, that rain is really pelting down, and it's really important to stay warm, because these girls will have trained in their tracksuits and been trying to keep warm in this rain, and then would have discarded the tracksuits and a little bit of waiting around, waiting for the official start time. And anything you can do to keep warm will be a good thing at this stage in the afternoon.
One of your events, was it, Aidan? I'm picking here that the officials weren't quite ready with the starter with the electronic timing gun, so the word would have come through. So some of these guys down there that are marshalling and done that, they've been around the traps a long time, and they do consider the athletes' welfare, and that's a smart thing to do, is to send them off, tell them you've got another couple of minutes, and go to the, as you say, keep warm, move across. We've got... It's earlier, Tony was talking about whether they're going to go for tactics, play the cat and mouse game and then see who's got what's left in the tank, or they decide to go out and go hard all the way and burn people off. I'm not so sure how they're going to go. It's always interesting, but there's somebody out there that really wants a title, and the pre-season to this, if you like, the lead-in has been very short, and I know that 4 or 5 of these girls were, some of them are year 12 and done year, level 3, calculus and stats the year before. So we've got a lot of brain power out there too. And they will be able to think through this and know, they've had to study, do exams, and then come to the meet. That's the same for the senior boys too. They've, they have all this pressure at the end of the year and then the track meet. And we've purposely moved the meeting back to this weekend in December, Hayden, because it used to be earlier, and we would have always a clash of somebody having an exam the day before or the night before. Now we've gone a 3-day meet.
All right, now we're underway in the senior girls 3,000 metres here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Champs. So we've got 18 athletes leading things out in the rain here in Inglewood. We're 200 metres in. It looks like a good steady pace right from the start, set by our pacemaker. Well, not Bella a pacemaker. Yeah, Bella Earl down from Whangarei. This will be positively Antarctic compared to the tropical north. But she's leading things out, and it looks to the naked eye. Zara
Geddes is she's in second place. Now remember, I also said that Zara Geddes normally runs hand in hand with Catherine Lunn with time, so we'll see how they go, come through the field. There's the girl, Louise Brabham, in third. There's a little bit of a gap opened up between second and third, but they'll be running smart. Then we've got the girl from Wellington, young Ava Sutherland, and running on that bunch at number 890, 458 on the outside there. That's Catherine Lunn. So both these girls from Otago, different schools. One's at Otago Girls, the other one's at Collegiate. Hello, there's Bella Earl just looking over her shoulder to see who's clocking along. So
a bit of separation here in the early stages of this race. Now that we're 500 metres in, and the pack is definitely split up, and this is an interesting situation here, because you've got 2 athletes who maybe didn't come into this race as the only favourites, but certainly the ones that we're talking about, and you don't really want to see Zara Geddes and Bella Earl disappear this far up the road this early in the race.
Well, yeah, like I say, it's whether they play cat and mouse at the back and post them down, or one of them said to the other, well, let's go and see if we can burn them off. So far that looks like the tactic, but that pace is steady at the front, but we've just got to be aware that the gap, if it gets to 20 metres, then it gets a little bit hard to claw back. They've still got lots of laps to go. They will string out more because just of that time difference of people's stride ratio. But both these girls, when they came to Australia, like I say, they have a cross-country race, which is the age group championship, and then on the relays, the girls run 2K. So that's a speed time. And Bella ran really, really well. So did Zara. She was our team captain for the girls. And, they all perform really well. So we know that they've got some basic speed there too. And it's, like you say, let's have a look at this. Who's in the third now? We've got
Yeah, I believe it's Catherine Lund leading that pack. It is. So number 458, Catherine Lund is just on the pack. So she's doing the job of hunting down these two girls. She's had these great battles with Zara Geddes this year. Zara getting the better of her at the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country champs. But Catherine Lund, I believe, took out the club cross-country national title, so for the under 18s.
And when she came back, she ran that time on the track in
Eden
and ran a very fast time. So, like I say, they're in there, but she's got to start thinking now. Like I say, the gap's not quite, if you get to 20 metres, that's a big distance to make up. So you just got to be careful how far you get, if you like, dropped or left behind. And also you're going to have in that next chasing group, you've got Ava Sutherland. I'm going to have Stella Hammond in there somewhere too, struggling along. There we go, number 890.
So I got them through 1K in around about 3:16-ish. Okay. I didn't get the exact split, so that's me just doing some rough maths.
Well, you'll see that.
You could see the weather just absolutely closing in here in Inglewood. And it won't bother too many of these athletes. Probably the biggest factor is just feeling the water inside your shoes, where you sort of just slipping a little bit inside your shoes. But the spikes are on your toes, so that'll keep you well and truly connected to the track itself.
There's a sign. Bella's just starting to sway now. If you see the rock and roll in the shoulders, she's looking over her shoulder, so that means that she would be interested if she can maintain that stride and that pace going as she's going past her. Now Catherine's starting to make a move. She doesn't want that gap to get too far, so she's starting to think. And right behind her is Louise Brabant from Wanganui Collegiate, and then we've got the runner Sarah Jury from Hamilton Girls High School. So one from Kitty Roa there coming in, and they just off. They're running in that little group. And sorry for the people at home. When we focus in, we're seeing the picture you are. We can look out the window here and see the other runners, but very difficult to read their numbers across the other side of the track. Some of the uniforms we know, but there's some balls in there with the stripes. We know those ones.
We talked about Bella Earl just starting to rock and roll a bit, but it almost looks like she's pulling away just a tad from Zara Geddes. A little bit of stretch there, so she's doing well. And yeah, you just pointed out making a good comeback is Catherine Lund after trying to pull that back into contention. But that early move from Bella Earl, early on to just break up this race and really came here with a lot of intention just to get out the front and make a good, honest pace.
Here comes Catherine Lund. She's starting to kick a gain on Zara. I did say she's ran well in August, September, so we've just got to see she's starting to pick. The gap is probably the same that she was from the front before, but you can see now she's making gains on her fellow Otago White. Yeah.
Right, 3 laps to go. Here we are. The time is at 5:58. So they go through with these 3 women all lined up, probably about 10 metres separating each of them. So we've still got 1,200 metres still to run, so it could be anyone's race, and it really depends on how much work Bella Earl has had to do out the front. She's led basically the whole race. And will that take its toll over these last 3 laps as we see a little bit of a change coming here for second and third?
Here. So Catherine's timing her run coming through nicely. She's right on it. Coming up to now, she's a couple of strides off her. She is going to go past her, so she's obviously hunting, and she's looking for that podium finish at the front. Then we still have the stayers. You know, these girls here, Louise and Ava and Sarah, they're all good athletes. They just look at them, they just maintain their rhythm. They know that the chance of getting to the front now is going to be a lot tougher, but they have it. They're not buttoning off either, so full ups to them. It's very easy to ease back and go, oh well, I can't make it, but you have a look at them. They just keep in with that little group before there, but Bella's taken it to them. She was rock and rolling, and look at her, she's powering. She's got another couple of laps to go now. It's just 800 metres to go.
So Whangarei Girls High School, stand up wherever you are, because you need to get in that comment section and send the shout outs to your girl Bella Earl. Also Otago Girls, where are you? St Hilda's Collegiate. You've got 2 athletes in the top 3 here, and is going to be electric over this last 750 metres left to run in the rain of Taranaki. What have these girls got?
Yes, it just look look at that. There she is. Yep, I said the rock and rolling. She's just decided to keep on the power there. So that's strong running from Bella.
And Catherine Lund has really pulled away now from Zara Geddes, who you can see just a bit of a grimace on the face as the heat of the early pace from Bella Earl has really taken its toll on this field. We're absolutely strung out. Just amazing running from Bella Earl to come here with intention to run fast, get to the front, make the pace honest, set a pace that she knows that she can handle if she has a great day. And so far, so good. 500 metres left to run as Bella Earl has about, 30 metres now back to second place.
Yes, and I see that young Kennedy Taylor from Southland Girls has made a move. She's right up on Louise Brabham. They're running 4th and 5th. And like I said earlier, there's a race between a race. If you know you can't get out there, you know, you've got to do the best you can. And look, these girls are running really well. I'm quite pleased and satisfied that there's a lot of pressure on them, particularly if you get caught by yourself or you know you're back. But that mental aptitude, Hayden, like you know, a few of the middle and distance, you've just got to run it, don't you? You've got to do those hard yards and grit your teeth and go. And here comes Bella now. She is looking good on this backstretch. She's really striding out.
Yeah, so just off your screen, she's got right up onto her toes. There she is, number 998, just passing one of our lapped runners, Bella Earl. This is where all those winter long runs and the Northland rainy winter come into
in Adelaide that did it, mate. It was a
come
motivation
into its own. With 200 metres to go, she's in sight of another national title is Bella Earl. In second place is Catherine Lund. Zara Geddes is in third at the moment as far as we know.
Louise is coming at her. Louise.
So coming around the corner, here she is, Bella Earl, and it's the sun almost coming out on this girl. It sure is metaphorically, because here she is 50 metres away from claiming another national title for Bella Earl. What a way to finish the year, picking up the senior girls 3,000 metre title here in Inglewood. There it is, Bella Earl, first place, about 9:52. What a run from her, right from the front. Here's Catherine Lund for second place. Big finish here for third. And we'll try and get an update on who that was crossing the line. That was Zara Geddes holding on for third.
Zara held off the two fast finishes there from Louise and Kennedy. So that's you know, a good strong run, and Zara had enough in the tank to come home strong. So I hope she's pleased with that run. It's always interesting when I'm talking a lot about the cross country, but you're right, it is the power there. They came over to Adelaide, ran a course in, well, it was really wet, it had rained, it wasn't quite as wet as this, but you know, they stay at a rate really, are you allowed to say that anymore, that term gutsy?
Yeah.
They have toughed that out, shall we say.
If anything's gutsy, it's a 3,000 metre run.
Those three runners in the front were in our team, and so is the runner with fifth. So not only do we have cross-country runners, we've got people with speed, and that combination is just a winning combination. We've seen it time and time again. And in the next race, you're going to see the same thing. You're going to see 5 or 6 boys in here that ran the cross-country nationals. They run 6K here, but the under-20s have there run 8. So 8K is a big step up from 6. And now those guys were hurting, man.
We'll get you to introduce some of the key names to look out for. We've got Matt Baxter waiting in the wings, who is the record holder for this event in the Secondary Schools Championship. So we'll bring Matt Baxter in just a tick. But before he comes in, Paul Meads, who are your picks for this? We've got 2 heats, of course, 2 timed finals. The first of those finals is going to be the A race, so those coming in with the standings.
Well, I've just circled the athlete number 336, Christian Duval. You know, he's come out of Maclean's College. His older brother came through first, so he's probably been unlucky in New Zealand with COVID, because he probably would have gone overseas a couple of times. And I see Max standing here giving us things. You know, he ran 8:10 the other week, but this is different conditions. There's also Roden Kodaya up there. He's also at Maclean's, number 335. He'll be up the front. We've got Elliot Pugh, who also ran so well in Australia, and he ran a great race 2 weekends ago at the 3K in Auckland. You've got Sorry, it's a guy named Jamie Mora that was up there. So Elliot Pugh's got some wheels too from Bethlehem College. And so who else have we got? I'm going to go, Louis Andres, he ran 5th, so he'll be up there somewhere. Toby Tasker. So Louis Andres is athlete number 251 from Hillcrest High School, Kirikiriroa. Toby Tasker, 303, he's a big lad from King's College. Cameron Maunder, he also has run very well, another New Zealand representative, Westlake Boys High School. He'll be out there. Carson Vesti, number 240 from Havelock North High School. He's the flyer, the 1500 metre flyer. He
Under 20 champion.
Yes, and you know, to go to the World Juniors, man, that's something. Zacko Dwyer was another one who came with us, but Sacred Heart. But I think the pace is going to be far too hot for him. Daniel Prescott's another one who came. So we've got in this field probably 8 runners that are going to feature.
Yeah, very prominently.
Maybe
awesome.
somewhere else. I want to see Matthew Hill in there as well. So this field is probably one of the strongest we've had for a while.
Yeah, we've got 28 runners, so it's going to be nice and congested. Now we'll bring in Matt Baxter. So thanks.
Just sorry, people. Live on screen now. We're going to cut out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear a little bit of that commentary, iconic commentary of one of our greats of New Zealand athletics, of New Zealand sport. And this afternoon we want to pay a very short tribute to the man, Sir Murray Halberg, who passed away last week. Got beside me here the patron of New Zealand secondary schools, a fellow medalist, bronze medal in the marathon at Rome when Sir Murray won his gold, and Sir Peter Snell won gold. Barry McGee, New Zealand secondary schools athletics patron, made a special trip to be with us this weekend. He was actually invited to a very private service, but he chose to come here because he said Sir Murray would love to know that he was down here with the young athletes. We're going to have a moment's silence in remembrance of Sir Murray in a few minutes, but Barry's going to tell us one very short story about his late great mate. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure and it's a great honour to be here with you today and to share something about this great man. This man has been in 20 countries, or 50 countries in He is all 200 countries, and that is big. But just one thing I'd like to tell you about, that this message is for every competitor who is here today, or who will compete this weekend. I'll tell a story about just 2 boys at secondary school. And 1 Olympic gold and break 5 world records. So anyone that's winning today or going to be a hero, you could be a Halberg of the future. I'd just like to tell you, just hear you, the other boy ran in the Auckland Secondary School heats and was last and did nothing. Instead of giving up, he kept training. The other boy, 10 years later, stood on the Olympic dais. He's got an Olympic medal, helped to break the world relay record, was ranked number 1 in the world, and I know the story's true because the other boy was me. The story is true. So if you're beaten today, it doesn't matter about your future. You might be more like a Barry than a Murray. Because when I saw Murray win the Auckland Mile secondary school camp, Avondale College carried him around the track on his shoulders as a hero, and yet, and he is. So I think we could take this time of silence to honour one of the greatest. His funeral is at 1 o'clock today, this afternoon in Auckland, and we say farewell to a great, great champion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Barry. So if we can just have a round of applause for that bit of inspirational words, folks, from our patron of New Zealand schools, finished last but carried on and won a bronze medal at the Olympics. So if we now can just have 1 minute silence, because I know we want some other athletes to keep going before it gets too cold. So a few moments now for Sir Murray Halberg, a legend of sport in New Zealand. Thank you. Prove that they won't let me compete in the triple jump. There we are, a bit of humour. A little bit of humour. A moment's silence, thanks everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Barry, for making it possible to remember one of our greatest. And have a good weekend. We'll hopefully get back to present some medals in the sunshine.
Max Baxter is in the stadium. If you'd like to come up to the announcer's box, Max Baxter.
Yeah, well, that was, like I said, in my opinion, a living legend there, Harry McGee, and he's, you know, under the Lydiard coach, and one of our greatest days in track and field, was involved in that when he got a bronze medal in Rome in 1960. Now we've just got those results up there. Great run from that Bella Earl and from Whangarei Girls High School. Catherine Lunn ran well, came in that right on the 10 minutes there to get in second. Zara Getty's third, hung on to there. Then came Louise Brabham, then Kennedy Tully. You can see all those on the screen. And like I said, the names I mentioned earlier, the top 4 or 5 have proven themselves on the track and on the cross country. So here we go. We've got about a 2 minute spread there. So that's about 600 metres of the girls. Now we've got the boys, and this is for those people at home. There are 2 grades are seeded these races, so like I said, we've got some top runners here. Now joining me here is a guy who actually holds the current 3,000 metre senior boys record. Just come back from the States. I was just chatting with him. Now, Mr. Baxter, tell me, what's this going from 3,000 metres to a marathon? What's this running around New York business?
My debut, yeah, the 3,000 meters is definitely a pretty far step from the marathon. But hey, I mean, when I was 18, 10 years ago, and I broke the record down south for this event. I mean, I certainly wasn't thinking about doing the marathon then. Had no desires, but yeah, the 3,000 meters is an incredible event, and a lot of these guys will eventually end up stepping up to the 5K, 10K, and then possibly beyond.
The way that this program was set up is that we don't offer those, and the argument with that is that they got the capabilities to do that. And I think the answer now with the road race going to 6K on Sunday, but these guys want this. They want to get here. Now, if you have it, just bear with us. The runner that's on see the staggered start. This is it's got a technical name, but basically there are 2 start lines because it's a huge field. Even though they've been seeded, there's another race after this. Now, standing in lane 2 in the horizontal stripes is Ronan Kadaya. He's a pretty useful 3,000 metre runner. Over on the left of the screen, there's a large, tall lad. Cameron Maunder from Westlake Boys, he's also quite a useful runner. And outside of him is Carson Vesti. Now he's got some speed, he's a 1,500 metre runner. But the guy that's probably run the fastest time in the last couple of weeks, who's going to threaten your record in my opinion, is the guy just heading up the straight now, running away from the start line, is Christian Duval. And as I said earlier, I think he's been unfortunate that the COVID era coming through. He probably would have been overseas representing us before. He ran really well in Australia at their cross-country champs. Well, he was first across the line, and then the second guy across the line was another New Zealand runner, and he's in here too. So they've got power and speed. Carson Vesti, because he was an older age group in Australia, not allowed to run up an age group, so he had to run with Ronan and Carson in the under-20 race. So recently they've run, and there's another guy here, Jamie Mora, who's at Auckland Grammar, but they're all coached by one guy. So, Nick Kadaya, well done. I know you're going probably looking for a treble. I don't know what the TAB odds are on that. But There might be a little bit of a spoiler in here, but we'll wait and see. Tony and I talked about this before. You'd know, obviously when you ran the record, you weren't playing cat and mouse, you just went for it.
Yeah, definitely. I knew from the gun.
Push.
Oh, yeah, we got some pushes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a record you gotta get after from the start. I just ran 66s even pretty much the entire time. Had my mum on the sideline shouting the splits, kept me honest. Yeah, this is something you got to be onto it from the start.
Here's Cameron on the outside, him, the tall lad, looking across to see what's happening on the inside. Now they're playing cage at the moment, so that's not a good. That's good for you in your record keeping. Keeping a record, should I say. But, these guys know one another, so that sometimes can be a benefit and it can be a hindrance, because if they're going to play cat and mouse, your record will be safe. I would pick that will fall to the favour always of the sprinters, the ones who've got a kick. And if you haven't got a kick, playing this game is not that clever. But, under coaches, things, mum, and you said your mum was calling splits for you.
She was calling splits, yep. I told her 66s, tell me if I'm on,
up or down,
on every time.
Yeah, the old cycling coach used to have the thumb up or thumb down. Now, tell me, at 66, if these guys can click along at 66, we'll have to keep an eye on that time clock as they go around.
Yeah, there was about a 68 on the clock, so they're a couple of seconds down right now, but that's fine. I mean, that first lap, you just got to let them settle into a pace, and they'll find their stride, and if someone is feeling antsy, they'll start going for it.
Yeah, so there's Christian DeVal coming out where I thought he would be. The first guy out there from Otago Boys was George Hamilton. Now, keeping an eye on him is Ronan Kodaya. The other, you can see both stripes here, we used to call them the Collinos stripes. Remember the toothpaste? Because they had red and white stripes. But that's the McLean's College. So they've got two runners there. And tucked in behind them is Cameron Nwanda, who, like I say, also he's got a great stride on him. He's a big, strong, powerful lad. I'm just trying to pick up. He's running in fifth. Now Carson Vesti, our 1500 metre title holder, he's just sitting there in fourth. So we've got some guys here with a lot of kick and a lot of speed. But to get the record, you can't always rely on that last, that sort of El Tempo mentality last lap, can you?
Yeah, definitely, and especially in this weather, that last lap is going to feel even harder if you're pushing into the wind and the rain. But that's also what these guys have to consider. Do you go really hard from the gun and risk getting that national title because you're trying to go for a record and everyone sits on you? And I think that's what we're seeing right now, that these guys might be switching leads a little bit, but they've got that national title in mind probably a little bit more than the record today.
Yeah, we'll see. The guy that I haven't seen run in the last couple of weeks is the guy sitting in second now. That's Elliot Pugh, and he's at Bethlehem College over in the Bay of Plenty. Now, he really showed some wheels in Australia. He finished behind Christian in that's a 6K race though, and he came in, and what happens in that race, interesting enough, they said, the Australian Athletics said, righto, 116, 117, so you both get a gold medal. First time I've had 2 gold medals in a race as a team manager. That was interesting. But going back to here, you can see, look, from where we're looking, you're looking on this camera here, that we're seeing, look at that, the rain looks like misty to you. It is actually reasonably heavy, and the wind has dropped slightly, but I still think they're playing a little bit of that cat and mouse. So just need you to look at those lap times as they come around.
Yeah, I think I saw they came through about 2:52 at that first K, so they're around 8:36 pace. A little bit further back from that record, but there's still 2K to go, or just a little bit less. There's still room for them to really start picking this up.
So George has come back to the front from Otago Boys High School, then you've got McLean's, then you've got the Bethlehem College, then McLean's, then Carson Vesti from Havelock North High School, and just trying to pick out the run on side him. The other tall figure there is Westlake, the white that's got that red crest in the front. Just trying to pick up the run on the inside of Carson Vesti in the light blue. So now the pace is starting to just ease out. What's that, 4 minutes now? And they've still got
about 4 to go, possibly.
4 laps. So they've got to run it at 60-second splits to get anywhere near your record, don't they? So that's going to be a little bit hard. I don't think that record's going to... Your record might be safe today.
Yeah, the thing which I'm loving seeing right now is just how many guys are together. I mean, they're running 8:30 pace, and everyone's still somewhat bunched up. I mean, you've only got maybe a couple of seconds between this front guy and some of these later guys on the pack. I mean, we just don't see this kind of depth, or we haven't recently in secondary school running.
And remember, we've also got another race.
Exactly.
They're all done seating all the times coming in. Hello, somebody's just pulled up. Someone's pulled up, so in the red and black uniform. Sorry, people couldn't pick his number. Yeah, you're right. The depth is here, and we haven't had a national competition for a couple of years, and some of these boys are year 11, and others are year 13. I mean, they're young men. You know, they're off all over the place. The States, we know Christian DeVale's overseas, Wisconsin, weren't we saying, and some of these other guys. Just trying to put, there, Cameron Warner's moving himself up and right behind Elliot Pugh. So we've still got the boy from Otago boys heading out. There's that 5:13, so that's dropped off.
That would be 60-second laps for the next 3 laps.
That one there was way out. So you're right, they're running for who's got the wheels at the end rather than going out for that time.
And this is a big pack, so there might be someone who's going to surprise us, who has the wheels, who we maybe didn't list as a favourite, but is just sitting there not doing any work and waiting.
I'd say there could be an outside chance, and I was just trying to pick up who's that? That's runner 303 coming on the outside there from King's College. That's Toby Tasker. He's another smart lad. He's a big lad, and he's thereabouts as well. He's another guy that was in there, like he can run cross country and track, heading off to Germany, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. He's going to stay with his grandparents and pick up a couple of indoor meets over there.
Oh, that's a
some of these guys are just. He's a very good academic. So is Carson Vesti. So he's right there. He's the one who's going to have some wheels. If I was Christian DeVale out the front, I'd be really worried about who's on my shoulder, because Elliot Pugh's just come back and do it, and he won't give up anything. He's a tough competitor. That guy. He just runs hard and thinks all the time. He's a great little competitor, and Carson's probably got that experience internationally now. There's 1,500 metres, and he's going to have real wheels over the last couple of laps. So it's still now the real contenders have put a little bit of a gap on the field. Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. You can tell they're starting to pick it up now. I mean, we're inside 700 metres to go.
You can see just in front of us now. They're coming past us. So
group. They're moving. That's a group of 7. Yep.
Yes, and the 2 McLean's boys are right there, and so is. I'm just trying to pick up the boy from Kings. No, that's Elliot Pugh on the inside. There's the boy from Wellington. Is it Wellington in the black shirt?
Oh, yeah, not too sure. I didn't quite catch that one.
Okay, there he is. No, he's on the outside. Sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, and Christian has been doing a lot of work into the wind. It's going to be interesting to see how he does over this final lap.
So I did say Jamie Mora, you to watch out for him. He's number 33. Now, he's also got some wheels at the end. Cameron Warner's still there. Rona's hanging in. He's not too sure about that.
All right, about 7:27 on the clock as we're coming into the final lap here, and we have a nice long strung out line.
When they've just passed it on now, this is running from the front, but Carson, remember, has got a okay. Call that, but that that won't shake him too much.
Oh,
here we go. This is what Carson Vesti has waited for.
Yeah,
he's
that
waited.
Big kick, that big
Who's
kick
still
up the
hanging
straight.
on? Here comes Cameron Warner. Can he do it? He's going to hang on.
Oh, that's
Ronan Kodaya.
That's a convincing gap.
So Nick Kodaya has got, what is that, 3-4 athletes in the top 5. That's awesome. Congratulations to those guys. As I said, Carson Vesti, if they played cat and mouse, he would have the biggest kick. He's come through. Christian got a little bit swallowed up there, but man, what a finish from those boys.
Yeah, that was incredible. 8:26 for that lead pack for the win. That was awesome.
You can breathe a sigh of relief now. Your record's safe for at least another year.
At least another year, but these
apart from 2 of those guys in the top 5, they're ruled out.
Yeah,
I think Elliot Pugh and the young fellow behind him have still got another year. So we'll wait and see. But they played their cat and mouse game, and there you go. But I thought it would come down to a handful of runners, and it's proved the point today.
Yeah, well, that was definitely an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, in fact, you stay and you talk. I'm going to hand it back over to Hayden. So call the next race, which is also seated. Now, if this race is faster than the first one, we really have to get hold of those selectors. We'll go and have a word with those boys in their ear, because they shouldn't be, but you never know what's around the corner. Thanks for coming in, by the way. That's awesome to see you back here, and I remember your win, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a long time ago. I'll have to thank your mum for doing the calling.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Oh, by the way, to everybody out there, a huge huge thanks to tautoko, the people that tautoko, ahi and afi, your yesta, your tamariki. But, you know, you can't get anywhere really without that great whānau support. You know, it could be your auntie, your uncle, like we've had grandparents now with their kids here. It's absolutely crucial. Kids at this age, when they're 13, 14, 15, the younger ones, they can't get mobile anywhere. They've got to rely on transport and the money machine, the parents, but that's just a little part of it. That ahi, that aroha, that support that you had from your mum. So all the people that are at home watching anything to do with it, if you're encouraging these kids to be here and compete, tu meke, kia rawe, well done to you guys. Here's the results here, you can read them there. Oh, well, I think I had the top 6 in there, so that's all good. Animals, sort of. Might have been in the right order, but there you go.
All right, thanks, Paul. Well, what a race that was. Carson Vesti with the kick. And that was a kick that was on clear display at the national champs in the 1500 metres, where he took down Zane Powell to win the national 1500 metre title back in March. And man, that was a vicious old kick. Got to be wary of those ones.
Exactly, and that's the thing, when it doesn't matter how fast you've run coming into a race like this. I mean, it was going to be a little bit slower just naturally because of the weather, and that feeds into those kickers. They sit in the pack, and they know it's coming. They can see the clock every lap, and usually they've got a little bit left, and that was on full display just then.
Yeah. Awesome. So we saw an absolutely vicious kick as we handed out the 3,000 metre title. The women's, the senior girls race was quite different. Run from the front, brilliant win from Bella Earl to take out that. So we saw 2 fantastic 3,000 metre distance races. We're going to be back, of course, tomorrow. The coverage kicks off from 9 a.m, I believe. I'll try and get our producer to confirm that before I round it up. But thank you. Yeah, it is 9 a.m. We'll be live. Sprinting, running, jumping and throwing, all of that and more to come tomorrow. 2 days more of action just like this, hopefully with a little bit less rain, but the forecast isn't looking great. So thank you, Matt Baxter, for coming in. Thanks to all of our commentary, and most of all, thank you to you guys at home watching and tuning into this. Like I've said throughout the day, be sure to hit that share button, send out the link to your friends and whānau to make sure we've got more eyeballs on screen for tomorrow's action, and we will catch you then. Ka kite anō.
You're fired.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.